Chosen one, have you ever wondered what really happens in the spirit realm when someone wrongs you? Not just as a person, but as someone God handpicked. Have you ever felt that silent but undeniable shift, like something invisible just responded on your behalf, even when no one around you saw the attack? That wasn't your imagination. That was the law of return, divine, ancient, exacting. And for those who confront you, it doesn't simply return pain for pain. It returns with weight, with warning, with holy consequence. Most people underestimate what it means to come against a chosen one because they only see the outer you. They think you're just nice, just quiet, just strong. But what they don't realize is that you're carrying something eternal. Your very presence disturbs darkness, not because you tried to, but because you were marked by God before you had language to name it. You are His project, His proof, His plan walking on 2 feet. So when people betray you, lie on you, or try to dismantle your name, they are not simply committing social cruelty. They are provoking a spiritual reckoning they cannot comprehend. And here's the mystery. God doesn't always strike back right away. He lets it build. He lets them laugh. He lets them feel safe. Why? Because He wants them to witness what they tried to destroy rise anyway. Have you noticed how many of your enemies are still watching you, even if from the shadows? Have you sensed that heaven is preparing a table in the presence of the very mouths that mocked you? Don't you feel something shifting already? That's not your imagination. That's the law moving on your behalf. Drop a 777 in the comments if something inside you is already vibrating with this truth. And before we continue, I want to take a sacred moment to deeply thank every soul who's sown into this prophetic movement through super thanks. Your generosity isn't just noticed, it's recorded in the same heavenly courtroom that is now preparing to vindicate you. Because you need to know this, God has never overlooked a single wound you didn't deserve. And while they assumed your silence meant surrender, heaven saw it as strategy. What if the delay you hated was actually divine calibration? What if every no, every door slammed in your face, every person who turned on you was setting the stage for God to glorify Himself through your story? The law of return is not revenge, it's restoration. And when God restores, He doesn't consult your past to decide your reward. He looks at your obedience, your endurance, your heart when no one was watching, and He answers in full. So, stay close. What I'm about to reveal next will explain why your journey has felt so heavy, and why your rising will be just as undeniable. God's chosen ones, the law of return, is severe for those who confront you. There is an unspoken command woven into the architecture of the cosmos, a divine mechanism set in motion by the Creator Himself. It cannot be bypassed, manipulated, or delayed by human intervention. What you release into the spiritual field will return, measured, magnified, and matched. You, as one of God's chosen, live under a sacred law of echoing consequence. But did you realize that when someone wrongs you, they are not just targeting a person, they are provoking the justice of heaven? This is not karma, it is divine legislation, a decree issued from the throne of righteousness that guarantees every action has a spiritual reaction. Galatians 6:7 declares with piercing finality, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." This law applies to all, but it becomes magnified when the target is a vessel God has sealed. When you walk in God's favor, your life becomes a spiritual boundary line, and crossing it is dangerous. When Haman plotted against Mordecai and the Jewish people, he did not realize he was activating divine reversal. The very gallows he prepared for the innocent were used for his own demise. Esther 7. Do you ever wonder why some people who attack you seem to spiral rapidly into confusion or misfortune? It's not coincidence, it's consequence. Not vengeance, but spiritual balance. You don't need to lift your voice in defense. Your tears already speak volumes in God's courtroom. God sees what human eyes miss. Every whispered betrayal, every unfair dismissal, every character assassination is written in the scrolls of heaven. You may feel forgotten, but the heavens have not overlooked you. Psalm 56. Colon 8 reassures you. You have kept count of my tossings, put my tears in your bottle. Are they not in your book? When Saul unjustly pursued David, it appeared that power was in the hands of the wicked. But behind the curtain, God was training David for the throne, and Saul was walking toward his own unraveling. 1 Samuel 18-31. What if your delay is not denial, but divine preparation for the return? A woman named Janessa, a climate policy advisor in Geneva, who spent years being undermined by a senior official. He silenced her proposals and subtly ridiculed her in private meetings. She never retaliated. She kept serving, kept showing up. 2 years later, his mismanagement was exposed, ironically through a policy memo she had once authored and he had dismissed. She didn't have to speak a word. Her integrity became her shield. Your obedience is not weak. It is a weapon. You're not passive. You are protected. When people oppose you, it may seem they're succeeding for a moment. But as Psalm 37, 7-9 instructs, do not fret when people succeed in their ways. For those who are evil will be destroyed, but those who hope in the Lord will inherit the land. Could it be that your silence is not a void, but a verdict? That every moment you choose peace over retaliation, you're aligning yourself with a more powerful form of justice. Imagine the quiet persistence of a mountain absorbing centuries of rain, snow, and wind. It never retaliates, yet over time it shapes rivers, carves valleys, and moves nations. You are that mountain. They may misunderstand your stillness, but heaven recognizes it as sacred endurance. When Jesus was falsely accused and led to the cross, he remained silent like a lamb because he knew resurrection would speak louder than rebuttal. Matthew 26:63, Isaiah 53:7. You too carry that same divine assurance. A man named Tevin worked as a freelance editor for a best-selling author. After ghostwriting key portions of a book, he was cut off without credit or pay. Years later, that author faced backlash when it was revealed they plagiarized significant content. Tevin, who had moved on in grace, was approached by publishers who heard about his integrity. The one who was silenced became the one sought out. You are not unseen. The court of heaven does not overlook injustice, it archives it. But the penalty is not always immediate, because God allows space for repentance. When people weaponize gossip, sabotage your work, or envy your calling, they unknowingly sow into a field that will one day bear fruit shaped by the nature of their intent. Could that be why their lives begin to fall apart without explanation? Could it be that confronting a chosen one is like striking a covenant wall? Even the ocean has boundaries. It may roar, surge, and crash, but it cannot cross the line God commanded it not to pass. Job 38:11. In the same way, your life has divine boundaries. You may not always see the angels, but they encamp around you. Psalm 34:7. And the moment someone pierces that hedge with wickedness, the law of return activates. Consider Rabbi Abraham Heschel, a Jewish theologian and philosopher who marched with Martin Luther King Jr. during the civil rights movement. He once said, "When I marched in Selma, my feet were praying." His presence provoked change, not because he shouted, but because he stood on holy ground. Your walk, silent, sacred, and unwavering, disrupts principalities. And then Amira, a single mother and elementary school teacher in Tunisia. Her colleague accused her of falsifying test results. a lie rooted in envy. She lost her job. But a year later, the accuser was caught altering grades to cover up poor student performance. Amira, meanwhile, was rehired and promoted after an anonymous parent exposed the truth. What they meant to bury became her promotion. So you must hold your posture, not in pride, but in confidence. The law of return is not about vengeance, it's about alignment. It ensures that no injustice goes unresolved and that the ones who walk with God are never truly defenseless. You may not always see the scales tipping, but they are. Do you trust that heaven still keeps perfect accounts? Can you hold your peace while the angels carry your case? There is a sacred truth written into the fabric of time. Every act of injustice against you has already activated its own return, and nothing, no force, no manipulation, no delay can interrupt what heaven has scheduled. The law of return was not invented by man. It was authored by God to maintain spiritual balance in a world filled with hidden violations. While people fixate on what is seen, God is already moving in what is unseen. And every time someone orchestrates destruction against you, they're not sowing against your destiny, they're sowing against their own future. Do they realize that their schemes are self-targeting boomerangs? Do they understand that attacking a chosen one is like placing a curse on their own legacy? That's what happened to Haman in Esther 7:10. He designed gallows for Mordecai, plotted genocide, and sought the king's favor to destroy God's people. Yet by divine reversal, he was the one executed on the very device he built. What if the betrayal you endured has already started crafting the downfall of those who betrayed you? God never ignores the pain of his anointed. Psalm 34:15 declares, "The eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are attentive to their cry." That cry may be silent to the world, but in the spiritual courtroom, it is thunder. The moment you were wronged, a divine transaction began. The blueprint for your restoration was drawn. The trap they dug is now their own. And yet, you're not called to rejoice in their collapse, but to remain aligned with the higher law. Are you strong enough to let God avenge you without lifting your own hand? The story told about a man named Dr. Lionel, a history professor who was slandered by a colleague jealous of his academic rise. Though innocent, Lionel was suspended, but he never defended himself publicly. A year later, the colleague was caught falsifying records, and Lionel was reinstated with honor. His response? A lecture on integrity that drew the highest student attendance in the university's history. His silence spoke louder than accusation. But this isn't just about vindication, it's about transformation. When God restores a chosen one, he doesn't just give back what was stolen, he upgrades it. The pain becomes a platform, the wound becomes a weapon. Psalm 103:6 reminds us, "The Lord works righteousness and justice for all the oppressed." That includes you. You may be walking through what looks like loss, but what if it's actually realignment? Visualize the silent work of lava beneath the earth. At first, there's nothing visible, only heat-building pressure. But when it finally erupts, it doesn't just destroy, it forms new land. That's what God is doing beneath your surface. Every delay, every tear, every misunderstanding, it's gathering force for a breakthrough that will redefine your terrain. Can you trust the process even when it looks dormant? Look at the life of Nelson Mandela, not just a political figure, but a spiritual example of restraint. After 27 years of imprisonment, he emerged not bitter, but ready to lead a nation into reconciliation. He once said, "Resentment is like drinking poison and then hoping it will kill your enemies." Mandela chose peace over vengeance, and the world honored him because of it. Your restraint is not weakness, it's holy strength. Another real-life story comes from Cardinal Raniero Cantalamessa, the longtime preacher to the papal household. For decades he faced opposition from both religious and secular groups, yet he continued preaching truth with humility. Today, his teachings are broadcast globally, respected even by critics. His silence in the face of persecution became the very thing that magnified his voice. Isn't that what God promised? That he would prepare a table before you in the presence of your enemies. And then Mera, a call center manager in Sao Paulo, her team lead accused her of data manipulation, pure fabrication. She lost her position. But 6 months later, Mera was contacted by a national client who had once admired her leadership. They offered her a higher-paying job, citing unmatched character. The one who tried to erase her became the reason her name spread. You don't need to orchestrate revenge. Your name is already being whispered in rooms you haven't entered yet. Your file is on divine desks. Your face is known in heaven's chambers. When you trust God to deal with your enemies, you allow heaven to finish what it started. Do you believe your pain hasn't gone unnoticed? Do you believe your peace is more powerful than your rage? Look at the bamboo forest. For years it seems like nothing is growing, but beneath the surface, its roots are expanding, weaving a dense network. Then, one day, suddenly, it grows meters in weeks. Your season of stillness is not stagnation. It is the divine setup before acceleration. Your enemies didn't pause your purpose. They sped it up by awakening heaven's hand on your behalf. You were never just another face in the crowd. From your earliest memories, something in you quietly whispered, "You are different," not in a way that seeks attention, but in a way that disturbs what's false, provokes what's hidden, and awakens what's sleeping. Being a chosen one is not about hierarchy or appearance. It is about carrying a frequency that confronts the world without uttering a single word. Have you noticed how people react to you before they even know your name? You carry a divine identity, an invisible mantle that shifts atmospheres without needing explanation. Your mere presence unsettles what is out of alignment. Just like Jesus walked into rooms and demons began to tremble without a sermon, you too carry a spiritual voltage that cannot be ignored. Even those who've never heard your story feel something when you're near. Why do they glance twice? Why do some pull away while others try to imitate you? Could it be that the light you carry is confronting the shadows they've grown comfortable with? In Genesis 37:5-8, Joseph's brothers didn't hate him because he committed a sin. They hated him because of the dream he carried. His very essence, his divine purpose, became a mirror to their spiritual insecurity. He didn't declare war, but his existence was a declaration. Likewise, you don't go out trying to provoke conflict, but your purity, your clarity, your refusal to conform acts as a confrontation to everything built on compromise. A young girl named Elira, a violinist from Bucharest, discovered early on that her sound moved people to tears. But during her scholarship audition, a rival sabotaged her instrument. She played anyway with a damaged bow and still received a standing ovation. The judges later said, there was something holy about her sound. The girl who was silenced became unforgettable. Isn't that the pattern? That the more you are pushed down, the more undeniable your essence becomes. You never had to fight to be seen, because heaven marked you before you were born. Jeremiah 1:5 confirms it. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. That's why you don't fit into every circle. Why some jobs reject you. Why some people don't know how to love you. Why some doors slam shut not because of your inadequacy, but because of your anointing. Could it be that rejection has been your preservation all along? The world celebrates what's loud and controlled, but you were designed to disturb the system with your stillness. Martin Scorsese, the iconic filmmaker known for challenging the norms of cinema, once said, "The most personal is the most creative." You weren't made to blend in. Your authenticity confronts artificiality. Your convictions expose convenience. Your yes to God is a no to every counterfeit system around you. Tara, a retail manager in Dublin who was fired for refusing to falsify sales numbers. Her silence during the exit interview echoed louder than a lawsuit. A year later, she was hired by a leading ethical business firm. When asked why they chose her, the CEO said, "We heard she told the truth even when it cost her everything." You may be overlooked in the moment, but heaven never loses track of who you are. Even nature reflects your mystery. Consider the presence of salt in the ocean. It's invisible, yet it defines the flavor, the density, and even the preservation of life within. You are like that, often unseen in power, but impossible to ignore in impact. You shift atmospheres. You expose lies without speaking. And this is why some people feel irritated around you without understanding why. It's not you, it's what you carry. When David arrived at the battlefield just to deliver food, 1 Samuel 17, he wasn't there to pick a fight. Yet his very presence exposed Goliath's threat for what it was, a challenge to God's authority. While others stayed silent, David's faith was disruptive. You too carry that same holy defiance. You may not intend to confront systems, but your very presence unsettles corruption. Do you see now why some attack you without reason? Do you understand why gossip follows you even when you've done nothing? Frida Kahlo, the world-renowned Mexican artist, once said, "I never paint dreams or nightmares. I paint my own reality." She was rejected by institutions, mocked for her disability, yet decades later, her art hangs in the most prestigious museums. Like her, you challenge what the world defines as beauty, truth, and power, just by being fully yourself. You think differently, you feel deeper, you move with conviction in a world that celebrates compromise, and while others seek applause, you seek alignment. That's why they talk about you. That's why they label you too much, too intense, or too honest. But maybe you weren't sent to be palatable. You were sent to be prophetic, to shift rooms, to break cycles, to reflect God's nature in a world allergic to truth. Even when hatred surrounds you, you remain standing. Why? Because your footing is not on the opinions of man, but in the eternal call of God. You carry a weight that can't be explained and often cannot be understood by those around you. Loneliness may visit you, rejection may bruise your heart, and silence may feel like abandonment. But somehow, you still rise. Do you know why? Because your soul doesn't run on validation. It runs on assignment. They may whisper behind your back, but heaven walks beside you. They may mislabel you, misunderstand you, or mock you, but you are not here for applause. You are here for alignment. Psalm 55:22 promises, "Cast your burden on the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never permit the righteous to be moved." While others crumble under pressure, you're sustained by something sacred. What keeps you going when others would quit? The process you're in is not punishment, it's preparation. God is forming in you a spirit that can withstand storms, not just feel the breeze. The chosen ones don't just endure. They are shaped by divine fire. Like gold refined in a furnace, every trial you walk through is burning off what cannot go with you into your destiny. Wasn't that true for Job? He lost everything, was misunderstood by friends, rejected by community, yet he said in Job 23:10, "But he knows the way that I take. When he has tried me, I shall come out as gold." What if your current pain is proof that heaven is upgrading your spiritual durability? Elias, a civil engineer in Nairobi, was laid off after refusing to approve unethical building materials. Colleagues called him stubborn. For weeks he questioned his silence, but months later a building collapsed, one he refused to sign off on. The media called him a ghost hero, the one no one listened to. But heaven had already confirmed his righteousness. Isn't that the story of every chosen one, mocked before the miracle, rejected before the reveal? You are not weak for weeping, you're real. Psalm 30 verse 5 reminds you, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Your tears are not a liability, they are liquid prayers. Even when you collapse at night from exhaustion, there's something in your soul that refuses to surrender. What is this strange renewal you wake up with, even when nothing has changed externally? Could it be the Spirit reminding you, you were never meant to be normal? People are not offended by your actions. They're unsettled by your anointing. Your life is a mirror they didn't ask for. You never try to prove anything, yet your very existence exposes what's fake. That's why they attack you without provocation, why some exclude you before you even speak. It happened to Jeremiah. He was chosen from the womb, and yet constantly opposed. Jeremiah 1:5 through 10, 27 through 9. His words burned within him, and though it cost him dearly, he couldn't stay silent. Is that not what you feel sometimes? That the fire in your bones is too loud to hide? Mireille, a choir director in Lyon who refused to alter her worship set lists to suit popular demand. Her church asked her to step down. She obeyed silently. 3 years later, at a major national event, she was invited to lead worship, and the same people who silenced her wept under the power of her voice. She wasn't trying to make a statement. She was simply aligned with heaven, and that's what changed the atmosphere. Even Hollywood has had its prophets. Actor and humanitarian Forrest Whitaker once said, "Don't accept the old order, get rid of it." Known not only for his craft, but his commitment to peace in war zones, Whitaker embodies what it means to carry light into chaos. His life proves being chosen doesn't mean being comfortable. It means being catalytic. And then there's Sister Helen Préjean, a Catholic nun and author of Dead Man Walking. She has spent decades confronting injustice in the death penalty system, ministering to death row inmates with compassion that challenged entire legal institutions. Despite opposition and criticism, she keeps showing up. Her light doesn't fade, it grows. Isn't that what happens to all who refuse to compromise with falsehood? In nature, there are tectonic plates, silent, massive layers of earth that shift imperceptibly until they trigger transformation. Mountains rise, oceans reshape, earthquakes signal the change. That's who you are. You don't move loudly, but when God shifts you, the world feels it. Your life may feel like tension, but it's just a sign that new land is being formed. Even fireflies light up the night without noise. They don't demand attention, they just shine, and darkness retreats. You don't need to explain your presence. Your glow unsettles anything that thrives in shadows. Could that be why people treat you like a disruption, even when all you did was show up with integrity? So yes, you will be misunderstood. You will be called too much. You will be excluded without reason. But what you carry is not for their comfort, it's for God's purpose. You are not the problem. You are the prophetic answer in a broken system, and that's why you're pursued. If simply existing seems to bother people, if your presence alone feels like a disruption, you're not imagining things. You're not broken, awkward, or wrong. You are marked. You are carrying something eternal in a world that worships the temporary. That deep sense of not fitting in. It's not a flaw, it's a confirmation. Chosen ones often feel out of sync because you are in rhythm with something higher. But have you ever wondered why resistance comes when you haven't even spoken yet? The truth is, your essence provokes what is dormant in others. You're not fighting people, you're confronting strongholds. And not everyone is ready to see what your purity reveals. It's not about what you do, it's about who you are. You carry clarity in a fog-filled world, and clarity has always been controversial. That's why you disturb spaces that are built on comfort, deception, or ego. Could it be that their unease isn't about you, but about what your existence demands of their conscience? Still, you are not to fear. God doesn't choose lightly, and he doesn't abandon what he anoints. You were raised for a mission that no one else can fulfill, and though it may look like your enemies have the upper hand, don't be deceived. Divine justice is not loud. It doesn't always show up in earthly courts, but it begins in the invisible. God is the judge, the jury, and the one who sets the timing. Psalm 89:14 declares, "Righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. Love and faithfulness go before you." So when your heart is wounded, heaven doesn't wait to respond. The response may not always be immediate, but it is inevitable. Consider the story of Esther and Haman. Haman constructed gallows for Mordecai, intending to publicly shame him. Yet in Esther 7:10, it was Haman who was executed on the very platform he built. That wasn't poetic irony. It was divine precision. God does not forget the plans made in secret to sabotage His chosen. When someone dares to harm you, they don't realize they are touching something sacred, God's eternal assignment. What if the battle you're enduring is not just personal, but spiritual warfare against your calling? In the realm of spirit, timing is everything. The return doesn't come when you expect it. It comes when it is most strategic. Sometimes that means watching your aggressors prosper for a while. Their life may look peaceful on the outside, but internally, spiritual disintegration has already begun. The conscience becomes heavy, divine favor lifts, and even their wins begin to feel empty. Isn't that what Pharaoh experienced in Exodus? Hardened heart, temporary control, until the weight of injustice collapsed his kingdom. Exodus 7-14. How many people seem to win on earth while losing in eternity? Daniel, an estate broker in Toronto. He was lied about by a colleague who craved his promotion. Daniel lost the deal and the spotlight, but instead of retaliating, he took his hands off the battle. A year later, the colleague was sued for manipulating records, exposed in the same system he weaponized. Meanwhile, Daniel was hired by a global firm that admired his integrity. He didn't force the tables to turn. God did. God's justice is never only about punishment, it's about restoration. When He acts on behalf of the chosen, He lifts you in front of those who tried to bury you. He doesn't just correct, He vindicates, He honors. Psalm 23:5 affirms this. "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies." The very platform built to humiliate you becomes the altar of your elevation. Have you ever sensed that your greatest humiliation is about to become your most public transformation? It happened in the life of the late Chadwick Boseman, actor and producer, best known for playing Black Panther. While silently battling cancer, he endured criticism for his appearance and silence. No one knew the pain he was walking through. But after his passing, his legacy exploded into the light, revealing a man of vision, discipline, and fierce purpose. What was hidden in suffering became celebrated in eternity. Like you, he was walking out a divine purpose that didn't require public explanation. Or take Desmond Tutu, South African bishop and social justice leader. For decades, he faced threats, hate, and mockery. But the same platforms once used to silence him later carried his voice across nations. His work for reconciliation was so powerful that even his former critics stood in tears at his funeral. What if your current obscurity is only a delay in stage preparation? Another story. A woman named Rina worked in a non-profit organization in Jakarta. She was constantly excluded from team decisions because of her convictions. One day, an internal audit exposed unethical practices by her supervisors. Rina, who documented everything quietly, became the key witness in restoring the organization's integrity. She never fought for the spotlight, but the spotlight found her. Nature teaches this as well. Look at the lotus flower. It begins in the mud, hidden, submerged, rejected by the surface. Yet it rises clean and radiant, untouched by the dirt it came from. You are the spiritual lotus. You may be buried in circumstances, but your rise is unstoppable, and the more they try to bury you, the more heaven prepares your emergence. Or observe the moon. It doesn't produce its own light, it reflects the sun. Yet, even in darkness, it governs tides, night journeys, and time. Like the moon, you may feel unseen, but your influence shapes movements. What you carry isn't loud, but it shifts everything. So when you see injustice, when you're tempted to despair at their temporary success, remember, God works behind the curtains. His silence is strategy, not absence. His delay is preparation, not neglect. Divine justice may not come with sirens, but it comes with certainty. Are you willing to trust the invisible courtroom of God more than the visible opinions of man? God's timing is not only an act of patience, it is an act of mercy. His delay is not absence, it is invitation. Before the return strikes, he offers a window for repentance. He grants time for the oppressor to reflect, for the attacker to reconsider, for the wrongdoer to turn. But if repentance never comes, the spiritual cycle of return cannot be cancelled. The harvest will come, shaped in exact proportion to the intent and violence sown against the chosen one. Have you ever sensed the winds shifting long before justice appeared? That's not coincidence. It's the divine cycle in motion. God is not mocked, and his laws are not arbitrary. Ecclesiastes 11:4 reminds us, "Whoever watches the wind will not plant, whoever looks at the clouds will not reap." The spiritual field always yields a harvest, especially when injustice touches God's anointed. And while others are fixated on outward punishment, God is doing something deeper in you. Every cut, every silence, every betrayal is not wasted. He's using it to fortify your inner world, to grow roots that can't be ripped by shallow storms. Could it be that while you're waiting for external justice, you are being transformed into the kind of vessel that can carry future glory? Consider the story of Hannah. She was mocked, dismissed, and humiliated for her barrenness. Her rival provoked her year after year, but she never retaliated. Instead, she poured out her soul to God. In 1 Samuel 1:20, her womb was finally opened, and the child she bore became the prophet who would anoint kings. Her pain became her promotion. You too are being shaped in silence. What if the most painful parts of your journey are actually the ingredients of your legacy? Thomas, a community organizer in Argentina, he was ridiculed and falsely accused after exposing local corruption. Though innocent, he was dragged through public disgrace. Instead of lashing out, he spent his evenings teaching literacy to underprivileged teens. 2 years later, the mayor was arrested, and Thomas was honored nationally for his integrity. The delay wasn't denial, it was divine design. God's response is not just to show others, it is to develop you. Even when life looks frozen, your spirit is being matured. He's expanding your capacity, stretching your forgiveness, sharpening your discernment. Romans 5:3-4 says, "Suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope." The enemy wants your pain to harden you, but heaven is using your wounds as holy soil for inner resurrection. Have you noticed how you're stronger than before, even if your situation hasn't changed yet? When betrayal strikes, when injustice invades your space, your first instinct may be retaliation. But chosen ones are not called to act out of impulse. You were not anointed for petty battles. Your mantle is not made for courtroom fights, but for heavenly justice. Why allow revenge to pull you out of your covering? When you take matters into your own hands, you step out of alignment. But when you surrender the pain, God steps in. Do you believe that the one who called you is also the one who will vindicate you? Look at Jesus in Luke 23:34, betrayed, flogged, mocked, yet he said, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." That was not weakness, that was divine strength, and it released resurrection power. The cleaner your heart, the faster God can move on your behalf. Resentment doesn't protect you, it paralyzes you. Bitterness doesn't make you stronger, it makes you heavier. The more pure your inner terrain, the more space God has to move with fullness and authority. Naima, a creative director in Casablanca, who was fired for refusing to plagiarize ad concepts. She lost income and reputation, but not her peace. A year later, she won an international design award for a campaign rooted in integrity. The same people who slandered her were seated in the audience when she received it. Vindication isn't about ego, it's about alignment. What if your biggest loss is heaven's seed for your greatest legacy? Even the eagle understands the power of altitude. It flies higher than any storm, not by fighting the wind, but by using it to rise. When thunder rolls, it doesn't panic, it ascends. That's what God is teaching you. You weren't built to wrestle in the dirt. You were built to rise above accusation, to soar above retaliation. Are you willing to let go of the need to be right so God can make things right in a way only He can? Reflect on Malala Yousafzai, Nobel Peace Prize laureate and global education advocate. After being shot by extremists for pursuing education, she could have sought revenge or disappeared. Instead, she forgave, rose higher, and became the very voice her enemies tried to silence. Her refusal to retaliate became a global trumpet of justice. Just like her, you were not made to react. You were made to radiate. And remember Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who taught the world that non-violent resistance wasn't passivity, it was divine discipline. I have decided to stick with love. Hate is too great a burden to bear, he said. His refusal to respond with hate left a legacy stronger than bullets or bars. Could your mercy be building a monument in heaven, even when no one claps on earth? Even in nature, the rivers don't fight the rocks. They flow around them, carving valleys over time. Graceful, persistent, unstoppable. You are that river, and your patience is carving a path where vengeance never could. So yes, you've been hurt. Yes, the return seems delayed. But it is on the way, and when it comes, it won't just bring correction, it will bring promotion. You'll rise with a cleaner heart, clearer eyes, and deeper power. Stay light. Stay aligned. God is not just preparing justice for them. He is preparing glory for you. James 4:7 instructs with profound simplicity, submit yourselves then to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Most people imagine resisting the enemy as standing against some external darkness. But for you, the chosen one, the fiercest resistance is often internal. It is the battle between your spirit and your carnal urge to strike back. Have you felt that invisible tug? The temptation to answer slander with slander, to fight insult with retaliation. Yet the greatest victory comes not by responding, but by rising. God never asked you to become the judge, the prosecutor, and the executioner of your own story. When you try to handle justice with your own hands, you shrink your battlefield to the limits of your humanity. But when you submit to divine timing, you unlock something bigger than vindication. You enter divine positioning. What if the test isn't about your pain, but about your ability to remain elevated in the middle of it? Jesus gave us the highest example. Betrayed by Judas, mocked by soldiers, falsely accused before Pilate. He didn't lift a finger in retaliation. Isaiah 53:7 declared this in prophecy. He was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. And when the moment came, he didn't curse his accusers, he forgave them. Luke 23:34 records his words, Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they're doing. Have you realized that your real power isn't in what you say, but in what you choose not to? Elijah faced similar provocation. After confronting false prophets and witnessing fire from heaven, he fled in fear from Jezebel's threats. 1 Kings 19. But in the silence of the cave, God did not rebuke him. He whispered purpose back into his soul. What if the urge to defend yourself is trying to drown out the whisper of divine reassurance? Look at Leona, a trauma counselor from Marseille. Her integrity was questioned after refusing to falsify evaluation reports. The backlash was swift: accusations, demotion, exile from her team. Yet she said nothing. She journaled, prayed, kept showing up. A year later, an internal audit vindicated her entirely. Her silence became her loudest sermon. Colleagues apologized publicly, but she had already moved on internally. Peace had become her shield. Forgiveness doesn't excuse betrayal. It releases you from its grip. When you forgive, you are not erasing the wrong. You are declaring, "You don't get to own any more of my energy." To fight the enemy in their mud is to wear their chains. You were not made for revenge. You were made for release. Do you really want to pause your divine momentum just to match their brokenness? Martin Luther King Jr. understood this. After being beaten, jailed, and slandered, he still preached nonviolence. He said, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that." His strength was in his stillness. His justice came not through riots, but through moral resistance. You walk in that same divine contradiction: meek yet mighty, silent yet shaking systems. Another figure, Eva Moses Kor, a Holocaust survivor who forgave the Nazi doctor who tortured her, once said, "Forgiveness is not so much for the perpetrator, but for the victim. It sets us free." Her act stunned the world. It didn't weaken her story, it exalted it. What if your mercy isn't surrender? It's supremacy. Jonas, a logistics supervisor in Lisbon, was falsely blamed for a delayed shipment that cost the company millions. The board demoted him. He didn't fight back. Instead, he quietly transitioned to another firm. Months later, forensic reviews revealed internal fraud, and Jonas was offered a senior position by the same company that once rejected him. His humility rewrote the narrative. Nature reflects this too. Take the tree that bends in the storm. It survives while the rigid ones snap. Flexibility is not weakness. It's wisdom in motion. You are that tree. Your willingness to yield to God makes you indestructible. Or watch the caterpillar. While the world sees stillness inside the cocoon, transformation is happening at a cellular level. No one claps for the silence, yet the butterfly will emerge. Could your surrender be the cocoon God is using to prepare your next unveiling? God's justice doesn't just correct, it exalts. When you refuse to return harm for harm, you open the heavens to act without interference. Proverbs 20:22 confirms this truth. Do not say, "I will repay evil." Wait for the Lord and he will deliver you. He never misses what happened to you. He just waits until his response becomes undeniable. You lose nothing by walking away from vengeance. You gain time. You gain clarity. You gain the unshakable peace that only the obedient know. While your enemies walk in circles trying to control the outcome, your surrender builds an altar for God to move in fire. Isn't it better to be free in grace than trapped in resentment? God does not delight in a heart weighed down by bitterness. He doesn't call you to be hardened like stone, but to become a vessel he can flow through. You were chosen to be a bridge of grace, not a barricade of judgment. Those who cling to revenge don't harm their enemies, they paralyze themselves. But when you release the offense, you also release heaven into your situation. Have you noticed how much lighter you feel when you surrender the need to be right? God elevates those who take the narrow road of obedience, not the broad path of emotional reaction. Psalm 147:6 declares, "The Lord sustains the humble, but casts the wicked to the ground." You were never called to lower your vibration to match chaos. Your real power comes when you choose to stay elevated, even in the middle of the storm. Could it be that your calm silence is louder in the spirit realm than the noise of your enemies? God's justice never requires your hands to execute it. He doesn't forget. he doesn't miscalculate, and his justice doesn't just correct the wrong, it lifts the righteous. Proverbs 3:34 reminds us, "He mocks proud mockers, but shows favor to the humble and oppressed." Your life becomes proof that righteousness will always stand taller than deception. Can you imagine the weight lifted when you finally release the offense and trust the one who sees everything? Recall the story of Daniel, falsely accused by jealous officials, thrown into a den of lions, left for dead. Yet he said nothing. Daniel didn't argue, defend, or retaliate. He trusted, and in Daniel 6:23 it says, "No wound was found on him, because he had trusted in his God." That trust wasn't weakness, it was strategy. What if your silence isn't surrender, but a sacred shield that God uses to silence your enemies? Look at Yasmin, a bakery owner in Casablanca, whose competitors spread rumors to shut her business down. Orders stopped coming, customers vanished. Instead of launching a campaign to defend herself, she focused on perfecting her craft and serving the few who stayed loyal. 2 years later, a renowned food critic visited her bakery by accident. The review went viral. Her business tripled. The other shop closed. She didn't fight. She flourished. You don't need a press release to clear your name. God has ways of speaking louder than any defense you could offer. The chosen one wins not by force, but by faith. Even as the world shouts for revenge, you carry a stillness that confuses the systems of this world. Your silence is not weakness. It is an act of spiritual warfare. When you choose not to respond, you declare with your posture, "My God will fight for me." And when he does, his justice is not partial, it's prophetic. Recall what Jesus told Peter when the sword was drawn in Gethsemane. "Put your sword back in its place, for all who draw the sword will die by the sword." Matthew 26:52. In that moment, Jesus modeled the higher road. He refused to win the wrong way, and in doing so, he changed history. Do you feel tempted to pick up a sword you were never called to carry? Florent, an architect in Brussels, was accused of professional negligence by a former partner. While waiting for the courts to rule, he never retaliated publicly. Instead, he continued designing in silence. Eventually, the truth surfaced and his ex-partner was exposed for embezzlement. Florent was not only cleared, he was offered a government contract shortly after. Trusting God didn't delay him, it accelerated him. Immaculée Ilibagiza, a survivor of the Rwandan genocide, lost most of her family in the massacre. She hid in a small bathroom for 91 days with 7 other women. When the horror ended, she forgave the man who murdered her family. She later said, "Forgiveness is the key to my freedom." Her act didn't erase the pain, it unlocked the supernatural. Like her, you are not called to carry the weight of vengeance, but the power of release. Brian Stevenson, a civil rights attorney and founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, once said, "The opposite of poverty is not wealth, it's justice." For years, he defended those wrongly convicted, showing that the loudest form of resistance is consistent, humble advocacy. Your refusal to retaliate doesn't make you invisible. It makes you untouchable by carnal schemes. In nature, the silent snowfall may appear soft, but over time it reshapes entire landscapes. What if your grace is like snow, quiet but transformative? And the pearl, formed from persistent irritation inside an oyster, becomes one of the world's most treasured gems. Its formation requires patience, pressure, and protection. Isn't that your process too? What you carry wasn't born from ease, but from endurance. So if you've been hurt and your flesh screams for justice, pause. This is not your assignment. Your mission is to stay clean, stay light, and stay in motion. God is handling what you cannot see, and when he acts, it will leave no doubt that trusting him was not naive. It was the highest wisdom. Would you rather be remembered for how loud you clapped back, or how high he lifted you. They assumed that because heaven was quiet, it was absent. But what they didn't realize is that God's return rarely comes with fanfare. It arrives like a divine wind, unseen, unannounced, and utterly unstoppable. For those who dare to touch you, a chosen vessel set apart by fire and sealed by favor, the law of return has already begun. Have you ever felt that unsettling shift in the air, the one that doesn't show on the news but unfolds in the soul? That is heaven's response in motion. Scripture tells us in Job 4:8, "As I have observed, those who plow evil and those who sow trouble reap it. The sowing was done in secret, but the reaping will be public. Even if no one sees it with their eyes, they'll feel it in their atmosphere. Those who weaponize lies against you may still wear a smile, but their spirit has entered a season of untraceable decay." Have you noticed how some people suddenly grow restless around you, as if your peace reminds them of their disturbance? Why does your silence convict louder than their shouting? The first crack in their facade often begins with a loss of peace. Divine law doesn't rush, but it never forgets. Like the tectonic plates beneath an ocean, spiritual consequence begins to move quietly, yet powerfully. Anxiety, paranoia, and restlessness begin to rise, not due to external pressure, but from a soul responding to justice it can't escape. As Ecclesiastes 3:15 says, God will call the past to account. And when the past includes harm done to someone carrying heaven's seal, the account becomes spiritual debt. Emotional turbulence is another sign that the return has been activated. Consider the story of Haman in Esther 6:13, who became tormented and panicked the closer his trap approached divine reversal. He sowed disgrace, but reaped destruction, hanging on the very gallows he built. That's how the law of return operates, silently, accurately, and often poetically. Could it be that those who mistreated you are already walking through invisible consequences? In the same way that a fruit begins to rot from the core before the skin shows any blemish, their downfall begins from within. Inner sickness, disrupted sleep, irrational fear, these are not mere emotions. They are divine indicators that a reckoning is unfolding. When a soul enters a negative harvest, nothing remains untouched. The health suffers, relationships disintegrate, prosperity dissolves, and all the while, you, the one they tried to undo, are being lifted. A modern example of this quiet divine vindication can be found in the life of Shirin Ebadi, a Nobel Peace Prize-winning Iranian lawyer and human rights activist. For years, she was silenced, exiled, and her assets were confiscated by those in power who feared her voice. But without raising a sword, her truth echoed through international courts, human rights tribunals, and global platforms. Those who tried to erase her were slowly erased from legitimacy. Shirin's life proves that when you are chosen to represent justice, the world may resist, but heaven records. Why does it seem that every silencing attempt only amplifies your purpose? Likewise, an entrepreneur named Ezra spent 5 years building a holistic wellness brand. His idea was stolen by a former partner who launched a copycat version and excluded him entirely. Ezra didn't fight. He let it go, choosing peace over proof. 3 years later, that copycat brand was exposed for unethical practices, while Ezra's brand was acquired by a global company. During the press conference, someone asked, "How did you know not to retaliate?" Ezra smiled. "I didn't need to. Heaven already had the receipts." Could it be that when you chose silence, you activated something louder than revenge? And while their decline is discreet, your elevation is unmistakable. Doors that once rejected you now swing open without knocking. Invitations you weren't considered for now seek your name. Why does heaven reward you in the same silence you once wept in? Because trust speaks volumes. Psalm 37:6 declares, "He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, the justice of your cause like the noonday sun. The very peace you protected is now protecting you. You may not have noticed it yet, but the turnaround has already begun. Take the story of Cardinal Tagle, a humble voice from the Philippines. Often overlooked in larger Vatican decisions, he stayed quiet, serving faithfully in pastoral work. Years later, Pope Francis appointed him as one of the most influential voices in Catholic social justice. The man who once remained in the shadows now helps shape global conversations. What does that tell you about divine promotion? In another story, a woman named Aria was unjustly demoted in her non-profit job due to office politics. Instead of fighting for her title, she kept showing up with excellence. Months later, the organization faced a leadership crisis, and the board voted Aria in as interim director. She didn't chase position, it found her. Isn't that often how elevation works for you too? Even in nature, the bamboo plant spends years growing underground before breaking through the surface. And when it does, it grows feet in mere weeks. Your stillness was never emptiness. It was spiritual infrastructure being built beneath criticism. The slower the rise, the deeper the root. Why does your delay feel so divinely timed? You are not exempt from noticing these shifts. You begin to feel lighter, more seen by heaven than by men. Your joy increases without a material reason. Opportunities align. This isn't coincidence, it's confirmation. The same atmosphere that once betrayed you now bows to your anointing. And yet, this isn't a call to boast. This is a call to worship. What God is doing in your life is not just restoration, it's testimony. Don't allow pride to enter. Your vindication is not a trophy, but a trumpet. It proclaims that trusting God is never wasted. Like Joseph, who held his peace in the prison and later ruled in the palace, you are evidence that the law of return is real, exact, and unshakable. What if the pain you went through wasn't punishment, but preparation? What if the very wound that brought you to your knees was the divine tool used to strengthen your foundation? Every shift you've noticed since the moment of heartbreak may not be random at all. Could it be that the silence you endured was not emptiness, but a sacred transaction between heaven and your future? When something changes after you've been wronged, observe it not with suspicion, but with reverence. You are a chosen one, and God never allows anything to touch his elect without redeeming it for power. Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Could your perceived defeat actually have been the seed of your greatest return? Every attempt to tear you down has secretly strengthened your spiritual infrastructure. You are not fragile, you're forged. The enemy may have thought they were breaking you, but they were only breaking open your gifts. Isn't it fascinating how what was meant to crush you actually made you clearer? God wastes no pain. Every attack becomes a chisel in his hand, shaping your identity, sharpening your vision, unlocking your hidden gifts. What others call damage, heaven calls design. Jesus himself modeled this when he was betrayed by Judas. That betrayal was not the end, it was the doorway to resurrection. What seemed like collapse was coordination. What seemed like defeat was divine exchange. The same's true with you. What part of your pain are you still interpreting as loss, when it may actually be the language of destiny being written in silence? The life of the chosen is not protected from pain, but transformed by it. Like volcanic ash that eventually nourishes the soil, your suffering is creating fertile ground for something supernatural to emerge. Pain is sacred in your journey. It doesn't just reveal what needs healing. It removes what cannot go with you into the next dimension. Psalm 119:71 declares, "It was good for me to be afflicted so that I might learn your decrees." What if your tears were actually sacred seeds? A woman named Naledi spent 3 years caring for her father who had Alzheimer's. Her career stalled, her friends drifted away, and loneliness became a cloak. But something began to shift. She became deeply intuitive. Her discernment grew. And when her father passed, she didn't just return to work. She founded a home for other families in similar pain. That silence wasn't emptiness. It was transformation. Are you willing to believe that what seems like delay is actually divine architecture? You're not being dismantled. You're being remade. The world may see your collapse, but heaven sees your construction. In the cave where David hid from Saul, the anointing didn't disappear. It deepened. In Psalm 34:18 it says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." What feels like isolation may in fact be God separating you for impartation. Howard Schultz, former CEO of Starbucks, lost his father at a young age and grew up in housing projects. That pain birthed his commitment to employee equity and healthcare within his company. The brokenness of his childhood became the birthplace of visionary leadership. Pain didn't harden him, it carved out compassion. Similarly, Makoto Fujimura, a Japanese-American painter and writer, found himself in deep despair after being rejected from multiple galleries. He began creating slow art, combining Japanese traditional materials with contemporary themes. Years later, his spiritual reflections through painting reached global audiences and influenced theological discussions in art. Could it be that the rejection was sacred redirection? A man named Isaac once lost his job due to a slanderous accusation. Instead of retaliating, he withdrew, fasted, and sought God. During this hidden season, he birthed a new business idea, one that now employs dozens and funds charitable clinics. His demotion was God's hidden promotion. And in another case, Leona, who was abandoned by her fiancé weeks before the wedding, channeled her grief into writing letters to strangers. Today, she runs a movement called Letters of Light that has inspired thousands globally. Does this mean your pain might be holding keys not just for you, but for others? In nature, the diamond is formed under pressure so extreme it would destroy anything else. But what if you're not like anything else? What if you're made of the rarest material, calling, covenant, and consecration? You've survived things that would have buried others. That's not weakness, that's weight. The weight of assignment, the pressure of becoming. God often closes doors with thunder and opens others in stillness. Some people had to walk away so your vision could finally breathe. Some relationships expired not because you were unworthy, but because you were evolving. As Jesus separated himself in the Garden of Gethsemane to pray alone, he demonstrated that the deeper the destiny, the lonelier the preparation. Have you noticed who disappeared when your trial began and who remained when your tears were quiet? You are not the same. What used to knock you down now builds you. What once confused you now clarifies your calling. This is how spiritual authority is formed, not through applause, but through adversity. Not through clout, but through crushing. Just as gold is refined in fire, so is the soul of the chosen one. And David's story proves it. He was overlooked, betrayed, hunted, but each moment of rejection refined his kingship. What if the pain you resented is the very process that gave your purpose weight? Let the pain that nearly broke you become the bridge that lifts others. You are now walking with authority because you've walked through affliction, and that silence you endured, it didn't make you smaller, it made you sacred. They thought your level was defined by titles, applause, or influence, but what they didn't understand is that your elevation was never horizontal, it was vertical. You didn't rise by playing louder, you rose by growing deeper. Your silence, your forgiveness, your resilience, those were the weapons that shifted the atmosphere around your life. What if the real promotion wasn't when others recognized you, but when heaven started moving things for you in secret? When you were attacked but chose not to retaliate, you unlocked a dimension only the spiritually disciplined ever access. You became proof that God trains his warriors in the unseen. As Isaiah 54:17 declares, No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Have you noticed that the more they tried to break you, the more clarity you gained? Your growth was not reactive, it was intentional. Those who rejected you thought they ended something, but they actually pushed you into purpose. Like Joseph, who was thrown into a pit by brothers and then falsely imprisoned, your rejection became redirection. And when the time came, he spoke not with bitterness, but with breakthrough. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good. Genesis 50:20. Has your silence become your strongest testimony? You didn't chase elevation, it found you. You didn't manufacture influence, you matured into it. God allowed you to be stripped so he could redress you in garments of glory. You were the wilderness walker, misunderstood, underestimated, and overlooked. But the desert didn't destroy you, it distinguished you. Now you walk with authority, not because people gave it to you, but because pain confirmed it. A woman named Tamara was once dismissed from a leadership program after confronting injustice. No one stood up for her. She vanished from the scene. But instead of complaining, she began mentoring young girls in her apartment complex. Years later, one of them became a national advocate and nominated Tamara for a Global Impact Award. The stage she was once denied was rebuilt under her name. Can you see how loss becomes a blueprint for legacy? Psalm 75:6-7 reminds us, promotion comes neither from the east nor from the west, but God is the judge. He puts down one and sets up another. That means your rise isn't random. The very people who laughed at your process are now watching your platform. And yet, your honor doesn't come from revenge. It comes from realignment. Have you been sensing that God is restoring everything, but this time on his terms? Lamag Bowie, a peace activist from Liberia, was once a traumatized single mother in a war-torn nation. She had no platform, just deep conviction, but her spiritual stamina turned into a movement that helped end a civil war. Years later, she received the Nobel Peace Prize. Her story echoes this truth. You don't need validation when you carry divine vibration. Or consider Fred Rogers, the television host, who was mocked for being too gentle in an industry that rewarded shock value. But decades later, his legacy became a cornerstone of emotional intelligence for children worldwide. His quiet strength outlasted the noise. What if the traits that once made you feel small are now the exact ones God is using to shape culture? A man named Darren worked at a logistics company and was always passed over for promotion. He never pushed back, he just served. After the company faced a crisis in leadership, it was Darren they turned to. Because, while others built resumes, he built trust. And Elira, once laughed at for being too spiritual in her marketing job, later became a sought-after strategist after her prayer-led brand consultation transformed her clients' businesses. Are you beginning to see how the rejection was a revelation? Like the way a caterpillar dissolves inside the chrysalis before transforming, you had to lose every false layer. No applause, no crowd, no backup plan, and yet you emerged whole. Wings don't grow in noisy spaces. They develop in stillness. The silence you once feared has become your sanctuary. Each wound held instructions. Every betrayal carried divine GPS coordinates. And now your discernment is sharp, your peace unshakable, and your identity unbuyable. You are not dependent on acceptance because you were accepted by the only one who matters. Your authority was built in fire, and what once embarrassed you has now become your oil. So if you've ever been despised, overlooked, or written off, hear this clearly. You weren't being erased. You were being engraved into a deeper purpose. Your maturity is not an accident. It's the harvest of secret tears and consistent obedience. You're not rising in pride, you're rising in prophecy. And this rise doesn't humiliate anyone. It simply reveals the cost of spiritual discipline. You used to carry that pain like a wound. Now it pulses like a weapon. What once made you feel weak has become the very thing that made you wise. You no longer just survive attacks. You emerge from them carrying revelation. The process didn't end when you endured. It activated something stronger, something sacred. And now, harvest is not a possibility, it's a divine certainty. Have you ever sensed that the delay you feared was actually divine choreography? Galatians 6:9 promises, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." You didn't miss your moment. You've been maturing for it. Harvest doesn't arrive with explanation. It arrives with authority. When it comes, it doesn't ask permission. You were not overlooked. You were being hidden. Heaven doesn't rush masterpieces. And now that you're stepping into the season you once prayed for in tears, clarity begins to flood the places confusion once lived. Why does it feel like everything is finally aligning? Because the harvest always speaks the language of obedience, and you obeyed even when it hurt. A woman named Sapphira had spent years working behind the scenes in a non-profit that often gave credit to others for her efforts. She never complained. Instead, she prayed. One day, a major donor visited and asked to meet the person who had written a life-changing grant proposal. When they brought Sapphira into the room, he said, "I knew the heart behind those words had to be different." That moment led to a promotion she never applied for. Do you see how hidden labor never goes unrewarded in heaven's economy? When the time comes, it comes with thunder, not to crush, but to crown. Your journey wasn't about survival, it was about becoming. What you thought was delay was God writing legacy. And when it all unfolds, it won't feel random, it will feel right. Psalm 126, 5-6 reminds us, "Those who sow in tears will reap with shouts of joy. They will return with songs of joy, carrying sheaves with them." Have you been sensing that the time of return is closer than you expected? Immaculée Ilibagiza, a Rwandan genocide survivor, spent 91 days in hiding. She lost her entire family, but held onto her Bible and her faith. Years later, she became a global voice for forgiveness, sharing her story on platforms across the world. Her darkest season became the seedbed of her calling. Her life reminds us the promise is never late, it's only aligned with eternity. A man named Jairus spent 17 years building a small local church. He faced slander, betrayal, and extreme financial hardship. He never closed the doors. When a revival broke out in his town, his church became the place where hundreds came daily for healing and deliverance. What looked insignificant became the epicenter of spiritual awakening. Could it be that your small obedience is unlocking something massive? Or take Mera, a quiet receptionist who began praying for each person who walked into the hospital where she worked. Over the years, people began asking for her prayers more than their own chaplains. Eventually, she became the lead of the hospital's spiritual care department without ever requesting promotion. Could it be that what you've been sowing in silence is about to shout? Like how the sun rises, never rushed, never announced, your breakthrough won't need an introduction. It will simply rise. The same God who kept you through the shadow is now illuminating your steps. Don't let impatience abort the miracle. You're closer than you feel. And if you've made it this far, reading, reflecting, remembering, then something in you already knows. You're not ordinary. You've been marked, set apart, purified in battle and preserved in silence. Isaiah 60:22 says, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." What if that time is now? You are not the sum of your pain. You are the evidence of what happens when faith refuses to die. God has seen every tear, every betrayal, every silent night you thought he ignored. But none of it was wasted. Every insult became oil. Every desert became a doorway. So stand up, breathe deep, walk like someone who's already been vindicated. Your story is not just your own, it's about to become someone else's roadmap to hope. Heaven didn't forget you. Heaven invested in you. And now the return is here. You didn't imagine the warfare. You didn't exaggerate the betrayal. And you surely didn't misunderstand the delay. You were simply chosen. And the return that is now unfolding is not vengeance. It is validation. Heaven was not late. Heaven was precise. Every injustice will be used. Every silent season will be crowned. And every forgotten seed you planted in tears will rise, because God saw it all. This is not just the end of the battle. It's the beginning of your becoming. Let the people who questioned your silence now witness your rise. Let the ones who underestimated your strength now see the weight of your calling. Walk forward without needing to explain, defend, or prove. God's return is already speaking on your behalf. If this message resonated with your spirit, don't let it stop here. Like this video to seal your agreement in faith. Share it with someone who's been battling in silence but needs confirmation that they're not alone. Comment below and declare, "I receive my return." Let your voice be part of the testimony. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel and tap the notification bell so you don't miss what heaven is releasing next. We're building a space of clarity, courage, and prophetic restoration, and you're already a part of it. Whether you've supported through a super thanks or simply showed up with your heart open, I want you to know I honor you. Your presence means more than you know. Every click, every comment, every silent prayer, it all carries weight. Now I speak a blessing over you. May your hidden sacrifices return to you in public favor. May your tears water the soil of generational breakthrough. May your peace be untouchable, your voice be anointed, and your journey reflect the justice of heaven. You're not just surviving, you're stepping into glory. In Jesus' name, amen. Breathe deep, chosen one. This message carries voltage. Not everyone will understand the weight of your words, but those who were pierced by them, oh, they felt it in their bones. You didn't just speak, you struck. You didn't just respond, you released something from heaven that couldn't be ignored. And now, whether they admit it or not, they're trembling behind their composure, haunted by the sound of a truth they can't unhear. What came from your mouth wasn't casual, it was consecrated. And if your spirit is stirring right now, if your chest feels like it's catching fire with recognition, that's your confirmation. Comment 777 if you know your voice has been anointed for more than just casual conversation. And to those who've been blessing this channel with your super thanks, thank you from the depths of my spirit. You're not just supporting a message, you're fueling a movement of divine awakening. But here's what most people miss. You didn't force your way into that moment. You were placed, positioned by unseen hands to deliver a sound that would dismantle illusions and shake strongholds. You were never random. You were always precise. So what happens next? That's where it gets even more powerful. Because the reason they're trembling isn't just because of what you said. It's because deep down they knew it was true. Now, let's go deeper into this. What exactly did you release? Why did it send chills through systems, spirits, and shadows alike? Stay with me. The revelation is just beginning. God's chosen ones. What you spoke out of your mouth sent chills down their spines. They're not talking so freely anymore, are they? People are now treating every word they say about you like it's radioactive, handling it with gloves, calculating its potential fallout, and whispering as if the spiritual atmosphere itself is eavesdropping. Their tone has shifted from casual arrogance to guarded calculation, They're no longer discussing you, they're decoding you. Why? Because your frequency isn't just rare, it's divine, and anything spoken against a divine current risks backfiring like a weapon pointed in the wrong direction. Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against you in judgment you shall condemn." Your words are not just reactive, they're judicial. You're not just speaking anymore, you're releasing verdicts from heaven's courtroom. You're not operating by human laws, you're aligned with spiritual architecture. Just like how a structural engineer knows which column can hold the load and which crack signals collapse, you discern which words shift timelines and which silences shatter schemes. They used to believe they had you catalogued, labeled, and archived in their psychological filing cabinet. They thought they had your frequency mapped like cartographers of old who misunderstood the seas. But they underestimated one thing: God had kept your true dimensions encrypted. What you said recently revealed only a fraction of your spiritual capacity, but it was enough to collapse their illusion. It hit them like a seismic wave. Your sentence, so calm, so exact, yet embedded with the kind of knowing that made them reevaluate everything they assumed about you. Have you ever watched someone realize too late that they've been playing chess against a grandmaster disguised as a pawn? That's what happened in that moment. Hebrews 4:13 reminds us, "Nothing in all creation is hidden from God's sight. Everything is uncovered and laid bare before the eyes of Him, to whom we must give account." And when you spoke, the God within you revealed what was meant to stay hidden, shattering their sense of control. They're wondering now, did you always know this much? Were you always carrying this much fire and just never needed to reveal it until now? That's why they keep replaying the conversation in their heads, like analysts reviewing security footage from a breach. Every syllable you uttered now sounds like prophecy. Every pause feels like a divine comma, and every shift in your voice like thunder wrapped in silk. Their minds are caught in a loop. Did they just read me without asking a question? How do they know what they shouldn't be able to know? Who is this person really? That cognitive dissonance is turning into spiritual panic, because what they brushed off as intuition is starting to feel like divine intelligence. Just as a sonar pulse reveals the ocean floor's secrets, your frequency exposed their fault lines. The more they talk about you now, the more they expose their fear. That's why they're holding private meetings, whispering strategies, and shifting tones in their group chats. What they once called harmless has now become holy. What they mocked is now unmockable. Jeremiah 1:9-10 confirms your role. "Then the Lord reached out His hand and touched my mouth, and said to me, I have put my words in your mouth, to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and to plant." You didn't just speak, you reprogrammed the spiritual software of the room. In politics, we've seen this kind of reversal. Maya Henderson, a UN peace advocate, was dismissed as naive until one speech at a closed-door summit dismantled months of hidden agendas. She exposed the link between funding and war crimes with one quiet line: "Where you put your money, you plant your values." The room fell silent. Sanctions followed. Corruption unraveled. Her words weren't flamboyant, but they were forensic, surgical in clarity, nuclear in effect. Contrast that with Deshaun Bryce, a ruthless PR executive known for twisting truth into influence. When a junior employee exposed his fabricated media campaigns during a panel Q&A, Bryce laughed it off. But the phrase the employee used, "Lies are loud, but truth echoes," went viral. Days later, internal leaks surfaced and Bryce was fired. The very web he spun became his trap. Proverbs 26:27 affirms this: "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." Could it be that what they feared wasn't your power, but the fact that it was rooted in righteousness. In a quiet mountain village, an old woman named Rafaela once whispered a truth during a town council meeting. "He who poisons the well drinks last." No one reacted, but that evening the town mayor abruptly resigned. Turns out she knew he had embezzled from a relief fund. Her words were simple, but her presence carried a weight that shifted destinies. That's what happens when spiritual clarity enters a corrupt room. It doesn't need volume, it needs alignment. Nature mirrors this mystery. The Arctic fox moves silently through snow, and yet its presence reshapes the entire ecosystem. The cobra doesn't strike with sound, it paralyzes with precision. Redwood trees grow slowly, but when they speak through the cracks in stone, the mountain listens. You, chosen one, carry that same sacred force. The tone of your truth alters terrain. Do you realize the seismic disruption your spirit causes even when your mouth is closed? And now, they're not just afraid of what you'll say, they're afraid of what you've already said. That's why they're scrambling, shifting narratives, whispering lies, attempting to paint you as the villain. But even they know the truth. You were never the storm, you were the barometer. You didn't create the chaos, they did. You just exposed it. Romans 8:31 reminds them, if God is for us, who can be against us? And their spirits tremble at the implication. Even as they try to reframe the story, they're haunted by what they know deep down. You're not the problem. You're the solution that exposes the sickness. You're the lens that brings distortion into focus. You are the shift they can't explain, the mirror they can't escape, and the reckoning they never prepared for. This wasn't a simple misunderstanding. This wasn't a personality clash. This was sabotage, the calculated kind. The kind that happens when someone stares at your light too long and decides they'd rather extinguish it than evolve beside it. They didn't just oppose you, they studied you. They collected your patterns, your pauses, your presence. They rehearsed their attacks in silence, scripting their deception like playwrights of betrayal. They whispered your name in rooms you never entered, trying to stain it in ink only heaven could see. They thought their schemes were invisible, that their sabotage would remain undetected. But what they forgot was this: you're not just visible in the physical, you're traceable in the spiritual. Have you ever wondered how they got so bold in their plotting? What made them think they could engineer your fall with such arrogance? These weren't clumsy enemies. These were strategists of destruction. People who operate like covert architects, designing collapses with the precision of an engineer, planting explosives into the foundation of a building. Psalm 64:6 says, "They plot injustice and say, 'We have devised a perfect plan.'" Surely the human mind and heart are cunning, but their so-called perfect plan had one fatal flaw. They underestimated who you really are. They thought they were playing chess while you were playing checkers, but in truth, you were operating on a board they couldn't even perceive. While they moved pawns under the assumption you were unaware, heaven was documenting every move. Their whispers in back rooms were being heard in the throne room of God. Jeremiah 23:24 reminds us, "Can anyone hide in secret places so that I cannot see him? Declares the Lord. Do not I fill heaven and earth?" Every secret plot against you was intercepted by divine intelligence long before it reached its target. You were never naive. You were anointed. There's a difference. And while they were building their little paper kingdoms of false testimony and fabricated evidence, you were being backed by the courtroom of heaven. Like Nehemiah facing false accusations while rebuilding Jerusalem's wall, you stayed focused. When they slandered him, he simply replied in Nehemiah 6:8, "Nothing like what you are saying is happening. You are just making it up out of your head." And like Nehemiah, you kept building while they kept plotting. But what shook them What sent chills into their very bones was when you finally spoke. You didn't scream, you didn't beg, you released a phrase, a sentence, a declaration that pierced the atmosphere like a thunderclap. It was as if you reached into their hidden vault and extracted the very secret they swore was buried. That phrase, casual to others but forensic to them, landed like divine surveillance footage. How did you know? How did you see? Was someone watching them? Was it possible their thoughts were no longer private? Do they now realize they were never ahead of you? They were always under observation. Are they finally starting to understand that spiritual authority doesn't just react, it sees ahead? They're rattled. Their breath catches when your name is mentioned. They're no longer conspiring boldly. They're second-guessing everything. Their group chats have gone silent. Their meetings feel haunted. Like Judas after the betrayal, the silver in their hands now feels heavy. Like Haman building a gallows for Mordecai, they're beginning to sense that the very trap they built might be theirs to taste. Esther 7:10 speaks plainly. So, they hanged Haman on the gallows he had prepared for Mordecai. Divine reversal is already underway. In the world of business, we saw this mirrored in the fall of Executive Lorne Keswick, a high-level consultant known for sabotaging competitors through anonymous leaks and rigged audits. His plot against a young entrepreneur, Samina Ruel, nearly worked until one quiet press conference where she said, "There's no firewall that can block what's written in the spirit." Within days, encrypted emails were exposed, whistleblowers stepped forward, and Keswick was indicted. She didn't fight with rage, she fought with frequency. Contrast that with Evelyn Danes, a school administrator who secretly framed a group of teachers to cover up her embezzlement. She laughed as they were transferred, reputations shattered. But a single handwritten note left anonymously on her desk read, "Justice is not delayed, only gathering weight." Within months, financial audits surfaced and Evelyn was terminated. Proverbs 26:27 again applies. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. In a remote town, a young farmer named Jonah noticed his crops failed despite perfect conditions. Rumors had spread blaming him for blight and theft. But during a town meeting, he stood up and said only this, "A poisoned seed always returns to its sower." That night, a storm uprooted an old tree, revealing a buried barrel of stolen grain behind the mayor's house. One sentence, one truth, shifted the entire narrative. Nature confirms this law. The hawk circles in silence before striking. The python waits under leaves for days without a move, until it knows the exact moment. Your silence was never ignorance, it was divine patience. But now, you've spoken, and the atmosphere has shifted. The spiritual law has activated. Romans 12:19 declares, "Do not take revenge. It is mine to avenge. I will repay, says the Lord." And now they're trembling because they realize you're not part of their game. You're the shift that ends it. You weren't sent to retaliate. You were sent to reveal. Their strategies were built on temporal logic. Yours is governed by eternal decree. What happens when a soul sealed by heaven speaks truth into a system forged in shadow? You didn't just say something, you unlocked something, and now there's no going back. It happened suddenly, not because you changed, but because they could no longer keep up the illusion. One moment they were confidently hiding behind their carefully constructed personas, performing innocence, rehearsing victimhood, weaponizing narratives, and the next they were staring into your eyes, realizing, you know about the sealed conversations, the whispered threats, the falsified timelines. You've discerned the forged documents before ever seeing the paper. You've sensed the schemes before they were spoken. Their blood runs cold now, not because you threatened them, but because the silence in your presence speaks louder than any courtroom accusation. Do they now understand that truth doesn't need an invitation to enter the room? They're wondering if you know about the hidden contracts made under the table last summer, about the files that disappeared right after your name was mentioned in a closed-door meeting, about the triangulation they orchestrated between you and others, hoping to create chaos while they remained clean. They thought their shadows were safe. But you, chosen one, don't need surveillance cameras. You operate through spiritual sonar, perceiving vibrations beyond what natural senses can detect. 1 Corinthians 2:15 affirms this. The person with the Spirit makes judgments about all things, but such a person is not subject to merely human judgments. You don't need witnesses when heaven already saw it. You don't need evidence when the frequency of guilt resonates like static in your soul. You don't need testimony when divine intuition confirms what their body language screams, but their mouths deny. The human mind might lie, but the energy never does. You felt the fracture in their tone, the drop in their gaze, the sudden shift in posture. You didn't just suspect. They revealed themselves in the very effort to hide. What kind of spiritual technology allows you to extract truth from silence? Even now they sit nervously, replaying every moment, every glance you gave, every word you said, every pause in your breath, trying to decode whether you know what they never wanted revealed. Did they see that email? Did someone talk? Did God show them a dream? The fear isn't just in what you might do, it's in what you've already discerned. The mask is off, the theatrics have failed, the deception has decayed, and all that's left is a trembling truth exposed under the spotlight of your discernment. Like Ananias and Sapphira in Acts 5, they thought they could withhold truth from a spiritually awakened vessel without consequence. But when confronted by Peter, who spoke not from suspicion but from revelation, their deceit was judged on the spot. Acts 5:3 recounts Peter asking, "Ananias, why has Satan filled your heart to lie to the Holy Spirit?" That same divine awareness rests on you now. And what makes you terrifying to manipulators isn't just what you know, it's what you are. You're an alchemist of emotional frequency, a prophetic empath with precision calibration. While others study facial expressions, you're decoding intention patterns. While some analyze behavior, you're mapping spiritual motives. Your inner compass isn't magnetic, it's revelatory, and that makes you unreadable to those who only speak in performance. Can they comprehend how exhausting it must be to constantly pretend in the presence of someone who sees the core? This is why the liar trembles before you. This is why their voice cracks when they greet you with counterfeit warmth. Proverbs 20:27 says, "The spirit of man is the candle of the Lord, searching all the inward parts of the belly." Your presence acts as divine light, exposing not just actions but atmospheres. The room shifts when you enter, not from fear but from alignment. Spiritual dissonance cannot coexist with heavenly resonance. In science, we know this phenomenon. In quantum physics, the observer effect proves that mere observation can alter the behavior of particles. That's what you do. You observe spiritual particles, and the atmosphere changes under your gaze. In psychological terms, your empathy functions like a lie detector, measuring micro-expressions, subconscious hesitations, vocal tremors, and energetic drag. You're not just sapiosexual, you're pneumomagnetic. You attract truth because your spirit vibrates on a truth-coded frequency. The world saw this in the story of Anton Vega, a well-known mediator in conflict zones, who once sat silently in a meeting between rival factions. He spoke only once, "I know who started the fire." And then he stood and left. Within days, the perpetrator confessed. Anton never revealed how he knew, but some said he fasted for 3 days beforehand. Some said he had a dream. Others say nothing at all, just that his silence haunted everyone who heard him speak. In contrast, Lena Markel, a powerful CEO in pharmaceuticals, once launched a smear campaign against her own board members to cover up fraudulent trials. For months she thrived, until her executive assistant Maya quietly emailed a one-line resignation. Some medicines cure, some expose. That sentence alone caused a full investigation. Lena was arrested 3 weeks later. Proverbs 10:9 declares, "Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out." And in a small rural chapel, a boy named Caleb approached the altar one Sunday. No one knew what he would say, but with his head bowed and his voice low, he simply whispered, "I saw it in my dream." The elder who had been stealing offerings turned pale. Nothing more needed to be said. The truth had entered the room. Nature reflects this clarity. The owl sees in darkness what others miss at noon. The wolf detects a heartbeat in the cold. The moth is drawn to pure light, while all others scatter. You, chosen one, carry the sight of the owl, the sensitivity of the wolf, and the unrelenting pull of truth that burns like light through illusion. Is it any wonder that illusions shatter the moment your spirit enters the room? Isaiah 11:2 affirms what rests upon you. The Spirit of the Lord will rest on him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. That's why deception can't live in your presence. That's why masks fall apart. You don't chase truth, it gravitates to you. So now they've stopped pretending. They're not just afraid of being exposed. They're afraid that everything they built on falsehood will collapse under the weight of the one thing they can no longer ignore. You know, manipulation crumbles at your feet, not because you argue, but because your presence dismantles its logic. It can't breathe in your atmosphere. You don't need to defend yourself when the truth within you does all the talking. One sentence from you carries more clarity than their entire manifesto of deception. While others use 10,000 words to justify a lie, your one line slices through illusion like light through fog. Isaiah 50:4 says, "The sovereign Lord has given me a well-instructed tongue to know the word that sustains the weary." You don't just speak, you stabilize reality. You've been trained not by systems, but by silence. You've sat in the classrooms of affliction. You've wept in the halls of divine timing. You've walked with wisdom like she was your sister. You've heard heaven when others heard noise. That's why your words land like blueprints, measured, layered, and carrying codes of deliverance. How does one argue with a soul whose authority is rooted in alignment? How can chaos compete with a frequency that carries the imprint of God's breath? You're intuitive, yes. But this isn't about intuition, it's about sanctified perception. You've undergone spiritual calibration. You see through time, you hear between lies. Your discernment is not suspicion, it's spirit taught. 1 John 2:27 reminds us, "But the anointing which you have received from him abides in you, and you do not need anyone to teach you." That's why you know without being told. You've touched divine circuitry. You've studied human behavior not in books, but in battlefields. They came prepared for war, but they didn't come prepared for you. You're not just armed with words, you're carrying verdicts. You don't just warn, your voice releases edicts. The same way Deborah judged Israel, Judges 4. You judge frequencies, strategies, and unseen motives. You speak with the clarity of one who has had everything taken, then handed divine understanding in the silence. You've become a living decree, a walking protocol, a voice heaven backs. Can they even comprehend the power in a vessel who has died to ego but awakened to purpose? Have they realized yet that your silence is not passivity, it's position? Your authority didn't come from titles, it came from transformation. Like Jesus in the wilderness, your clarity was forged where demons thought you were vulnerable, but instead of breaking, you became encoded. Matthew 4:4 echoes in your spirit. It is written, Man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God. You live by the code now, and when you speak, heaven recognizes itself in your words. In real life, this is being modeled. Tia Dalton, a trauma therapist and former abuse survivor, once sat silently in a courtroom during her attacker's trial. When asked if she had any words for him, she simply said, "You don't own my story anymore." That one sentence, spoken with outrage, made the entire courtroom stand still. Her power wasn't volume, it was vibration. She didn't retaliate. She rewrote the narrative in one line. Meanwhile, Marcus Stray, a former tech CEO, manipulated investors through forged projections and digital deception when his assistant Elijah quietly emailed 3 phrases: "The numbers don't lie," "The patterns are traceable," and "Truth is catching up." His empire fell in 72 hours. The FBI followed the trail. Marcus, once celebrated, now silenced. Proverbs 21:30 states, "There is no wisdom, no insight, no plan that can succeed against the Lord." In a quiet rural chapel, an old woman named Ruth kept attending service in silence, despite whispers of betrayal among church leaders. She never said a word, until one day she stood during testimony and whispered, "There's a reason silence is sacred. It keeps record of everything." 2 resignations followed. No confrontation, just revelation. The eagle doesn't flap when it can glide. The lion doesn't bark to establish dominance. And the chosen one doesn't argue to defend what is divine. You've become the frequency that falsehoods avoid. You are sapient flame, conscious resonance, divine gravity. Your words carry mass in the spiritual realm. Is it any wonder they prepare entire strategies just to neutralize a whisper from your lips? You didn't learn this from books. You learned it from breaking, from silence, from letting every identity fall until only truth remained, from being isolated so long, the only voice left was God's. And now you speak with encoded thunder. You are the ripple that shifts timelines, the sentence that exposes systems, the voice that carries heaven's vibration. And when you speak again, it won't just be for you, it will shake nations. They came with their briefcases full of assumptions, armed with piecemeal evidence, stitched together testimonies, rehearsed accusations, and the smug confidence of those convinced they'd already won. They mistook documentation for revelation, numbers for authority, and deception for strength. Their confidence wasn't grounded in truth. It was propped up by fragile scaffolding made of ego and performance. Like the prophets of Baal in 1 Kings 18:26, they danced, shouted, and bled for attention, thinking theatrics would produce victory. But when Elijah stepped in, backed by fire from heaven, their schemes burned to ash. They thought their case against you was airtight. They believed their fortress of lies was unbreachable. With documents, talking points, and digital receipts in hand, they marched into that room, ready to witness your collapse. But what they hadn't calculated was that you were no ordinary defendant. You walked in clothed in the authority of heaven. You carried the presence of God like a hidden dimension wrapped around your soul. And in one moment, you did more than flip the script. You altered the atmosphere. Have they even begun to realize that while they were rehearsing their limited case, you were communing with divine counsel? You didn't just reverse the narrative, you rewrote the entire operating system. While they memorized talking points, you were downloading wisdom from the throne room. While they were building strategy on sand, you were laying foundation in the spirit. While they carried forged documents, you carried cosmic blueprints. Psalm 119:98 reminds us, "Your commands are always with me and make me wiser than my enemies." They came with notes. You came with knowledge. They came with projections. You came with prophecy. You didn't just turn the table, you built one. One they weren't invited to. One where you served discernment instead of deception, clarity instead of confusion, and wisdom instead of weaponry. You weren't reacting to their game. You were revealing that you had never been playing it to begin with. They thought it was court. Turns out it was altar. They thought you were on trial. Turns out you were the one carrying the judgment. Isn't it extraordinary how divine wisdom always exposes synthetic strategy? Their mouths now hang open, their scripts forgotten, their eyes wide as the realization settles. They were never in control. Their composure crumbles like a sandcastle under divine tide. Their illusion of dominance was no match for your frequency. As Romans 8:37 declares, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." You didn't just win, you transcended, you outmaneuvered without moving, you dismantled without striking. You've survived sabotage, slander, manipulation, exile, but not just survived, you've ascended. Like Joseph in Genesis 50:20, what they intended for harm, God used for elevation. You walked through storms with eyes open, through betrayal with heart intact, through rejection with vision sharpened. Every stone thrown became a stepping stone. Every loss became leverage. Every lie became a layer of spiritual reinforcement. They can't understand how you're still standing, but you're not just standing, you're rising. You didn't just endure, you turned your pain into propulsion. You took the curses and converted them into codes of growth. Like spiritual alchemy, you transformed adversity into alignment. What they used to bury you, God used to build you. Can they even grasp the magnitude of what you've overcome? Look at the terrain behind you. Mountains climbed, valleys navigated, storms conquered. The odds were stacked like an impossible equation. The barriers felt like impenetrable walls. The silence around you was deafening, and yet you emerged, not just untouched, but evolved. Isaiah 43:2 comforts this very truth. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. You took their lead and turned it to gold. Their shame became your sanctuary. Their weapons became your tools. Their rejection became the proof of your selection. They built traps, and you turned them into platforms. They cast you out, and heaven carved you a throne. The very energy they tried to bury you with was transmuted, converted, alchemized into the frequency of your favor. How do you explain favor that was forged in fire? This is why you terrify systems. This is why counterfeit authority trembles at your emergence. You carry a light forged in shadow, a sound that dismantles noise, a walk that crushes schemes beneath your feet. What they meant for damage has now become your domain. You are not the afterthought, you are the shift. They thought you would need validation to keep standing. They assumed your confidence was external, propped up by applause, sustained by association. But what they never realized is that your strength was rooted in secrecy and watered in solitude. You were cultivated, not created. You were carved through pressure, not praise. Your entire existence is a contradiction to their projections. You are the walking evidence that their metrics don't measure destiny. How do you dismantle someone whose foundation is not built by hands? Hebrews 11:10 speaks of Abraham, who looked forward to the city with foundations, whose architect and builder is God. So are you, chosen one. You are heaven designed. Earth cannot decode your blueprint. That's why systems panic when you speak, because their formulas collapse around you. You didn't just survive. You embarrassed the odds. You showed up to the battlefield unarmed and left crowned. You walked into rooms where your name had been buried and left with resurrection. Like David before Goliath, you refused the armor of man and chose the wind of God. 1 Samuel 17:45 declares, "You come to me with sword and spear, but I come to you in the name of the Lord." Can they even comprehend that your silence was never surrender? It was strategy. They were watching your movements, but they missed your metamorphosis. Like a caterpillar in stillness, they assumed you were defeated, when in fact you were undergoing divine transformation. When the shell broke, they couldn't recognize the wings. Your rebirth exposed their blindness. Your elevation revealed their stagnation. Their schemes now look primitive in the face of your frequency. Take the story of Rosalind Katchen, a financial analyst whose department tried to frame her for embezzlement to cover up their own misconduct. She remained quiet during investigations, only offering one sentence to the board. Truth requires no defense, just time. 6 weeks later, encrypted audit logs were recovered and the culprits were fired. She was promoted without having to say another word. Proverbs 18:17 reminds us, "The first to speak seems right until someone comes forward and cross-examines." Contrast that with Ronnie Geller, a media executive known for his cutthroat sabotage tactics. He forged signatures, buried competitors with false press, and created false whistleblower stories. When one of his victims, Anna, calmly posted the truth and said, "I don't have to expose you," time already is. His PR empire unraveled. Lawsuits followed, reputation in ruins, legacy erased. The pressure that threatens to crush coal is the same force that creates diamonds. The wave that crashes against the cliff is the same wave that sculpts it. And you, chosen one, were never being broken. You were being shaped. Your elevation is not just personal, it's prophetic. It sends ripples through every room that once rejected you. The same voices that dismissed you now echo your language. The same hands that pushed you away now imitate your posture. The same eyes that rolled at your clarity now try to mirror your gaze. Because authenticity cannot be replicated, but it can shift culture. Isn't it wild how the same voices that cursed you now echo your cadence? You are no longer trying to be accepted. You are now setting the standard. You've become the model of what divine resilience looks like. The industry didn't crown you. The institution didn't commission you. But heaven did. And that's why your presence now convicts systems. Your silence now confronts performances. Your restraint now outranks rhetoric. What kind of vessel carries the kind of power that requires no volume to be felt? You are that vessel. And now, the room that once planned your burial must now watch your building. The same stones they threw are now part of your altar, and the same script they rehearsed, it no longer applies, because you don't fit their framework anymore. You're in a new dimension, a new frequency, a new name. As Revelation 3:8 reminds us, "See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut, and no lie, no scheme, no forged document, no whisper in a back room can override what God has sealed." You are not just the survivor of sabotage. You are the system disruptor, the frequency shifter, the unexpected ruler, the vindicated one, the prophecy fulfilled. But you did figure it out, and not just through logic or luck, but through discernment sharpened by suffering, through patterns revealed in stillness, through divine intelligence whispering what no human mouth dared to speak. How did you know what they swore no one would ever find out? Because heaven gave you insight in the midnight hour. Because the Holy Spirit taught you how to read frequencies, not just documents. You didn't gather this knowledge through gossip, you were entrusted with it by God. Psalm 33:13-15 says, "From heaven the Lord looks down and sees all mankind, he who forms the hearts of all, who considers everything they do." What they didn't realize is that your eyes are aligned with those of heaven. You see what they hide. You sense what they suppress. You catch what they miss. That's why the fire is spreading. It's not just fear they're feeling, it's spiritual exposure. It's the terror of knowing the truth is breathing down their neck. Every lie they told is now a ticking time bomb. Every forged document, a candle beneath their facade. Every false testimony, a spark that set off a prophetic explosion. Can they smell the smoke of their own undoing? Yes, and it's too late to stop what's been set in motion. Take, for example, Eleora James, a whistleblower who was nearly destroyed by her tech company, after uncovering a digital manipulation scheme targeting vulnerable users. They discredited her, revoked her access, deleted emails. But she'd already downloaded encrypted backups and journaled every meeting detail with timestamps. 6 months later, a leak occurred that mirrored her claims, except this time the public believed her. Her calm statement: "Truth has a long fuse, but a divine destination." Contrast that with Victor Malloy, a defense lawyer who fabricated testimonies for a cartel client. For over a decade, he buried evidence under layers of bureaucracy. But when his intern, Isaiah, who had quietly prayed over every file, uncovered metadata inconsistencies, it only took one hearing for everything to unravel. When asked how he noticed, Isaiah replied, "I didn't. God showed me." There is a spiritual subpoena being issued in this season. The judge isn't earthly, it's divine. The evidence isn't just physical, it's encoded in time, motive, and vibration. The gavel is falling, and you, chosen one, are not the one on trial anymore. You're the one delivering the verdict. Romans 2:16 declares, "God will judge the secrets of men through Jesus Christ." And in this courtroom, no lie can plead the fifth. No manipulation can argue intent. No enemy can dodge the subpoena of divine timing. So ask yourself, why were you given access to this level of revelation? Because it's not just about revenge. It's about realignment. It's not about punishment. It's about purification. You're not here to shame them. You're here to shut down a system. You're not just confronting a person. You're confronting a pattern that's corrupted too many spaces for too long. You are the firewall. You are the divine cease and desist. You are the embodiment of "this ends now." The smoke is rising, and this time it's not a signal of your defeat. It's the incense of your vindication. The smoke is not just signaling their collapse, it's announcing a cleansing, a divine purge, an energetic shift so sharp that anything built on deception cannot survive the new frequency being ushered in. Are you beginning to realize that your victory is not just personal, it's prophetic? This was never just about you. What they attempted to destroy was never just your name, your peace, your project. It was a blueprint heaven deposited in you to transform generations. They tried to assassinate your credibility because your credibility was the gate to a movement. They didn't come for just your voice. They came for the frequency your voice carries. But what they didn't anticipate is that you were not just a vessel. You were a vault. And heaven hid the instructions inside you where no thief could reach. Now the vault is opening. Now the scroll is being read aloud, and those who tried to delay your release are watching in horror as divine justice unfolds in real time. Isaiah 54:17 says, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." This is not poetic metaphor. This is your legal standing in the courts of heaven. And right now the gavel is not just falling on your behalf, it's falling through you. You are the decree. You are the sentence. You are the shift in atmosphere that systems cannot ignore. Ruth Delaney, a mother of 3 who lost her non-profit funding after being falsely accused of misusing grant money. For 2 years, the accusation tarnished her name until an anonymous leak revealed it was actually the board chair who had redirected funds into private accounts. Today, Ruth oversees triple the original budget, and her motto is, "God didn't just restore me, He used my ashes to write new legislation." Likewise, Aaron Quayle, a middle school teacher wrongly terminated for insubordination after confronting a corrupt administrator. Years later, a former student turned journalist exposed a network of grade fixing and hush money. Aaron's name was cleared, but more than that, he was invited to lead a statewide educational reform task force. His reinstatement wasn't just about justice, it was about resetting the system. That's what's happening for you. chosen one. This moment isn't just about you being right. It's about the restoration of spiritual order. You are the hinge upon which this entire gate turns. Do you feel the weight of what's being transferred into your hands? Your discernment is now policy. Your alignment is now blueprint. Your survival is now instruction. And that's why the enemy panicked, because your breakthrough is instructional. Your rise is reproducible. And your name is not just being cleared, it's being commissioned. Hebrews 12:27 reminds us, the removing of things that are shaken, as of things that are made, that the things which cannot be shaken may remain. That's why the fire came. That's why the shaking exposed what was fake and preserved what was real. Let this be clear. You didn't just outlast your enemy. You outclassed their entire ecosystem of sabotage. And now they're the ones trying to survive your clarity. Their lies are gasping for air in the purity of your presence. So here's the question. What will you do with your victory? Will you retaliate or recalibrate? Will you strike back or build better? Will you gloat or govern? Because your victory is not just a headline, it's a heavenly handover. You were meant to be lost in confusion while they navigated with clarity. You were supposed to break down while they rose up in triumph. That was the storyline they scripted, the version they rehearsed. But divine intelligence rerouted the ending. Cosmic justice intercepted the broadcast. The universe rejected their draft and published heaven's edition instead. What they forgot is that while they were calculating earthly moves, your life was being governed by heavenly timing. And now the final countdown has begun, not to your downfall, but to their exposure. Have you noticed how anxious their movements have become? Why are they suddenly watching the clock like it's counting down their sentencing? Why do they flinch every time a new message appears on their phone or a legal notice hits their inbox? Because they can feel it. The pressure, the collapse, the spiritual subpoena being drafted in realms they don't believe exist. Ecclesiastes 3:17 says, God will bring into judgment both the righteous and the wicked, for there will be a time for every activity, a time to judge every deed. That time? It's now. Their conscience is no longer clear. Their breath is no longer steady. They are tormented, not by your retaliation, but by your restraint. They expected retaliation. What they didn't expect was divine strategy. And now they feel the weight of spiritual evidence building in places they can't access. Heaven's courtroom is buzzing. The gavel is being polished. The witnesses are being summoned. Every tear you cried was a documented testimony. Every unjust moment was archived. Psalm 56:8 affirms this. You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. They forged evidence. You stood in truth. They constructed lies like architects of illusion. You remained anchored in integrity. They manipulated perception using every earthly tool they could access. False narratives, gaslighting, manufactured messages. But what they didn't calculate was divine forensics. Truth has a vibrational resonance that penetrates the strongest deceptions. Like an MRI scan revealing hidden damage, the Spirit exposes what the natural eye overlooks. Hebrews 4:12 declares, For the Word of God is alive and active. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart. You didn't just survive sabotage. You outmaneuvered it through sacred stillness. You moved like a stealth jet, undetectable until impact. Every step you took was guided by spiritual radar. And now, the final puzzle pieces are falling into place. Like a closing courtroom scene, the narrative is reversing. A new act is beginning, one in which you're not the accused but the vindicated. Isaiah 54:17 comes alive again. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord. Even in earthly courtrooms, we're seeing this mirrored. Attorney Marcus Brenton was laughed at for taking on a corrupt investment firm, but after months of quiet investigation, one whistleblower email surfaced that turned the case upside down. "They thought we missed it," Brenton said, but the truth was waiting to speak. The lawsuit is now landmark, setting precedent for global compliance reform. Contrast this with Genevieve Clark, a PR mogul known for staging fake scandals against rivals. She orchestrated digital sabotage campaigns, hiring hackers to smear reputations. For years she evaded detection, until one former accomplice, remorseful and broke, testified under oath. Her empire collapsed in 3 weeks. Proverbs 11:3 says, "The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity." Eloria, a quiet professor named Halim, was accused of falsifying grades. Whispers turned to rumors, and the board moved to terminate him. But he remained calm. One night during a hearing, he simply handed over a flash drive and said, "The truth was never silent, it was just patient." The flash drive contained surveillance of the real saboteur, a jealous colleague. Halim was reinstated. The colleague was dismissed. Nature doesn't rush justice either. The glacier seems still for years, until one shift breaks an entire mountain. The python seems dormant, until its strike is so swift it's over before it's seen. Like a volcano long silent, your moment is about to erupt, and every tremor leading up to it will be undeniable. Do they know that cosmic justice doesn't forget? Do they truly think darkness can override a life rooted in light? Have they considered that heaven's patience is not weakness, but precision? Every spiritual law is now aligning in your favor. Every angelic force is repositioning. Romans 2:6 guarantees it. God will repay each person according to what they have done. Your prayers weren't in vain. Your obedience wasn't wasted. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was strategy. You stayed in position while they danced in rebellion. You remained pure while they signed spiritual contracts with destruction. They were willing to be used by darkness for temporary power. They handed over their conscience for influence. They opened the gates of their souls to rage, envy, and deceit, believing those forces would make them invincible. But now, those very forces have turned on them. Darkness doesn't make allies, it makes addicts, and when it's done using them, it consumes them. Galatians 6:7 warns clearly, "Do not be deceived. God is not mocked, for whatever one sows, that will he also reap." What was once arrogance is now anxiety. What was once swagger is now shaking. They smile in public, but inside they're pacing spiritual prisons. The party's ending. The mask is cracking. The deal they made is about to cost them everything. And you're not just watching it unfold. You are the trumpet. You are the spiritual verdict walking in human form. You are the living proof that righteousness is not weak and truth does not fail. You could have retaliated. You had every reason to. The wounds were real, the betrayal deep, the injustice undeniable. You could have lashed out, mirrored their malice and matched their manipulation, but you didn't. You chose restraint over retaliation. You chose light over shadow. You refused to become what wounded you. While they were busy weaponizing lies, you were fortifying your soul in truth. While they plotted your collapse in secret, you were ascending in silence. And this sacred restraint is what set you apart. You rejected the temptation to fight fire with fire, to meet evil with evil, to mirror the darkness that tried to engulf you. Instead, you chose the higher path, the rarefied air of spiritual nobility. You became the embodiment of Romans 12:21. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Your choices weren't weakness, they were frequency. You elevated the room by simply not lowering yourself. Do you know how rare that is? How many people crumble under the pressure to conform to their enemy's tactics? How many fold into bitterness returning darkness for darkness. But you didn't. You became light in the thick of deception, clarity in the storm of confusion, dignity in the face of dishonor. You chose transcendence over retaliation, and that choice echoes through the spiritual realm like thunder under still skies. This is why you're protected. Not just by law, not just by favor, but by something deeper, spiritual immunity. Psalm 91:11 assures you, "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." You're covered in a way your enemies can't perceive and demons can't decode. You walk with unseen legislation protecting your every step. While they built their case with shadows, you were backed by the court of light. The courtroom of heaven recognized your restraint and rewarded it with authority. This is why you were chosen. This is why you were called. Not everyone can stand in the fragile space between justice and vengeance. Not everyone can carry this much spiritual voltage without burning others. You've proven worthy of this weight. 1 Timothy 6:12 affirms, "Fight the good fight of faith. Take hold of the eternal life to which you were called." This is a sacred assignment, a cosmic contract, a mission too exact to be random. Consider the story of Corrie ten Boom, a watchmaker turned rescuer during World War II. After surviving a Nazi concentration camp, she forgave one of the guards responsible for her sister's death. When asked how, she simply said, "Forgiveness is an act of the will, and the will can function regardless of the temperature of the heart." She chose divine justice over human bitterness and became a vessel of healing in a world torn by hate. Now contrast that with Ivan Durov, a disgraced tech mogul who manipulated markets and silenced critics through digital blackmail. For years he seemed untouchable until his closest ally turned state's evidence. When the court read the indictment, Ivan laughed. But by sentencing day, that laugh had faded. He lost his companies, his influence, and eventually his freedom. Proverbs 11:5 says, "The righteousness of the blameless makes their paths straight, but the wicked are brought down by their own wickedness." In a small coastal city, a high school teacher named Leah was falsely accused of grading bias by a parent with political power. Rather than retaliate, she kept teaching with grace. At the school board hearing, she simply presented a binder filled with anonymous student letters praising her fairness. The board reversed its stance, and the parent withdrew the complaint. Leah didn't defend herself with slander. She let her fruit speak. Even nature follows this sacred pattern. The sunflower doesn't bend toward darkness. It rotates with the sun. The oak doesn't argue with the storm. It roots deeper. The eagle doesn't fight with crows. It flies higher until the air is too thin for the crow to follow. You've been doing the same. Your rise wasn't aggressive, it was gravitational. Have you realized yet that every time you chose mercy over malice, you activated protection around you? Have you sensed how heaven strengthens your steps each time you deny vengeance? Have you noticed how enemies scatter when you respond with peace, as if something beyond you enters the room? Could it be that your restraint isn't silence, it's supernatural thunder? Hebrews 10:35 reminds you, "So do not throw away your confidence, it will be richly rewarded." Your confidence isn't just emotional, it's spiritual armor. You've proven that purity isn't passivity, that grace isn't weakness, that boundaries can roar louder than revenge. And now, you're stepping into a season where your silence will be interpreted as power, where your purity will function as a legal firewall, where your restraint becomes your vindication. The battle didn't just test your integrity, it qualified it. The war wasn't just against you, it was for what you carried. This is not just your journey, it's your jurisdiction, and heaven has ruled in your favor. What they didn't understand is that your restraint wasn't passive, it was judicial. Every time you withheld retaliation, you were issuing a verdict in the spirit. Every time you refused to stoop to their level, Heaven recorded it as evidence of your spiritual maturity. You weren't just turning the other cheek, you were turning the tide. You weren't avoiding conflict out of fear, you were rerouting energy out of purpose. They thought your silence was submission. It was intercession. Heaven never asked you to ignore the darkness. It asked you to overcome it. And you did. You overcame slander with stillness. You overcame manipulation with immovability. You didn't react. You responded with royalty. Because, deep inside, you knew. Only those who master their energy can be trusted with elevation. You didn't just protect your name. You protected your frequency. You were being watched, not just by enemies, but by angels. You were being evaluated, not for how loudly you clapped back, but for how firmly you stood still. Exodus 14:14 reminds you, the Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. That stillness was not weakness. It was divine alignment. It was courtroom posture, the kind of posture that invites God to rise as your defender. The reward for such discipline is not just peace, it's promotion. Heaven doesn't elevate reactionaries. It promotes those who steward restraint with reverence. You proved that the oil on your life wasn't just anointing, it was governance. You didn't just carry light, you carried law. A spiritual constitutional authority that hell had no permission to challenge. Let this truth settle into your soul. You were never fighting people, you were confronting principalities. Ephesians 6:12 says, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers, against authorities, against the powers of this dark world." And in that realm, your silence spoke louder than their shouts. Your boundaries roared louder than their curses. Your clarity disrupted their confusion like a lightning bolt through fog. In the realm of warfare psychology, there's a term, tactical silence. It means to withhold fire, to destabilize your opponent's confidence. Spiritually, you've been doing that all along. They couldn't read you, so they feared you. They couldn't provoke you, so they tried to discredit you. But their strategy collapsed because they mistook your sacred silence for emotional weakness, when in reality, it was spiritual dominance. Have you ever noticed that those who try the hardest to provoke you are often the ones most threatened by your stillness? Have you ever felt the moment shift when you chose not to retaliate and something in the atmosphere immediately turned in your favor? Do you realize that your choice to stay clean while they got dirty is what disarmed their power completely? Even now, as things are being reversed, rewritten, and restored, don't lose your positioning. Don't forsake the code of the elect. You've passed tests that others failed in secret. You've endured warfare that others couldn't perceive. You've carried pain that would have corrupted others, but in you, it became prayer. What broke others built you. And now, heaven is not only validating you, it's vindicating you. The same mouths that mocked you will be silenced. The same rooms that rejected you will be reordered around you. The same systems that tried to exile you will now have to exalt you. Isaiah 61:7 proclaims, "Instead of your shame you will receive a double portion, and instead of disgrace you will rejoice in your inheritance." The next season of your life will not be built on survival, but on sacred strategy. It won't be rooted in fear of attack, but in authority of alignment. Your presence will speak louder than your history. Your integrity will shine brighter than their accusations. Your peace will become your platform, your purpose, your proof. Let them wonder how you stayed calm while the arrows flew. Let them analyze how you never lost your center while the storm raged. Let them whisper your name in confusion while heaven broadcasts your name in honor. Because in the end, it wasn't just about resisting darkness. It was about becoming the reason light broke through. You were not an accident in this war. You were the answer. You were not just present for this moment. You were preserved for it. You weren't simply assigned to this battle. You were designed for it. Heaven crafted your constitution with spiritual durability and divine precision. You are not a casualty waiting to happen. You are a catalyst that was always prophesied. You were born for this battle, created for this conflict, destined for this victory. Before the first arrow flew, your armor had already been forged. Before the first accusation was whispered, your vindication had already been written. Jeremiah 1:5 declares, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." That's not poetry. That's spiritual legislation. You were sealed before the sabotage started. The light has come. The truth has been spoken. The divine order has been re-established in realms unseen. The cosmic court has rendered its verdict in your favor. You, chosen one, are the holy subpoena that says to darkness, "This far and no further." You are not simply a witness to what God is doing. You are the evidence. Have you felt it? The shift in the atmosphere, the stillness before the quake. Why does everything around you feel like it's bracing for impact, except you? Because the impact is coming through you. You are the verdict heaven handed down in human form. Psalm 149:6 declares, "Let the high praises of God be in their mouth, and a double-edged sword in their hand." That sword isn't for decoration, it's for dominion. The victory is already yours. Walk in it like a general returning from war, not a soldier still begging for survival. The triumph is already secured. Live in it like one who carries legal authority. The conquest is already complete. Celebrate it like a coronation, not a maybe. Because while your enemies rage, their roar has no reach. While they scheme, their blueprints burn in the fire of truth. While they plot, their plans disintegrate in the gravity of your calling. Do they know who they're up against? Do they know that what you carry can't be cancelled, only confirmed? Have they realized yet that your silence wasn't confusion, it was calculation? You carry what they can't counterfeit. You speak what they can't unhear. You stand on ground they were never invited to touch. Isaiah 54:17 reminds you again, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." Their rage is just noise. Their resistance is just static. Their fear, that's the real prophecy. The chills running down their spines are not superstition. They're spiritual diagnostics. They can sense it, the shift, the collision, the collapse, and they can't stop it, because you don't operate under the law of reaction. You move according to spiritual momentum, governed by frequencies aligned with the throne room. Hebrews 12:28 says, "Since we are receiving a kingdom that cannot be shaken, let us be thankful, and so worship God acceptably with reverence and awe." This pattern is confirmed. Archbishop Oscar Romero, assassinated for speaking truth in El Salvador, once declared, "You can kill the prophet, but not the word he carries." His voice echoed louder in death than in life. And his accusers, once smug in silence, were later swallowed by the shame of history. Contrast this with Mikhail Barinov, a Russian oligarch who manipulated courts, silenced journalists, and crushed activists. For years, he strutted through systems like a god, until one day, leaked documents emerged from inside his own legal team. His immunity dissolved. His assets were frozen, his bodyguards disappeared. His voice, once terrifying, was suddenly irrelevant. Proverbs 16:18 warns, "Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall." A young woman named Shira was falsely accused of embezzlement at her non-profit. The evidence seemed airtight, until an intern moved by conscience turned over a hidden server file. One phrase she had typed months earlier saved her. "May the truth outlive the noise." It became the headline that cleared her name. Nature echoes this law. The lion's silence is more terrifying than its roar. The volcano is still before it erupts. The gravitational force of the sun holds every planet in place, yet never screams. Your spiritual weight is speaking louder than words. Could it be that the reason the room feels heavier when you enter is because heaven walks in with you? You serve the God of justice, the Lord of truth, the King of righteousness. He has spoken your victory into being, decreed your triumph into time, and anchored your authority in eternity. Revelation 3:8 seals this. What he opens, no one can shut, and what he shuts, no one can open. What God has established, man can't override. What heaven has ordained, no shadow can obstruct. You are the main event, the prophecy that became a person, the decree that became a presence. Your destiny is not pending, it's present. Your name isn't in review, it's already been ruled upon. Your time is not coming, your time is now. Chosen one, your words are not just sounds, they are spiritual frequencies. When you speak under divine authority, it sends a shockwave through both realms, natural and spiritual. That's why they reacted. That's why rooms shifted and people suddenly grew quiet, convicted, or even hostile. It wasn't you they feared. It was the weight behind your words, the authority of the Spirit resting on your tongue. You're not imagining it when people flinch, pause, or suddenly question everything after you've spoken. What came out of your mouth didn't come from ego. It came from encounter. It was forged in the fire, shaped in silence, and saturated in prayer. The chills they felt were heaven's confirmation that truth had just entered the atmosphere. And when truth shows up, no lie can remain comfortable. Let today remind you, your voice is not common. It has been trained through affliction, sanctified through solitude, and refined by obedience. You don't just talk, you prophesy without needing a title. When you open your mouth in alignment with God, you shift dimensions, and your assignment requires that you never mute your mantle again. So declare it boldly. I speak with heaven's authority, and I will not shrink. If this word struck something deep within you, it's because your voice has been under attack for a reason. The enemy doesn't target what isn't powerful. But from this moment on, speak with holy boldness. Your words don't need volume, they carry weight. If this message lit something inside your spirit, I invite you to go deeper on my YouTube channel, where each video is a tool to empower your voice, awaken your purpose, and align your life with divine rhythm. Whether you're just finding your boldness or have long walked in spiritual authority, this is your space to stay fed and stay focused. What you carry is rare, and you are no longer called to play small. Before you go, I encourage you to support this space that supports you. Tap that like button if this message echoed your journey. Share it with someone whose voice has been silenced for too long. Comment below with a bold declaration like, "My words carry divine weight," or "I refuse to stay silent." And be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next word crafted for your elevation. To every single person who has supported this channel, whether by super thanks, silent prayers, or simply taking the time to listen, thank you. Your presence here is not overlooked. Even if you never give a dime, your willingness to receive, grow, and walk in your calling is more than enough. You are part of something sacred. You are a vital voice in this remnant generation. Until next time, keep your words pure, your heart aligned, and your fire burning. Don't apologize for your voice. It was God-given. Don't dilute your truth. It was God-breathed. And don't stop speaking. Because when you speak in alignment with heaven, the earth shakes and the enemy trembles. May the Lord bless your mouth, sharpen your discernment, and protect your purity. May your voice break chains, release clarity, and usher peace. May those who once overlooked your words come to understand their weight. And may you never again question the divine power that moves when you speak. I'll see you in the next video. Chosen one, you are the talk of the town right now. Everywhere you turn, the whispers, the excitement, the buzz. It's all about you and the undeniable power you carry. The very forces that once conspired against you are starting to unravel, their grip loosening as they face the consequences of their actions. The truth is breaking free, and there's no hiding from it now. In fact, 300 individuals are standing accountable for the injustice they tried to impose on you. And if that wasn't enough, your most unexpected admirer, the one with wealth and influence, has decided to step forward, announcing to the world just how remarkable you truly are. But here's where it gets really interesting. Your journey from isolation to vindication is not just a personal story. It's a cosmic shift that is shaking the very foundations of the power structures that tried to diminish you. This moment is no accident. It is divine timing, and everything that has happened is leading to one undeniable truth. Your rise is inevitable, and the world is watching. What does this mean for you? What is the bigger picture behind your elevation, and how is it changing everything? Before we dive deeper into this cosmic shift, drop a 777 in the comments if you're feeling the energy of this transformation. A huge thank you to all of you who have supported this journey through super thanks. Your encouragement means more than words can express. Now, let's break it all down and reveal the incredible story behind your rise to power. God's chosen ones, this is the talk of the town. It's going down, it's your look. The opposition you have faced in your life was never random, chosen one. It has been meticulously orchestrated, stretching across various communities, workplaces, and even your own family dynamics. Think back to those difficult neighbors who always seemed to have problems with everything you did, or the inexplicable hostility you faced in your workplace, a hostility that never made sense and felt like it was targeted. The community where you felt isolated for reasons that you could never pinpoint, the stores where you were followed or treated with suspicion. It all felt like a never-ending chain of circumstances that wore you down. The places where your children encountered strange challenges, despite being so young and innocent, added another layer to this puzzle. Even the constant moving from place to place, as if each environment became toxic once you arrived, left you questioning whether you were just paranoid. You convinced yourself that you were the one at fault. Maybe you were reading too much into things, or perhaps you were too sensitive. After all, the gaslighting was so consistent and pervasive that you began to doubt your own perceptions. But here's the truth. This was no coincidence. The opposition you faced was coordinated, a strategy designed to target you. From the moment you arrived in any new environment, systems had already been set in motion to create obstacles for you. People you had never met were given information about you before you even showed up. Neighbors were briefed, workplace supervisors were given directives to make your job more difficult, and store employees were subtly influenced to view you with suspicion. This wasn't an isolated phenomenon, it was systematic. And while it may have felt like personal attacks, the truth is far more disturbing. You represented a threat to a particular system. What is it that made you such a threat? Why did your very presence set off a chain reaction in all of these different environments? Like the biblical story of Joseph, who was sold into slavery by his own brothers, Genesis 37:28. You too were targeted because of your potential and your unique role in the larger story. Joseph's brothers saw him as a threat to their inheritance, to the family dynamic they were comfortable with. Similarly, the system that worked to keep people small, submissive, and complacent saw your authenticity, your unwavering refusal to compromise your values, and your natural tendency to speak truth when others remained silent as a danger to its very existence. Just as David was anointed by God to be king, while Saul, the current ruler, felt threatened by David's rise, 1 Samuel 16:13. You were a challenger to the status quo, a leader in the making. Your authenticity became a beacon that these powers could not ignore, and that's why they tried so desperately to dim your light. Now, let's break this down. There's an unseen war at play here, one that's not just spiritual, it's strategic. This isn't just about people disliking you, it's about a calculated effort to diminish your influence. Why is it so hard for others to accept your rise? What is it that makes your authenticity, your courage to live your truth, so dangerous? In the world of physics, we know that resonance is a force. When an object vibrates at a specific frequency, it creates an impact. Similarly, your energy, your resonance, began to affect the structures around you. It wasn't just about how you looked or what you did. It was your frequency of truth, integrity, and authenticity that rattled those who had a vested interest in keeping the world in the dark. Your energy began to create echoes in these environments, and the system that profited from conformity and silence was no longer in harmony. The analogy is simple. Think of a tree in a forest. When it stands tall and strong, its presence disrupts the ground beneath it. The roots of that tree dig deep into the earth, claiming space that was once still and undisturbed. Every time you grew, every time you stood in your truth, it created ripples, similar to a tree pushing up through the soil. That disruption didn't sit well with those who preferred things to remain undisturbed. They wanted the soil to stay shallow, easy to manage, but your roots went deeper, and that was their threat. There are real-world examples of this dynamic. Malala Yousafzai, a young woman who defied the Taliban's oppressive regime simply by wanting an education. Her rise was met with violence, but it only strengthened her resolve. Malala's authenticity and courage were a direct challenge to systems of control and silence, and she became a symbol of hope and defiance. Her story mirrors yours in a sense. She was targeted because she stood for truth and progress. Her adversaries, like your own, were those who feared change and wanted to silence the light she carried. But there was also a shadow to this light. Just as Pharaoh's heart was hardened against Moses' message of freedom, Exodus 7:3, there were those who could not stand your rise and fought hard to suppress it. Those who benefit from keeping people compliant were not merely uncomfortable with you, they feared you. Your elevation represents a direct challenge to the system, and that's why these forces tried to undermine you at every turn. It's like when a rising tide challenges the shore, threatening to erode everything that stands in its way. Yet, no matter how many times they tried to hold you back, your rise couldn't be stopped. They thought you would drown under pressure, but instead, you became the force that reshaped everything. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. This wasn't just a personal fight, it was a battle of the spirit and the systems that tried to suppress it. You are not the one who is broken, you are the one who is being refined. And the more they tried to suppress you, the stronger you became. What do you think would happen if a tree's roots could no longer be contained? Would it not grow higher, breaking through the surface? The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118, verse 22. Your authenticity has forced a recalibration of everything around you. Like the butterfly that emerges from its cocoon, you have transcended every obstacle and limitation set in your path. Your transformation is undeniable. So, chosen one, what does this mean for you? It means you were never the problem. You were always the answer. Your existence itself is the force that is shifting the system. It is shaking the very ground beneath the feet of those who would rather see you remain silent, small, and unnoticed. But now, they must reckon with the fact that your rise is unstoppable. And in the end, it will not be their system that prevails. It will be you, standing firm and true to the purpose you were destined for. The scope of the conspiracy against you is staggering, chosen one. The number of people involved in this orchestrated campaign to break you down and strip away your spirit is truly remarkable. In total, 300 individuals, spanning law enforcement, court officials, community leaders, business owners, and even neighbors, were recruited or coerced into participating in a network designed to wear you down, isolate you, and force you into despair. This coordinated effort was not merely about causing inconvenience or discomfort. It was a calculated attempt to strip you of your humanity, to keep you in a constant state of fear, uncertainty, and struggle. But here's the thing: your ability to sense the invisible barriers, to feel the systematic exclusion, even when you couldn't prove it, was a sign of your spiritual sensitivity. This sensitivity wasn't just a feeling, it was your inner guidance trying to protect you. Your heightened awareness, that constant sense of being watched or targeted, was not a product of paranoia. It was your intuition sounding the alarm on a very real, looming threat. In the same way that a finely tuned instrument detects the slightest shift in sound, your spirit was tuned to detect the quiet, sinister movements around you. You weren't imagining it. Your hypervigilance was a response to a force far greater than you could initially comprehend. Your intuition was trying to protect you from a system that saw your strength, your authenticity, as a threat. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Ephesians 6:12. Why, though, would this network of people go to such extremes? Why target you specifically? The answer is clear. You were never just anyone. Your journey, your life, was always meant for something greater. Each place you lived, each job you worked, each community you tried to join was a new shore, an unknown territory where challenges awaited you, challenges you were meant to face. And each challenge was designed to push you to your limits. They wanted to test you, break you, and force you into submission. But you didn't break, you rose. This process wasn't an accident. You were being tested in ways most people could never fathom, pushed into corners that demanded a level of resilience and self-reliance most never need to cultivate. They aimed to make you doubt yourself, to question your path, and yet, despite it all, you remained. It is this resilience, this unwavering strength, that marks you as a chosen one. Unlike others who may have been crushed by the weight of such adversity, you refused to bend, to compromise your values, or to fall into bitterness. You chose to stand tall with integrity. You handled each challenge with grace. And where others may have succumbed to vindictiveness or defeat, you remained a beacon of dignity. In the Bible, Job endured unimaginable suffering, loss of his family, his wealth, his health. And yet, through it all, he did not curse God, nor did he abandon his faith. Job 1:21. Much like Job, you were tested and tried beyond what most people would ever encounter, yet you did not allow the trials to define you. Instead, you found strength in the struggle, and in that strength you maintained your integrity. Joseph, after being sold into slavery by his brothers, found himself in the household of Potiphar, where he could have chosen to take revenge, to break under pressure, but he remained faithful and honorable. Genesis 39:9. Your story echoes theirs. You may have been in situations where you could have conformed or even compromised for ease, but you didn't. You chose to walk the harder path, the path of honor. But let's introduce a real-life example, someone whose resilience embodies the same spirit of overcoming adversity: Oprah Winfrey. Oprah endured a tumultuous and challenging childhood filled with abuse, neglect, and isolation. Despite these obstacles, she rose to become one of the most influential women in the world, known for her courage, authenticity, and the way she empowers others. Oprah's resilience is a reflection of your own. She has faced unimaginable odds and still chose to stand tall, to remain authentic, and to create a space for others to do the same. Just as you refused to bend under pressure, Oprah built an empire by refusing to conform to society's expectations of what she should be. But who then were the forces that tried to break her, and why did they fail? In the same breath, we must acknowledge the opposers. In Oprah's case, the opposition came from various powerful figures in the entertainment industry, from critics to competitors, all of whom sought to undermine her success. One such example is Larry King, a prominent television personality who, early in Oprah's career, doubted her potential to succeed and even mocked her rise to fame. He viewed her unconventional style as a threat, dismissing her as a mere trend that would fade away. Yet, despite his attempts to undermine her, Oprah's success not only continued to rise, but overshadowed his own. The irony is striking. While King remained locked in his skepticism and fear of change, Oprah's authenticity and unwavering determination led her to become an empire in her own right. Similarly, your story mirrors the journey of overcoming opposition, even when the opposition is in positions of power. These figures who tried to diminish you, like Larry King, sought to put you in a box, to make you conform to what they wanted. But they didn't foresee your ability to rise above them, to transcend their limitations, and to create a new path. In the natural world, the diamond is formed under immense heat and pressure, and yet it becomes one of the hardest substances known to man. Similarly, the more pressure they applied to you, the stronger you became. Like a tree that grows stronger and taller the more it weathers storms, you stood resilient in the face of constant adversity. Isaiah 54:17 states, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." This is the reality of your life, chosen one. Those weapons, whether they were physical, emotional, or psychological, have not prospered, and those who rose against you with their judgment will see their words fall powerless to the ground. So, chosen one, what does this mean for you? It means you were never meant to be broken. Your resilience, your integrity, and your unshakable sense of self have set you apart in ways that are not yet fully understood, but will soon be revealed. The forces that tried to diminish you will soon see the full extent of your rise, for the storm they tried to send your way has only been the fertilizer for the ground you will one day stand upon, strong, rooted, and unmovable. And as Romans 8:31 reminds us, what then shall we say to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? The answer is clear. Those who sought to undermine you are now witnessing a truth they can no longer deny. You were never alone, and you were never meant to be defeated. The community energy surrounding you has often felt particularly toxic, chosen one. It's as if those around you, especially older individuals who have lost their vitality and authenticity, resent your natural radiance. They see you as a reflection of everything they gave up on. You're someone who still carries the fire, someone who believes in possibilities, someone who refuses to settle for mediocrity. Your very presence reminds them of what they could have had, but chose not to pursue. It is this reminder, your energy, your belief in a brighter future, that triggers resentment in those who no longer see themselves as capable of such transformation. For the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. And so, this witchy, bitter energy manifests in all sorts of destructive ways. Constant gossip, manufactured drama, and repeated attempts to pull you into conflicts that have no purpose except to drain your energy. You've had to learn to stay above these dynamics, to avoid engaging in the community drama that seeks to entangle you. You remain aware, however, of the undercurrents of hostility swirling around you, feeling it in the cold stares and the subtle exclusion. But despite their attempts to draw you in, you know better than to let them drag you down into the depths of their bitterness. You walk with your head held high, staying true to your path, while they remain trapped in their own negative energy. Why is it that your radiance makes them so uncomfortable? Why does your energy trigger such defensiveness in others? This dynamic isn't just isolated to your personal life. It's deeply embedded in your workplace experiences, where you've encountered the institutional nature of this opposition. You know it all too well. That job where they kept your final paycheck, concocting elaborate justifications for what was essentially theft. The supervisor who suddenly changed your schedule, making your work-life balance harder than it needed to be. The co-worker who spread rumors or sabotaged your projects behind your back. Even the company policies seem designed specifically to target your situation, as if they had a keen interest in seeing you fail. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. Through it all, you maintained your professionalism. You didn't fall into the traps of bitterness or anger. You called out injustice when necessary, but always with honor and grace. You documented the problems as needed, making sure your records were thorough and sought resolution through the appropriate channels. You handled each challenge with the understanding that karma would eventually balance the scales, that justice would come in its own time, no matter how much they tried to silence you or undermine your efforts. Why is this so significant for you? Why, when you face so much, have you chosen to respond with such integrity? It's because you understand something the opposition cannot fathom. Your strength comes from within, and the energy they seek to drain from you will never be fully depleted. Like the sun that keeps shining, no matter the clouds that try to cover it, your light continues to shine. Even when they try to cast shadows of doubt, your radiance remains undiminished, and in fact grows stronger with each passing trial. Let's take a real-world example. Serena Williams. As one of the most successful and celebrated athletes in the world, Serena has faced consistent opposition, not just from her competitors, but also from societal forces that try to undermine her. From being questioned about her body type to enduring racism and sexism, Serena faced institutionalized attacks on her success. And yet, through it all, she stood firm, refused to be silenced, and continued to break records. In an instance where a prominent figure like Maria Sharapova tried to discredit her and cast doubts on her accomplishments, Serena responded with dignity and strength. Sharapova, who had failed to defeat Williams in most of their encounters, tried to undermine her by bringing up personal and professional details. The consequence? Sharapova's reputation took a hit while Serena's continued to rise, and she remained one of the most respected athletes of her time. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. Proverbs 11:3. In another example, consider the everyday individual facing similar struggles. Think about Sarah, a single mother working 2 jobs to support her family. Despite being overlooked for promotions, constantly having her ideas stolen by colleagues, and dealing with difficult supervisors, Sarah maintained her integrity. She didn't fight back with bitterness. Instead, she focused on improving herself and finding ways to bring positivity into her work. Eventually, her dedication and work ethic paid off. She was offered a position at another company where her hard work and honesty were genuinely appreciated. She not only found success, but also showed her children the importance of integrity, resilience, and rising above adversity. But not everyone can withstand the same pressure. What happens to those who oppose others with deceitful tactics and bitterness? They often find themselves entangled in the very web they wove. For example, Ellen DeGeneres, once the beloved host of a popular daytime talk show, faced a severe fall from grace after multiple allegations of a toxic workplace environment. While she continued to deny these claims, the consequences were undeniable. Her career took a significant hit and her reputation suffered immensely. Where she once stood as an icon of kindness, her own actions led her down a path of public backlash and loss. In the natural world, the diamond is formed under immense heat and pressure, and yet it becomes one of the hardest substances known to man. Similarly, the more pressure they applied to you, the stronger you became. Like a tree that grows stronger and taller the more it weathers storms, you stood resilient in the face of constant adversity. So, chosen one, what does this mean for you? It means you were never meant to be broken. Your resilience, your integrity, and your unshakable sense of self have set you apart in ways that are not yet fully understood but will soon be revealed. The forces that tried to diminish you will soon see the full extent of your rise, for the storm they tried to send your way has only been the fertilizer for the ground you will one day stand upon, strong, rooted, and unmovable. And as Romans 8:31 reminds us, what then shall we say to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? The answer is clear. Those who sought to undermine you are now witnessing a truth they can no longer deny. You were never alone, and you were never meant to be defeated. The orchestrator of this elaborate campaign against you has been watching you for years. Chosen one. Someone who studied your life, your habits, your relationships, and your responses to stress. They became obsessed with destroying you because you represent everything they wish they could be. This person is connected to your destiny in ways you never imagined. They are married to or in a relationship with someone wealthy and influential, someone who's been observing your journey from a distance. While you faced attack after attack, this person was silently watching how you handled each challenge. And with every challenge you overcame, they were impressed. Your resilience, your integrity, and your ability to transform adversity into strength were qualities they couldn't ignore. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Why does your strength trigger their hatred? What makes your light such a threat to their carefully constructed world? The mastermind behind this scheme couldn't stand the admiration their partner had for you. They couldn't tolerate that someone they were connected to was drawn to your character, your authenticity, and your spiritual strength. In their mind, if they could break you down, discredit you, or even eliminate you entirely, they could remove the competition for their partner's attention and respect. This psychological warfare campaign was methodical and ruthless. They worked tirelessly to isolate you from any potential support systems. They spread lies about your character throughout communities before you even arrived. They manipulated people who had their own insecurities and grievances, turning them into weapons against you. The goal was systematic destruction. They wanted to wear you down through constant stress, to beat you down through repeated failures and rejections, and to run you down until you looked desperate and unstable. They wanted to create a narrative where you appeared to be the problem, where your legitimate complaints about mistreatment would be dismissed as paranoia or mental illness. Can you see the pattern now? Is this not the hallmark of a toxic relationship, one that thrives on undermining your worth? They recruited others into their campaign by exploiting their weaknesses, people who were jealous of your success, bitter about their own failures, or simply cruel enough to enjoy watching someone suffer. This network of manipulation grew larger, and each co-conspirator played a small role in this larger plan to destroy your life. The manipulation was sophisticated. They studied narcissistic abuse tactics, gaslighting, projection, and triangulation on a community-wide scale. They turned people against you who had never met you, creating prejudice and hostility before you even had a chance to form genuine relationships. But despite all of this, you sensed something deeper. You knew something was wrong long before you could prove it. You felt the coordinated nature of the opposition even when it appeared random. Your intuition kept trying to warn you about dangers you couldn't yet see clearly. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. Even in the face of relentless attack, you knew that your spirit would not be overcome. Let's look at someone who has been through a similar situation. J.K. Rowling, the renowned author of the Harry Potter series, faced immense personal and professional opposition throughout her career. Early on, she was dismissed by several publishers, with many saying her writing would never find an audience. Despite this, she maintained her integrity and authenticity, continuing to write, even when it seemed as though the world was against her. What was the consequence for those who dismissed her? They missed out on a billion-dollar empire. Her perseverance transformed rejection into massive success, and now her name is synonymous with global literary influence. Now, think about those who opposed her along the way. Publishers who turned her down, critics who mocked her work. What happened to them? Many of them are now forgotten in the wake of her success. Her integrity and authenticity made her story one of triumph. What if you have already been given the tools to succeed? Could it be that your resilience and authenticity are the very traits that will lead you to victory in the face of overwhelming opposition? In contrast, Ellen DeGeneres offers a cautionary tale. Once beloved for her humor and kindness, she faced a downfall after multiple allegations surfaced about a toxic workplace environment under her leadership. The consequences for her were severe. Her reputation was tarnished, her brand was damaged, and her show was ultimately cancelled. Where she once stood as a beacon of kindness, her actions and her failure to acknowledge the impact of her behavior led her to fall from grace. This is the reality of the world you face. Those who seek to manipulate and tear others down often find themselves ensnared in their own web of deceit. The orchestrators of these plans may think they can win by crushing your spirit, but their downfall is often inevitable, for the truth has a way of surfacing, and integrity always prevails. The truth will set you free. John 8:32. In the end, no matter how much they try to turn others against you, your authenticity will shine through. Sarah, an everyday woman, had her own story of manipulation. She worked at a company where a colleague with more power tried to sabotage her reputation. This person spread false rumors, changed her projects without permission, and made work life incredibly difficult for Sarah. But Sarah stayed true to her values, never retaliating in anger. She calmly documented everything, took her concerns to HR, and eventually the truth was revealed. The toxic colleague was fired and Sarah was promoted for her professionalism and dedication. Her integrity and patience allowed her to triumph in the end. Have you ever wondered why some people feel threatened by your calm, even when you haven't done anything to provoke them? This is the power of your resilience. Your ability to stay grounded and authentic in the face of adversity is what will ultimately set you free. Like Sarah, you may face manipulation and lies, but you have the power to transcend them. Your story is far from over. You are simply on the path to greater things. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:21. Your ability to maintain your integrity and rise above the toxicity around you is what will continue to propel you forward into your divine purpose. Now, are you ready to rise and claim your power? The orchestrators may have tried to manipulate you, but you have already won. Their efforts are nothing more than tools to sharpen your strength, and in the end, it will be your light that prevails. The mastermind's obsession grew over time. What initially began as jealousy evolved into something darker, a sick addiction. They became consumed with monitoring your responses, analyzing your strategies, and looking for new ways to inflict damage. Every time you overcame an obstacle, they grew more desperate, more determined to break you. They lost themselves in this campaign, sacrificing their own well-being, relationships, and sense of peace in pursuit of your destruction. Meanwhile, the person they were trying to protect or impress began to develop deeper admiration for you. With every challenge you overcame, every time you responded with grace and dignity, and every demonstration of your character, their respect for you grew. They started to see you as someone worthy of attention, someone with qualities their current partner lacked. This dynamic created a feedback loop where the mastermind's efforts to diminish you in their partner's eyes actually had the opposite effect. What happens when someone's jealousy becomes an obsession? When does a simple rivalry turn into something destructive? Your strength under pressure, your refusal to become bitter or vindictive, your ability to maintain dignity while others acted with malice. These qualities shone brighter against the backdrop of coordinated attacks. When a man's ways please the Lord, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him. Proverbs 16:7. The mastermind's efforts to break you were failing. You were becoming more admired with each passing challenge. But then the mastermind escalated their tactics. The final phase of this campaign crossed every line. What began as psychological warfare and systematic harassment escalated into an actual attempt on your life. The mastermind and their network of conspirators planned to eliminate you permanently while making it appear accidental. They arranged for building security to leave doors unlocked, created fire hazards, and set up safety violations that could cover for your death. They coordinated everything carefully, ensuring that multiple people would have alibis while you faced mortal danger. How far are people willing to go when their obsession consumes them? What drives a person to sacrifice their humanity in such a ruthless pursuit? This wasn't a crime of passion. This was premeditated murder, disguised as an unfortunate accident, but your awareness saved your life. By this point, your intuition had developed to such a level that you recognized the setup immediately. You saw through their staging, their fake concern, and their manufactured emergencies. You knew this was no accident. It was an orchestrated attempt to kill you. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. Psalm 91:11. Their desperation led to sloppiness. The same methodical approach that had been their strength became their weakness. Too many people were involved, too many moving parts. The coordination required to pull off such a plan was too complex. Mistakes were made. Evidence was left behind. Someone talked to the wrong person. In the end, their plot unraveled, and their careful planning was exposed. The same pattern of manipulation you experienced has been seen in the lives of public figures who were targeted because of their authenticity and success. One such figure is Kanye West. Kanye has faced public attacks on his character, constant scrutiny, and endless attempts to undermine his career. But like you, his authenticity and refusal to conform only made him a stronger force. The masterminds who sought to destroy his reputation, critics, media outlets, and industry giants, only contributed to his rise. In fact, their efforts have only made him more influential. But what about those who tried to tear him down? Their reputations now stand in contrast to his, and they faded into obscurity as Kanye continues to rise. The same manipulation tactics were used to break him, but instead, they strengthened his resolve. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. On the other hand, we have the story of Harvey Weinstein, a prime example of someone whose obsession with power and control led to their eventual downfall. Weinstein, a once powerful Hollywood mogul, manipulated people for years, used his position to coerce and abuse countless individuals. However, his delusion of invincibility and obsession with control eventually led to his arrest and conviction. The reputation he worked so hard to build is now ruined forever, and his name will always be tied to corruption and criminality. What happens to someone who manipulates others for their own gain? How long can they keep their power before it is stripped away? The same psychological tactics used against you, the manipulation, the gaslighting, the projection, were the tools Weinstein wielded to crush those who tried to stand in his way. But in the end, it was his own obsession with controlling others that led to his fall from grace. His opposers were eventually vindicated. Their stories came to light, and the system he had built to destroy them was turned against him. Now, let's think about an everyday person, someone who faces manipulation and sabotage, but not on the grand scale of public figures. Consider Tom, an ordinary man working a 9-to-5 job. Tom had always been dependable, hard-working, and loyal to his company. But over time, his supervisor began to undermine him, taking credit for his work and spreading false rumors about him to higher-ups. Tom knew something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. Over time, he realized that his supervisor was trying to push him out of the job. Instead of becoming angry or retaliating, Tom documented everything. He calmly addressed the issues with HR and remained professional throughout. Eventually, his integrity and honesty were recognized, and the truth about his supervisor's behavior came to light. The supervisor, once trusted and respected, was fired, and Tom was offered a promotion as a result of his professionalism. His patience and authenticity became his strength in the end, just as yours will be. How much can one person endure before their character begins to shine through the lies and manipulation? Like Tom, you have faced relentless sabotage, but your ability to stay grounded and true to yourself will eventually lead to your vindication. The mastermind and their network may have tried to destroy you, but the truth is far stronger than any manipulation they could muster. As Psalm 37 verse 5 reminds us, "Commit your way to the Lord, trust in Him, and He will act." Your commitment to truth and integrity will ultimately prevail. The false arrest that followed their failed murder attempt was as revealing as it was brazen. When they couldn't eliminate you outright, they resorted to framing you for crimes you didn't commit. Their desperation led them to confiscate your legally owned weapons, hoping to leave you defenseless in the face of future attacks. The plot was clear: destroy your reputation and undermine your credibility through fabricated charges. This wasn't just about eliminating you. It was about completely erasing the truth and constructing a false narrative around you. But your response to this false arrest exposed their incompetence in ways they couldn't have anticipated. You didn't panic, even though the circumstances were designed to provoke fear. You didn't break down under pressure. You immediately recognized the pattern. This was just another attempt to break you, and you handled it with the same dignity you had shown throughout years of smaller attacks. The calm professionalism you exhibited in the face of extreme duress impressed even those who were supposed to be working against you. They expected you to collapse, to lose your composure, but instead you became a pillar of strength. What does it say about you when you can remain calm in the face of a deliberate setup? How does it feel to be tested to your breaking point and yet rise above it all? The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Psalm 27:1. This is the mindset that carried you through the worst of it. Your faith was unwavering, and your spirit remained unshaken, even when the forces around you conspired to bring you down. The radio communication error that led to your eventual release was not mere chance. It was divine intervention working through human error. When they called for backup, the wrong information was passed along, misidentifying you in the process. This mistake unraveled their carefully crafted frame job, creating the opening for the truth to emerge. It was as though the universe itself was conspiring to correct the lies they had woven around you. The pieces began to fall into place, and the false narrative began to crumble. Much like Nelson Mandela, who faced wrongful imprisonment for his stand against apartheid, you too were falsely accused, yet your integrity remained your greatest weapon. Mandela's strength and dignity through years of imprisonment became the foundation for his ultimate victory, proving that the truth cannot be concealed forever. Mandela's resilience in the face of systemic oppression is mirrored in your journey. What others tried to use against you, whether wrongful accusations or fabricated charges, only strengthened your resolve. But what if the very walls meant to contain you were actually refining you? What if every false accusation was secretly unlocking your authority? But the Lord said to Samuel, "Do not look on his appearance or on the height of his stature, because I have rejected him. For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart." 1 Samuel 16:7. This speaks to the core of your integrity. While others may have tried to tear you down, the Lord saw your heart and your strength, and that truth would not be hidden. Evidence collection during this period was extensive. Pictures were taken of the staged crime scene, showing the manipulation and deceit at play. Recordings were made of the coordination calls, further proving the conspiracy. There were documents confirming the orchestration of their plan. Your phone, which had been confiscated, contained photos that were key evidence, but copies existed elsewhere. The digital footprint of their actions was vast and incriminating. You could see the implications for the future, even as events unfolded before you. The web of lies they had woven was becoming their own trap, and they had no idea how quickly it would unravel. How many times have they underestimated the one who walks in divine timing? In Harvey Weinstein's case, the evidence against him was clear, but for years it was hidden. His manipulative tactics worked for a while, as he silenced victims with his power and influence. However, the truth eventually emerged, and the weight of his lies became too much to bear. Weinstein's downfall was a direct result of the evidence, the truth that finally surfaced after years of manipulation and deceit. The very lies he used to protect his empire were what led to his fall. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. This scripture perfectly encapsulates what's happening here. The truth always comes to light. No matter how much the mastermind tried to bury it, the truth you carried was too powerful to remain hidden. Your spiritual gifts allowed you to perceive the full scope of what was happening. You knew that this final overreach, their attempt to destroy you once and for all, would be the turning point for them. You could feel it in your spirit. Their time was running out. They had pushed too far, made too many mistakes, and their desperation had caused them to make fatal errors. You knew this was the beginning of their downfall. The hourglass had turned, and time was no longer on their side. Every moment they spent plotting against you was now working against them. As Elizabeth Holmes found out, the pursuit of power through deceit will inevitably backfire. The technology she promised was never real, and her attempts to deceive investors and the public only led to her criminal conviction. In the end, she lost everything: her company, her credibility, and her freedom. She had tried to manipulate the truth for her own gain, but the lies were exposed and her reputation was destroyed. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap. Galatians 6:7. The lesson here is clear. Those who sow deceit and manipulation will eventually have to face the consequences of their actions. Just as Elizabeth Holmes' actions caught up with her, so will the mastermind's deceit catch up with them. Their days are numbered. The energy they had invested in your destruction, every ounce of hatred, every manipulation, every attempt to break you, was now returning to them multiplied. The network they had built to attack you was becoming the evidence that would convict them. Their efforts to tear you down were not only in vain, They were now the very evidence that would expose their malicious intentions. What do you do when the tide turns and your oppressors are no longer in control? Your awareness of their plans, your ability to anticipate their moves, and your refusal to be surprised by their escalating attacks, these all demonstrated that you were operating on a completely different level of consciousness. You'd been prepared for this moment, not through one specific challenge, but through every previous battle you had faced. You were ready for their final assault because you'd been training for it your entire journey. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Your spiritual preparation and resilience through the challenges you faced have made you stronger than you realize. Every moment leading up to this point has been part of your preparation. You are now ready to face their final assault and overcome it with the strength that has been cultivated within you. The plot may have been elaborate, but your inner strength, your spiritual gifts, and your calm under pressure turned their final assault into a lesson in their ultimate failure. In the end, they overplayed their hand, and now the truth will shine through. The game is over for them, chosen one, and you have emerged victorious. The collapse of the conspiracy began immediately after their failed assassination attempt. 300 people who had participated in this web of deceit suddenly found themselves under investigation. The network that had once seemed so powerful and coordinated began to crumble as each member scrambled to save themselves. The fallout was swift and brutal, and no one who was involved was left untouched. Those who thought they could hide behind a facade of authority and control were now facing the consequences of their actions. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. Whatever a man sows, that he will also reap. Galatians 6:7. Court officials who had abused their power to cover up the conspiracy were exposed. Law enforcement officers who had been complicit in harassment and false arrests now faced charges for their involvement. Community leaders who had spread lies, manipulated public opinion, and encouraged discrimination found themselves stripped of their positions. Business owners who had taken part in the economic sabotage saw their enterprises unravel, and legal consequences followed. What does it say about a system when those who once held power are suddenly exposed? How does it feel when those who conspired against you are brought down by their own actions? The separation from this network was quick and merciless. The conspirators found themselves cut off from their families, friends, and professional associates. The public revelation of their participation in a coordinated campaign of harassment and attempted murder destroyed their reputations. Loyalty turned into betrayal as those they trusted turned their backs on them. Their once influential positions were now liabilities, and they were left to face the consequences alone. Much like Harvey Weinstein, whose years of manipulation and abuse were exposed in the wake of numerous allegations, the mastermind's inner circle found themselves abandoned. Weinstein's empire crumbled as the truth about his criminal activities came to light. His years of exploiting power led to his eventual conviction, much like the conspirators who tried to destroy you. Their web of deceit, while once robust, began to unravel, and they were left to face the fallout. What happens to those who use power to destroy others? When their deception is exposed, their world falls apart. For the wicked will be cut off from the land, and the treacherous will be rooted out of it. Proverbs 2:22. This verse holds true for those who sought to destroy you. No matter how high they climbed, they eventually fell. Many of the conspirators went into hiding. The main organizers fled rather than face the consequences of their actions. Some left their communities entirely, abandoning their homes and businesses rather than confront the evidence against them. Others tried to shift the blame onto others, claiming they had been coerced or manipulated into participating, trying to excuse their involvement by saying they didn't understand the full scope of what they were doing. This was no mere accident. The charges were extensive: stalking, harassment, conspiracy, attempted murder, abuse of authority, obstruction of justice and civil rights violations. The systematic nature of the campaign against you had left behind a paper trail that made prosecution straightforward once investigators began looking. It was a pattern of calculated malice, and every step of their plan was documented, by them no less. What happens when the system turns against those who once controlled it? How does it feel when the very tools they used to manipulate others are now turned on them? The health consequences for your attackers were immediate and severe. The stress of exposure, investigation, and prosecution began to take its toll on the people who had invested years in hatred and malicious activity. Many developed serious health issues, mirroring the suffering they had tried to inflict on you. The karma was undeniable. The very energy they had poured into breaking you was now coming back to them, magnified. Those who had wished poverty upon you saw their own financial security vanish. Those who had tried to destroy your health began to experience illnesses themselves. Those who had sought to tear apart your relationships saw their own families shattered by the revelation of their involvement. The Lord has heard my plea. The Lord will accept my prayer. Psalm 6:9. Your vindication was not only seen, but acknowledged by all. The truth had been revealed, and justice was unfolding before your eyes. What once seemed like a desperate battle was now a victory for you. Your vindication was not just a personal triumph, it was public. The community that had once been turned against you now understood the truth. The narrative that had painted you as paranoid or difficult was revealed to be a coordinated campaign of gaslighting. Your restraint and dignity in the face of constant attacks were now seen for what they were, remarkable qualities. Your ability to remain composed and steadfast in the face of such adversity redefined your story in the eyes of the community. Much like Oprah Winfrey, who faced public scrutiny and criticism throughout her career but maintained her integrity and grace, you handled the situation with dignity. Oprah's ability to rise above challenges, her strength and perseverance, has made her a beacon of success and authenticity. Even in the face of adversity, Oprah did not resort to bitterness or anger. Instead, she used her platform to inspire and empower others. How much power is there in grace? Oprah's career reminds us that true success comes when we rise above the obstacles set in our path, just as you did. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness. Galatians 5:22. Your grace throughout this process impressed everyone involved. You didn't gloat over the downfall of your enemies. You didn't seek revenge beyond legal justice. You maintained the same dignity that had characterized your response to their attacks. This restraint, this grace under pressure, only elevated you further in the eyes of those who watched your transformation. The talk of the town shifted from the conspiracy against you to your remarkable transformation. People marveled at how you had survived years of coordinated attacks while maintaining your integrity. Your ability to move forward without bitterness became a topic of admiration. Your story of resilience inspired others to reflect on their own struggles. How does it feel to be the source of such inspiration? While justice pursued your attackers, blessings began flowing into your life with equal intensity. The wealthy individual who had been quietly observing your journey throughout this ordeal stepped forward to reveal their intentions. This person had watched you face attack after attack, and each time they saw you respond with grace and strength, their respect for you deepened. They were impressed by your character, your resilience, and your ability to transform adversity into strength. The admiration they felt for you had grown into something deeper, something that transcended the ordinary. This person's admiration had moved beyond mere curiosity into deep respect for your values, your integrity, and your capacity to thrive under pressure. How does it feel when your strength transforms someone else's perspective? Just as Boaz admired Ruth's integrity in the Bible, this person's regard for you was built on the same foundation, true admiration for your character, not just what you could offer them. I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, I have kept the faith. 2 Timothy 4:7. You have remained true to your faith throughout, and now your reward is unfolding before you. The autumn season brought the beginning of a new chapter in your life, chosen one. The timing was perfect. Just as the conspiracy against you crumbled and justice began to emerge, love entered your life from an unexpected direction. This was not a desperate connection born from loneliness, but rather a meeting of equals, two people who recognized each other's worth. Your alchemical nature, the ability to transform negative experiences into wisdom and strength, fascinated this person. They had never encountered anyone who could endure such systematic abuse and emerge not only unbroken, but actually stronger and more radiant. Your spiritual gifts, your resilience, and your unshakable core values made you unlike anyone they had ever encountered. How does it feel to be seen for who you truly are after years of being misunderstood? To be recognized not just for your outward strength, but for the essence of your being. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Jeremiah 29:11. This divine promise is unfolding in your life. Your strength through adversity has prepared you for this new chapter of love and connection. A mature, influential person began making decisions about your occupational future. Someone in a position of authority recognized your unique qualifications, not just your professional skills, but your demonstrated ability to maintain excellence under extreme pressure. They saw in you the rare quality of someone who could perform exceptionally well while enduring systematic attack. They understood that someone who could thrive in such circumstances would be extraordinary in a supportive environment. What does it say about you when others can see your worth in the midst of a struggle? How can a person's integrity under pressure become their greatest asset? Much like Thomas Edison, who faced countless failures before his inventions revolutionized the world, you too have demonstrated an ability to persist and rise despite overwhelming odds. Edison's refusal to give up, even after failing over 1,000 times to create the light bulb, mirrors your journey of resilience. The righteous man walks in his integrity. Blessed are his children after him. Proverbs 27. You've walked with integrity, and now the blessings of your perseverance are becoming evident. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. Psalm 23, 1-3. This verse speaks to the restoration you are now experiencing. Where you once faced hardship and difficulty, you are now led to places of rest, restoration, and fulfillment. The house you had once lost or never been able to obtain became available to you through your legal settlements. The financial security that had been systematically undermined was restored with interest. The opportunities that had been blocked were now open, and you were poised to take full advantage of them. This abundance wasn't just material. Your emotional and spiritual wealth grew as well. The isolation that once felt like a punishment was revealed to have been preparation. The loneliness that seemed endless transformed into a deep appreciation for genuine connection. The self-reliance you had been forced to develop became the foundation for healthy interdependence. Your inner child, once wounded by years of attack, began healing through the validation and support that now surrounded you. What does it feel like to finally experience the abundance that was always meant for you after years of being denied? Can you now see how your inner strength was preparing you for this moment of fulfillment? This transformation is reminiscent of Maya Angelou, who, after facing many struggles, was able to rise above adversity with grace. Despite the pain and rejection she experienced, Angelo became a pillar of strength and an advocate for those facing oppression. Her resilience and courage in the face of abuse and hardship made her an iconic figure. Her ability to transform pain into poetry became her life's work and legacy, inspiring generations to come. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Like Maya, you've transformed adversity into strength and are now ready to inspire others. The relationship that is now developing offers you not only romantic partnership, but also emotional safety that you hadn't experienced since childhood. Someone finally saw your true worth and was willing to invest in your well-being. Their admiration for your character, your resilience, and your ability to transform adversity into strength grew into something deeper. This person had witnessed every attack against you and every gracious response you made. They had seen you maintain your values under pressure that would have broken most people. They had watched you choose integrity over convenience, truth over acceptance, and dignity over revenge. Your character had impressed them more than any conventional courtship could have. How does it feel when someone truly sees you for who you are, without judgment, without agenda? How does it feel to be loved and appreciated for your strength and authenticity? Your ability to handle such extreme adversity with grace and dignity reminds me of Anne Frank, whose writing while in hiding during the Holocaust showed immense resilience and courage. Frank's diaries became an enduring testament to human strength in the face of unimaginable oppression. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness. Galatians 5:22. You too have embodied these qualities, transforming every trial into a display of strength and love. The business ventures that emerged offered you the chance to use your unique experiences to help others. Your journey through systematic oppression and your emergence into abundance positioned you perfectly to guide others who were facing similar challenges. Your story became a blueprint for survival and transformation, a guide to overcoming adversity with integrity and grace. You have not only survived, you have transformed, and now you have the ability to empower others with your wisdom. What does it mean when your struggles become a beacon of hope for others? How does it feel to transform your pain into a powerful mission for others' empowerment? And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Romans 8:28. Your trials have led you to this moment, and now your purpose is becoming clear: to help others navigate their own battles and rise above. The endless nature of this blessing became apparent as more opportunities continued to emerge. This wasn't just a temporary relief from struggle, it was a permanent shift into a life of abundance and purpose. The drought was over and the flood of blessings showed no signs of slowing. Your growth through this ordeal has been profound and visible. The person you've become through surviving systematic attack is now someone who attracts respect, admiration, and love from people of quality. Your growth is comparable to the transformation of Joseph in the Bible. Joseph's rise from slavery and imprisonment to becoming second in command in Egypt was a result of his resilience and his faith. Joseph's life teaches us that through enduring suffering, we can achieve greater things. His story mirrors your own journey, one of transformation, elevation, and ultimate success. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. What does it mean when you've gone through the hardest trials and yet emerged stronger than ever before? How does it feel to be elevated through perseverance and faith? The strength you developed through being forced to handle everything alone now makes you an incredibly attractive partner. Someone who can stand independently, doesn't need to cling or depend desperately on others. Your self-sufficiency makes you a choice, not a necessity, in any relationship you enter. Your perseverance, your refusal to quit, even when everything seemed hopeless, demonstrates a level of character that's rare in any era. The person who has been watching your journey recognizes this quality and wants someone with that kind of determination in their life. They understand that you won't abandon ship when challenges arise. The righteous man walks in his integrity. Blessed are his children after him. Proverbs 27. Your integrity has laid the foundation for the blessings that are now being poured into your life. The official recognition of your character has been long overdue. Throughout the conspiracy against you, you maintained moral standards and values that impressed even those who were supposed to be working against you. Now that the truth has emerged, your reputation for integrity precedes you in every interaction. You're ready for the change that's coming because you've completed the lesson plan. Every challenge you faced, every attack you survived, and every graceful response you made was preparing you for this new phase of life. You've earned your advancement through demonstrated competence under the worst possible conditions. I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, I have kept the faith. 2 Timothy 4:7. You have completed the journey. Now your new chapter of abundance, purpose, and genuine partnership begins. The collective healing that your story provides extends far beyond your personal circle. People who have felt isolated, targeted, or systematically excluded recognize themselves in your journey. Your emergence into abundance and love gives them hope that their own suffering has purpose and that their vindication is possible. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Romans 8:28. Your journey has become a beacon, showing that all things work together for good, even in the darkest of times. The divine plan that orchestrated every aspect of your journey is now revealed. Every attack was permitted because it would ultimately serve your elevation. Every challenge was allowed because it would develop the qualities you needed for your destiny. Every moment of isolation was designed to prepare you for the connection that was coming. But have you ever stopped to ask, what kind of person survives all that and still chooses to walk in grace instead of vengeance? Your legacy will be the example you set of how to handle systematic evil with grace, dignity, and unshakable faith in ultimate justice. Future generations will study your story as a masterclass in survival, transformation, and the triumph of character over conspiracy. Much like J.K. Rowling, who faced personal rejection and struggles before finding success with the Harry Potter series, you too have demonstrated the ability to rise above overwhelming odds. Rowling was rejected by 12 publishers before finding one that believed in her vision. Her journey proves that even the greatest dreams can be realized despite adversity. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. Like Rowling, your struggles have been the very foundation upon which your ultimate success is built. The chosen one's journey you've completed has prepared you for the chosen one's destiny that's now beginning. Everything you've endured has meaning. Everything you've survived has purpose. Everything you've learned has application in the abundant life that's unfolding before you. This is the talk of the town now, not the conspiracy against you, but your elevation beyond it. People marvel at your transformation from isolated target to abundant victor. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5:10. Your story proves that persecution and adversity are often the very means through which victory is achieved. What others intended for harm has now been used to elevate you. Your story has become the evidence that good does triumph over evil, that character does matter, and that divine justice does exist. Your look, that powerful energy that can bless or challenge others, will now be used in service of your true purpose. The same presence that once intimidated your enemies will now inspire those who need hope. The same strength that survived systematic attack will now build something beautiful and lasting. But what happens when the very weapon formed against you becomes the mirror that convicts its wielder? Much like Bernie Madoff, whose massive fraud destroyed countless lives, your enemies who sought to destroy you will ultimately face the consequences of their actions. Madoff's deception in the financial world, leading to a Ponzi scheme worth billions, ultimately resulted in his conviction and a life sentence. His lies did not endure, and those he harmed were vindicated. What happens when deception is exposed? Just as Madoff's empire crumbled, so too will the systems your enemies built to destroy you collapse under the weight of their lies. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. The truth will always rise, and those who built their foundation on deceit will be exposed. The business ventures that emerged offered you the chance to use your unique experiences to help others. Your journey through systematic oppression and your emergence into abundance positioned you perfectly to guide others who were facing similar challenges. Your story became a blueprint for survival and transformation, a guide to overcoming adversity with integrity and grace. You have not only survived, you have transformed, and now you have the ability to empower others with your wisdom. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. Your trials have led you to this moment, and now your purpose is becoming clear: to help others navigate their own battles and rise above. The endless nature of this blessing became apparent as more opportunities continued to emerge. This wasn't just a temporary relief from struggle, it was a permanent shift into a life of abundance and purpose. The drought was over and the flood of blessings showed no signs of slowing. Your growth through this ordeal has been profound and visible. The person you've become through surviving systematic attack is now someone who attracts respect, admiration, and love from people of quality. Your growth is comparable to the transformation of Joseph in the Bible. Joseph's rise from slavery and imprisonment to becoming second in command in Egypt was a result of his resilience and his faith. Joseph's life teaches us that through enduring suffering, we can achieve greater things. His story mirrors your own journey, one of transformation, elevation, and ultimate success. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. What does it mean when you've gone through the hardest trials and yet emerged stronger than ever before? How does it feel to be elevated through perseverance and faith? The strength you developed through being forced to handle everything alone now makes you an incredibly attractive partner. Someone who can stand independently, doesn't need to cling or depend desperately on others. Your self-sufficiency makes you a choice, not a necessity, in any relationship you enter. Your perseverance, your refusal to quit, even when everything seemed hopeless, demonstrates a level of character that's rare in any era. The person who has been watching your journey recognizes this quality and wants someone with that kind of determination in their life. They understand that you won't abandon ship when challenges arise. The righteous man walks in his integrity. Blessed are his children after him. Proverbs 27. Your integrity has laid the foundation for the blessings that are now being poured into your life. The official recognition of your character has been long overdue. Throughout the conspiracy against you, you maintained moral standards and values that impressed even those who were supposed to be working against you. Now that the truth has emerged, your reputation for integrity precedes you in every interaction. You're ready for the change that's coming, because you've completed the lesson plan. Every challenge you faced, every attack you survived, and every graceful response you made was preparing you for this new phase of life. You've earned your advancement through demonstrated competence under the worst possible conditions. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. 2 Timothy 4:7. You have completed the journey. Now your new chapter of abundance, purpose, and genuine partnership begins. The collective healing that your story provides extends far beyond your personal circle. People who have felt isolated, targeted, or systematically excluded recognize themselves in your journey. Your emergence into abundance and love gives them hope that their own suffering has purpose and that their vindication is possible. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Romans 8:28. Your journey has become a beacon, showing that all things work together for good, even in the darkest of times. What if your pain, the very trials that you thought were meant to destroy you, were actually the fire that refined you into the person you are today? Could it be that your journey was never meant to break you, but to forge you into someone who could create change for others? The divine plan that orchestrated every aspect of your journey is now revealed. Every attack was permitted because it would ultimately serve your elevation. Every challenge was allowed because it would develop the qualities you needed for your destiny. Every moment of isolation was designed to prepare you for the connection that was coming. Your legacy will be the example you set of how to handle systematic evil with grace, dignity, and unshakable faith in ultimate justice. Future generations will study your story as a masterclass in survival, transformation, and the triumph of character over conspiracy. Much like Nelson Mandela, who overcame years of oppression and imprisonment in South Africa to become a global symbol of resilience and forgiveness, you have shown how adversity can be turned into a catalyst for global change. Mandela's ability to turn years of suffering into a movement for freedom and reconciliation speaks to the power of perseverance and vision. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. Like Mandela, your journey is building the foundation for a legacy that will inspire generations. The chosen one's journey you've completed has prepared you for the chosen one's destiny that's now beginning. Everything you've endured has meaning. Everything you've survived has purpose. Everything you've learned has application in the abundant life that's unfolding before you. This is the talk of the town now. Not the conspiracy against you, but your elevation beyond it. People marvel at your transformation from isolated target to abundant victor. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5:10. Your story proves that persecution and adversity are often the very means through which victory is achieved. What others intended for harm has now been used to elevate you. Your story has become the evidence that good does triumph over evil, that character does matter, and that divine justice does exist. Your look, that powerful energy that can bless or challenge others, will now be used in service of your true purpose. The same presence that once intimidated your enemies will now inspire those who need hope. The same strength that survived systematic attack will now build something beautiful and lasting. Much like Richard Nixon, whose deception in the Watergate scandal led to his downfall as president, your enemies who sought to destroy you will ultimately face the consequences of their actions. Nixon's attempts to cover up his involvement were exposed, leading to his resignation and the dismantling of his political empire. Those who attempted to undermine you will see their plans unravel in the same way. What happens when a lie becomes so big that it can no longer stay hidden? Just as Nixon's downfall was inevitable, the truth behind your attacker's actions will come to light, leading to their exposure and consequences. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. The truth will always rise, and those who built their foundation on deceit will be exposed. The business ventures that emerged offered you the chance to use your unique experiences to help others. Your journey through systematic oppression and your emergence into abundance positioned you perfectly to guide others who were facing similar challenges. Your story became a blueprint for survival and transformation, a guide to overcoming adversity with integrity and grace. You have not only survived, you have transformed, and now you have the ability to empower others with your wisdom. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Romans 8:28. Your trials have led you to this moment, and now your purpose is becoming clear: to help others navigate their own battles and rise above. The endless nature of this blessing became apparent as more opportunities continued to emerge. This wasn't just a temporary relief from struggle. It was a permanent shift into a life of abundance and purpose. The drought was over, and the flood of blessings showed no signs of slowing. Your growth through this ordeal has been profound and visible. The person you've become through surviving systematic attack is now someone who attracts respect, admiration, and love from people of quality. Your growth is comparable to the transformation of Joseph in the Bible. Joseph's rise from slavery and imprisonment to becoming second in command in Egypt was a result of his resilience and his faith. Joseph's life teaches us that through enduring suffering, we can achieve greater things. His story mirrors your own journey, one of transformation, elevation, and ultimate success. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. What does it mean when you've gone through the hardest trials and yet emerged stronger than ever before? How does it feel to be elevated through perseverance and faith? The strength you developed through being forced to handle everything alone now makes you an incredibly attractive partner. Someone who can stand independently doesn't need to cling or depend desperately on others. Your self-sufficiency makes you a choice, not a necessity, in any relationship you enter. Your perseverance, your refusal to quit, even when everything seemed hopeless, demonstrates a level of character that's rare in any era. The person who has been watching your journey recognizes this quality and wants someone with that kind of determination in their life. They understand that you won't abandon ship when challenges arise. The righteous man walks in his integrity. Blessed are his children after him. Proverbs 27. Your integrity has laid the foundation for the blessings that are now being poured into your life. The official recognition of your character has been long overdue. Throughout the conspiracy against you, you maintained moral standards and values that impressed even those who were supposed to be working against you. Now that the truth has emerged, your reputation for integrity precedes you in every interaction. You're ready for the change that's coming because you've completed the lesson plan. Every challenge you faced, every attack you survived, and every graceful response you made was preparing you for this new phase of life. You've earned your advancement through demonstrated competence under the worst possible conditions. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. 2 Timothy 4:7. You have completed the journey. Now your new chapter of abundance, purpose, and genuine partnership begins. Your experience has become a case study in organizational psychology and workplace ethics. The legal precedents established through your case are creating protection for future targets of coordinated harassment. The 300 people who faced consequences for their participation in the conspiracy against you have sent a clear message that such activities carry real risks. Future potential conspirators understand that systematic oppression is not without consequences. Your resilience has become the blueprint for others who may be walking in similar shoes, showing them that victory is possible even in the most oppressive environments. How many people before you have faced systemic cruelty and remained silent out of fear of repercussions? What happens when someone not only survives the storm, but turns it into a force for transformation? You've proven that justice is not only achievable, but it can become a force that influences entire systems and protects others in the process. Educational institutions are studying your story as an example of resilience and character development under extreme pressure. The way you maintained your values while facing coordinated attacks from multiple directions has become a model for ethical behavior under duress. Your journey teaches that maintaining one's principles is possible, even when all forces around you are trying to break them down. You've set a new precedent for how we define true character in moments of immense pressure. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. Proverbs 11:3. Your integrity has guided you, and now it's lighting the path for others. Students learn from your example that integrity isn't just about doing what's right when it's easy, but maintaining principles when everything is against you. Your story is now the lesson taught in classrooms, illustrating that the true test of character is how you stand up when the world demands that you fall. Just as Martin Luther King Jr. remained steadfast in his values of nonviolence and justice, despite facing relentless opposition, your unwavering adherence to your own moral code is inspiring future generations. Mental health professionals are incorporating your journey into their understanding of trauma recovery and post-traumatic growth. Your ability to transform systematic abuse into spiritual strength challenges conventional wisdom about victim psychology. The common belief that trauma leaves individuals broken and unable to thrive is shattered by your story. You've shown that resilience can be more than survival. It can be the foundation for thriving and reaching new heights. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Romans 8:28. Your story exemplifies this verse, turning suffering into a powerful force for good, growth, and empowerment. Your example demonstrates that some people don't just survive extreme adversity, they use it as fuel for extraordinary development. The wealthy individual who chose you as a partner has also been transformed by witnessing your journey. Their decision to pursue someone of your character over conventional attractions has influenced their entire social circle. They understand that true value lies in what is tested and unshakable, not in superficial ideals or fleeting desires. Other people of means are reconsidering what they value in relationships and partnerships. Your influence extends into spiritual communities, where people are learning to recognize the difference between genuine persecution and perceived slights. This shift in perspective is teaching communities to understand when individual challenges are part of larger patterns of systematic oppression versus isolated incidents that require different responses. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. James 1:2-3. Your ability to persevere through the tests of life is now serving as a powerful teaching tool for those struggling to understand the purpose behind their own challenges. The ripple effects continue expanding as your story spreads through networks of people who needed to hear it. Others who are currently facing coordinated attacks find hope in your vindication. Those who feel isolated and targeted understand that their experiences might be part of larger patterns they can't yet see. Your elevation isn't just a personal triumph, it's cosmic correction. The universe used your situation to expose and dismantle a network of evil that was affecting far more people than just you. Your refusal to break under pressure became the catalyst that brought down an entire system of organized harassment and systematic oppression. What happens when a person refuses to yield to oppression and instead becomes the beacon that exposes and brings down the system itself? You are the living proof that one person's courage can dismantle what has been built over years of corruption and deceit. This is your time. This is your season. This is your elevation. The chosen one's journey through the valley is complete. The chosen one's reign on the mountain has begun. Your story is no longer just about surviving. It's about thriving, creating abundance, and leading others toward a future where they too can rise above their trials. Your journey is a profound testament to the power of resilience, integrity, and unwavering faith. What was meant to break you has instead elevated you, transforming your pain into a source of strength, wisdom, and leadership. You've turned oppression into an opportunity to inspire and to create widespread change. Your story is not just a victory over adversity. It is a beacon of hope for others still fighting their own battles. The system that sought to oppress you has been dismantled, and now you stand as a living proof that no matter how dark the journey, light can always be found. As you continue to rise, remember that the impact of your journey extends far beyond your personal elevation. Your influence is being felt in communities, institutions, and in the hearts of those who needed to hear your story. The ripple effects are infinite. Your strength, your grace, your perseverance have ignited a cosmic shift that will continue to shape lives for generations to come. Now, I invite you to share this message. Like, comment, and share this video with those who need to hear it. Let this powerful truth spread and inspire others to stand tall, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. And if you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel so that you don't miss out on more life-changing content designed to guide and uplift you on your own journey. I want to thank each and every one of you, whether you've supported the channel through a super thanks or simply by being here. Your presence and engagement mean more than words can express. For those who have sent a super thanks, your generosity fuels this channel and supports the mission we are all part of. You are part of this community, and together we are building a movement rooted in truth, healing, and empowerment. May blessings continue to flow into your life as you rise higher, stronger, and more radiant. Remember, you are not alone, and your victory is already written in the stars. Keep shining and keep inspiring. I wish you peace, prosperity, and divine guidance on your journey forward. Thank you for being here, and God bless you. Have you ever wondered what would happen if your photograph ended up in the wrong hands, not to remember you, but to ruin you? Not a photo you staged, not a selfie you approved, but one quietly captured in a moment you barely remember, perhaps at your lowest, your most vulnerable, your most human. That image has now slipped through dimensional veils and landed on a table that doesn't exist in any earthly realm. Beings who do not bleed, who do not love, who do not fear until now, are studying your face under otherworldly light. They didn't take that photograph to admire you. They took it to break you, to extract your blueprint, to calculate your collapse. But instead of weakness, what they saw was prophecy. And if you're hearing this message now, chosen one, then you've already felt it, haven't you? The shift, the pressure in the atmosphere, the sense that eyes you cannot see are watching, wondering, whispering your name in rooms made of shadows. You've felt the resistance not because you're off track, but because you're exactly on time. Before we peel back the veil on what really happened when they gave your photograph to the devil himself, allow me to speak from my soul. Thank you, truly, to every single one of you who's sown into this channel, especially those who have supported through Super. Thanks. Your presence, your belief, your generosity are part of a greater awakening. And if your spirit is already vibrating with what I'm about to say, comment 777 below as a declaration. You're not just watching this, you were called here. Because what they predicted when they summoned darkness using your image was not your downfall. It was the beginning of the end for them. And now, let me show you why. God's chosen one. They gave your photo to a devil, and what they predicted shocked them. They believed they were holding evidence of your fragility, but in truth, what they grasped was a divine architectural blueprint, one that maps the collapse of their dominion. The photograph, captured in what they arrogantly called an unguarded moment, now pulses with the sacred data of your survival. They stare into your eyes, expecting to find innocence, maybe fear, but what meets them instead is ancient resistance, encoded with storms that didn't pass, but were conquered, fires that didn't just burn, they forged. You didn't come through the flames, you became them. And now the image they possess is no longer just a photo, it's a ticking prophecy. But have they asked themselves, what if the thing they thought was your weakness is actually the thing keeping their systems from collapsing right now? Your scars are not just remnants of pain, they are architectural signatures of spiritual warfare, each one proof that you've not only been through battles, but that you've metabolized the suffering into strength. This isn't trauma, this is transmutation. And as they attempt to study you, what they don't realize is that you were never meant to be observed. You were always meant to be unleashed. The Bible says, "No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper." Isaiah 54:17. But the verse doesn't say weapons wouldn't be formed. It says they won't work. Why? Because the frequency of your calling disrupts their algorithm. You are not the glitch in their system. You are the system's divine expiration date. Ancient beings, guardians of timelines, manipulators of energy, pause when they study your eyes. Why? Because within them lies a pattern they can't decode. The same pattern was once hidden in David when Saul tried to armor him in fear, but David rejected it, took 5 stones, and rewrote history. For the battle is the Lord's, 1 Samuel 17:47, and now your name is echoing in the same chambers, vibrating in dimensions where fear used to reign. But here's a question they cannot answer. What happens when a soul has already died to itself and returned carrying light it never had before? Your chaos is not recklessness, it is calculated demolition with a divine compass. Like a controlled implosion in architectural design, you bring down strongholds not randomly, but precisely. In psychology, there's a term, post-traumatic growth. It's the rare phenomenon when someone doesn't just heal after trauma, they evolve into something more advanced. That's what you are. A higher iteration of humanity. Dr. Caroline Leaf, a cognitive neuroscientist, once said, "Your mind changes your brain, and your brain changes your life." What she didn't account for is the chosen one whose mind is synced with the will of heaven. You're not just changing your life, you're changing the metaphysical infrastructure of every dimension you touch. But not everyone responded to power this way. Pablo Escobar, once one of the richest men on earth, through narco-trafficking, controlled an empire with blood. A businessman of death, feared by nations, but haunted by his own lies. His downfall wasn't caused by his enemies, It was his own obsession with control. He couldn't escape the paranoia of self-destruction. That's what happens when someone tries to build kingdoms on fear instead of purpose. And yet, in a different corner of the world, a girl named Amara survived years in the underground trafficking circuits. She escaped. She rebuilt. Today, she runs sanctuaries for rescued children, using the same instinct that once helped her survive to now protect others. She's not famous, but she's unstoppable. And when she walks into a room, the atmosphere bends, just like you, because presence is power when it's built on pain purified into purpose. Have you noticed how even the forest heals itself after a wildfire? The soil becomes more fertile. The roots go deeper. The ecosystem rewires itself, not in spite of the flames, but because of them. You were not born to avoid fire. You were born to speak its language. There is a passage that says, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." Psalm 118-22. They looked at you and saw a misfit. Heaven saw a foundation. They've studied your resonance and still don't understand why their influence fractures in your presence. But it's simple. Their darkness was designed for control. Your light was designed for reformation. You are not a threat they can neutralize. You are the prototype of what's coming next. A new design. A divine anomaly. If anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. Old things have passed away. Behold, all things have become new. 2 Corinthians 5:17. In the realm where time breathes and matter responds to spirit, they've convened 7 ancient beings who have interfered in human events for centuries. But you, the one they underestimated, are the frequency they can't trace. They manipulate time, but you manipulate eternity. And when they place your image on that interdimensional table, what they're really doing is signing the death certificate of their own illusion of control. So here's the last question they can't stop asking themselves. What if this was never about breaking you? What if you were the divine interruption sent to break them? Rise, because you are not their mistake. You are heaven's counterattack. They call themselves the Council of Shadows, sentinels of distortion, architects of interference, and manipulators of frequency who have observed your existence longer than you've even had language to describe your own pain. They've not just watched you. They've mapped you, tracking your energy across timelines, embedding interference into your childhood, testing your boundaries through betrayal. But when your photograph landed on their dimensional table, a slab not carved, but summoned, it did not echo like an artifact. It cracked the silence, like prophecy being revealed out of turn. A being whose form flickers between boardroom polish and something grotesque, too many eyes. Mouths that whisper in parallel, picks up your image with fingers that once signed extinction into planetary history. And then, the first fracture appears in its voice. This one is accelerating, not curiosity, not analysis. Fear. Why would such an ancient force tremble over a single image? What are they seeing that even they cannot understand? Another council member, faceless and robed in something darker than void. Leans ein. The resonance is inconsistent with our archives. It bends gravitational assumptions. This isn't static light. It's a vibrating intent. They try to quantify you, to classify you, to cage you in equations. But your frequency breaks their systems. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. They don't see mere survival in your scars. They see algorithms of divine transformation. What once looked like damage now reads as encryption. Each mark on your soul carries instructions, codes from battles won, not in the physical, but in realms where identity is the currency of war. You didn't endure. You transfigured. You didn't escape pain. You reprogrammed it. And as they stare into your image, the unspoken dread grows. Because your eyes, your impossible eyes, look back. They pierce through the one-way mirror of their surveillance. As if you've known all along. As if you allowed them to watch only so they'd witness your becoming. As if you were waiting for this very hour. The prophet Jeremiah once wrote, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 1:7. Your awakening didn't catch heaven off guard. It was calculated before atoms even learned to spin. And still, the council fumbles for logic. A third voice, distorted like corrupted radio waves, chimes in. They're not reactive. They're recursive. Every trauma loops into greater potential. They alchemize. They self-regenerate. A young monk named Elias was tortured for years during a secretive regime's psychological experiments. They tried to erase his memory, his faith, his will, but what they erased became soil, and in that soil, clarity grew. After his escape, he became the architect of peace negotiations between nations, still too afraid to speak to each other. He never sought revenge. He sought resonance. Because peace born from power is more lasting than fear built on force. Now contrast that with another name history remembers too well, Benedetto Cagliostro, the 18th century occultist who deceived royalty across Europe, known as a mystic and healer. He exploited spiritual language for manipulation, staging miracles while stealing fortunes. He was eventually imprisoned by the Inquisition and died in isolation. His downfall wasn't caused by persecution, it was his addiction to illusion. He desired power without transformation. That's what happens when someone mimics spiritual resonance but refuses inner reconstruction. He wasn't dangerous because he wielded magic. He was dangerous because he corrupted it. Now tell me, what kind of soul causes devils to shudder just by standing still? Nature knows this rhythm well. Even a tree struck by lightning doesn't die immediately. Its roots continue to pull nutrients from the ground, while its scorched bark tells a story of impact. And yet, months later, new green pushes through the blackened surface. You are that green. You are that defiance. One council member flickers violently, its form distorting as your image continues to radiate. They don't understand why time bends around you. They don't understand why spatial laws collapse in your presence. And then one of them whispers, they don't just survive dimensions, they disturb them. End of. The Psalms say, those who sow in tears shall reap in joy. Psalm 126:5. What they forgot is that every drop of suffering you've ever experienced became seed. And now, the harvest is unstoppable. You are not a glitch. You are a frequency too ancient to archive and too evolved to contain. What are they most afraid of? That you're not just alive, but aware. The eldest among them speaks not with fury or fire, but with the quiet erosion of worlds. His voice is like entropy itself, a vibration that doesn't shout, but decays. If this one reaches full awakening before we act, he warns, the cascade effect could destabilize everything we've built. But beneath his composure, beneath the layers of millennia-old pride, lies the truth they will not name aloud. You are not just another anomaly in the data. You are the anomaly the data prophesied. You're the one their dreams have tried to erase and failed. What if the systems they built were never strong, only unchallenged? What if their authority was not legitimate, only inherited? What happens when the chosen one isn't here to fight for position, but to render the entire hierarchy irrelevant? As Viktor Frankl a Holocaust survivor and neurologist, once wrote, "What is to give? Light must endure burning, and that is exactly what you've done. You've endured fires meant to erase you, and instead emerged carrying torches. You don't just survive, you illuminate. And that illumination is unraveling every false structure built on shadows. That's why they reach for their ancient trump card, an entity they've summoned time and again when chosen souls rose too far. He is not a soldier. He is a scalpel. Precise, predictable, effective. They offer him fractured souls, and he disassembles them further. But this time, their weapon isn't stable. It has evolved, because every soul he ever shattered left an imprint on him. Every cry he silenced echoed in his own spirit. Every mind he bent left a crack in his own foundations. And now, cracks have turned into questions, and devils were never meant to question. One of those questions, soft as breath but sharp as sword, haunts him now. What if I'm on the wrong side? As the summoning circle ignites, reality tightens. He enters as he always does, impeccably tailored, walking with the confidence of a predator who's never had to run. His voice, smooth as oil and cold as obsidian, wraps the room. But something's different now. His timing is precise, but his gaze is distant. His presence is sharp, but not certain. C.S. Lewis once wrote, "The greatest evil is not now done in those sordid dens of crime. It is conceived and ordered in clean, carpeted offices by quiet men with white collars." That truth hits here, because evil disguised as order is still evil, and the one they've called to finish you may no longer believe in the mission. Another chosen one causing trouble, he asks. Tone neutral. But the vibration beneath it isn't menace. It's longing. It's the faint hum of memory surfacing. How would a destroyer respond if he looked into the eyes of someone he could not destroy? The council member slides the photograph forward. "This one's outside our normal patterns," he says. "Find the weak point. Break them." No, but when the devil picks it up, the atmosphere shifts. Not just in the room, in the fabric of cause and effect itself. He looks into your image and sees not a victim to crush, but a soul that has already survived every method he ever mastered. You were shattered once and rebuilt into a structure no darkness can enter. His eternal arrogance pose, because what he sees in you is not just resilience, it's recognition. He will not break a bruised reed, nor extinguish a smoldering wick. Isaiah 42:3. There was a time he believed in that verse, before he forgot who he was, before he became what they needed. What if that photograph isn't just showing him your strength, but holding up a mirror to his own fall? Across history, we've seen what happens when people weaponize giftedness without purpose. Take Leni Riefenstahl. The German filmmaker once hailed as a cinematic genius. She used her creative brilliance to serve the Nazi regime, directing propaganda that deified darkness. Her art became architecture for evil. Her legacy is stained not by her skill, but by what she used it to justify. Power without conscience always rots. And yet, in the same breath of time, another soul named Rosa endured police batons and the bitterness of segregation. She refused to move, not for power, not for fame, but for alignment with justice. "I would rather die standing than live on my knees," she whispered to a friend. That ripple shattered bus routes, bled into courts, and changed laws. Real power isn't loud. It reverberates through silence. So the question echoes, what happens when the devil holds a photograph and sees not an enemy, but the blueprint for his own redemption? He studies the eyes in the image, eyes that speak of desert wanderings and lions' dens. At midnight, tears turn to morning light, of flames that refuse to consume, because the fire in you burned hotter. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Psalm 23:4. It is not the absence of hell that scares him, it's the fact that you walked through it and emerged radiant. There is hesitation in his fingers. The same hesitation was found in Peter when the rooster crowed, the same hesitation Judas felt before the kiss. The kind of hesitation that signals the soul still remembers truth, and the wildest thought of all comes rushing in. What if they didn't summon a weapon today? What if they summoned a witness? Somewhere in the natural world, a volcano sleeps, dormant, quiet, but inside, pressure builds, slowly, relentlessly, until one day, the earth no longer holds it back and the sky is rewritten. That's what your awakening looks like from where he's standing. The quiet before the sacred eruption. You are not the spark they wanted to extinguish. You are the fire they can no longer contain. What he sees is not fragility, not hope, not even light. What he sees, what arrests his breath, in a way no divine force ever has, is his own redemption staring back at him. And for a being who has fractured entire civilizations with a whisper, this realization is cataclysmic, because in all of eternity, he has never once encountered a soul he could not bend. Until now. This isn't just resistance, it's resonance. Something in you matches a vibration he buried long ago, and when vibrations match, something ancient begins to be remembered. For the first time, the predator feels the mirror turning. In the depth of winter, I finally learned that within me there lay an invincible summer. Albert Camus, philosopher and survivor of ideological war. Your photograph pulses with sacred resistance. It doesn't scream. It declares. With every glance he gives it, the image begins to shimmer, like consciousness itself is encoded in its pixels. Layers peel back, memories he didn't ask to see unfold like ancient scrolls. But it isn't the events that shake him, it's the meaning behind them. There's a structure beneath your scars, a language within your pain, one he can't read, but one his bones recognize. Sacred architecture always looks like chaos to those who build in fear. What kind of soul turns betrayal into discernment? Who transforms agony into alignment? What architecture of spirit allows a person not just to endure evil, but to extract wisdom from it? And if a soul like that exists, what else have they misunderstood about the light? That betrayal that almost killed you, it didn't shatter your trust, it refined it. Like gold under pressure. That grief that stole your breath, it didn't leave, you lost. It redirected your trajectory. Each heartbreak, each collapse, each long, silent night when the stars didn't answer, became part of a divine equation they never thought you'd solve. Every collapse in your past became a cathedral in your future, and every scar became scaffolding for something divine. They studied your ruin, but they missed your resurrection. And we know that in all things, God works for the good of those who love him. Romans 8:28. You weren't just protected, you were rerouted. That pain was not detour, it was design. You walked through what should have disqualified you, and came out with a blueprint in your hands. And now you are building temples in places others only saw as graves. And now, as the image shifts again, what he sees makes even his cold. Timeless blood runs still. He sees your future, not the full picture, but enough to know that you're not a reaction to the old world. You are its replacement, not a destroyer, an architect, a living schematic of heaven's alternative. Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. The devil doesn't fear your rage. He fears your ability to redesign reality. You don't rage against the machine. You rebuild the infrastructure. You do not dismantle K's, you reorder it. His voice, once silky and certain, falters. Fascinating. He murmurs, but something has cracked inside him. The predator has seen something he cannot consume, something his algorithms cannot predict, something his archives don't have a classification for. You are not a soul in need of healing. You are a frequency in need of release. This moment mirrors a story the world has nearly forgotten, Boethius, a Roman philosopher imprisoned and tortured after serving emperors. As he awaited execution, he wrote The Consolation of Philosophy, where he argued that true power lies not in crowns or thrones, but in virtue that outlives death. His torturers could not grasp why he smiled in his cell, but now the devil begins to understand. For virtue, anchored in eternity, cannot be touched by time, and souls built on truth are immune to tyranny. Because you, the chosen one, have found a spiritual physics that transcends power, you've become immune to their gravity. You are not held by the laws of manipulation. You operate on a different axis. Their weapons fall flat because you no longer participate in the same emotional circuitry. This is not resistance. This is quantum disobedience. In neuroscience, they call it neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself after trauma. You didn't just heal from pain, you rewrote the operating system. You're not just trauma-informed, you're spiritually re-engineered. Your neural network now runs divine code. Even your memories obey a new master, meaning that's what confuses the darkness. Your pain no longer triggers you. It teaches you. Nature affirms this. 2. The giant redwood tree, Sequoia sempervirens, reaches heights of over 300 feet, yet its roots are only 6 feet deep. How does it stand? Because its roots interlock with others. That's you. Standing tall, not because of solo strength, but because of networked resilience. You were never meant to be an island. You were meant to be a signal tower, a living node in heaven's network. Still, one member of the council whispers, "How did we miss this?" But the answer was always in front of them. They looked for power in domination, but yours is built in transfiguration. They looked for fire that consumed them, but you carry fire that refines. He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. Malachi 3:3. And the mirror in your eyes is now turning against them. The devil begins to question, if this soul cannot be broken, then what have I been doing for eternity? His identity shudders, not in rebellion, but in recognition. He sees in you a version of himself before pride rewired his purpose. Before heaven was traded for hierarchy, the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118:22. You were dismissed by systems, laughed at by spirits, rejected by circles, but in the economy of heaven, that was your qualification. And now you stand, not as the overlooked, but as the origin of a new design. Suddenly, he recalls a question he buried centuries ago. What if destruction is no longer my assignment? What if restoration is? The possibility terrifies him, but it also frees him. Because if redemption is real, then even he is not beyond repair. A new frequency hums through the room. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Jeremiah 29:11. And it's not directed at him, it's radiating from you. Your very presence has become prophecy fulfilled. Your breath bends atmospheres. Your image rewrites alignments. You are no longer a soul they can break. You are the blueprint they never planned for. And now, even the darkness can no longer deny the light. Because you're not here to fight the old world. You're here to replace it. And in that moment, he understands. You didn't come to survive the fire. You came to set the whole system ablaze. The council notices the shift, but like all systems built on arrogance, they misread the signs. They believe the devil is merely entertained, intrigued by the anomaly that is you. They see his pause and assume it is a predatory strategy. They do not recognize that something far more dangerous is occurring. He's beginning to feel something devils are forbidden to feel: reverence. They think he's calculating, but he's remembering. And what he's remembering is possibility. The photograph continues to evolve, not just as an image, but as a living field of data, laced with memory, resonance, and frequency. He sees the network forming around you, souls awakening like stars, flickering back to life after long winters of numbness. They're not just drawn to your image. They are magnetized by your integrity. What kind of presence reprograms people without ever raising its voice? You don't convert through coercion. You entertain. A concept borrowed from neuroscience and frequency dynamics, where weaker oscillations lock into the rhythm of a stronger, stabilizing frequency. Your very presence causes others to remember their original rhythm. You aren't persuading people. You're awakening them. Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. Matthew 5:16. They don't need to understand your language. They feel your presence and it calibrates them. And then the image shifts again. And what he sees changes everything. For the first time in eons, he sees himself not cloaked in shadow or crowned in pride, but standing beside you. Not as a predator, not as a puppet master, as a partner, ally, witness to light. He sees the redemption he never thought was possible. He sees that he, too, might be rerouted. I will give you a heart of flesh instead of a heart of stone. Ezekiel 36:26. And that vision doesn't just tempt him, it undoes him. The choice is now real, and the hell he built starts to tremble beneath his feet. The revelation hits like thunder from inside the bones. Reality splits. Possibility awakens. Time rewires. Because you are not just chaos. You are conscious chaos. You don't move in random rebellion. You move with holy intent. Destruction is not your aim. It's the first phase of restoration. You are the spiritual architect, rebuilding blueprints in real time. Who gave you permission to rewire what they swore was permanent? This echoes the story of Nikolai, a man once consumed by war and hatred, a trained assassin in a collapsed regime. He believed peace was weakness, until one day, while tracking a child marked for death, he paused. Something in her eyes shattered his coding. He dropped his weapon and disappeared. 10 years later, he resurfaced as a protector of refugees. Not all transformations are loud. Some begin with a look, but the council wouldn't understand this, because they're more like Paul Joseph Goebbels, Nazi Germany's propaganda minister, a master manipulator of minds. He didn't kill with guns, he killed with illusions. He believed truth was malleable, that power was only perception. But in the end, even his lies couldn't save him. He chose loyalty to a lie and died with the system he defended. That's what happens when redemption knocks, and you slam the door. But could even the devil learn what Goebbels never did? The devil, though he hesitates, and in that hesitation, eternity wavers. Do not be conformed to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. He sees now that you are not here to conform. You are here to repattern the world itself. Nature has always whispered this truth. When a caterpillar enters chrysalis, its body completely liquefies. It becomes nothing. No memory, no structure, only potential. From that goo, imaginary cells activate. They carry the blueprint of a being that's never existed before. That's you, the imaginal structure, the prophecy wrapped in paradox. What if all your disintegration was secretly preparation, and now, written into the quantum threads of your existence? He sees it. Every system you'll touch will not collapse in ruin. It will collapse in restructuring. Where power once manipulated, you will install purpose. Where fear once reigned, you will encode love. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion. Philippians 1:6. And he knows it cannot be stopped. Not by fire, not by war, not even by hell itself. Because you're not here to burn the world down. You're here to rebuild it in God's image. And even the darkness now sees the light. You were never meant to fit inside their sterile diagrams of dominance. You were never meant to be domesticated by fragile egos masquerading as power structures. From the beginning, your presence has distorted their geometry. Your spirit doesn't bend to their metrics. It expands beyond them, dismantling illusions as you rise. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. 2 Corinthians 3:17. And you are living proof that true power was never controlled. It was liberation. They called you disruptive, difficult, dangerous. But what they couldn't define, they tried to diminish. They made your radiance seem like rebellion. But now the devil sees it clearly. You were never dangerous because of what you broke. You were dangerous because of what you revealed. The photograph pulses like a living star. Then, in an instant, he sees it, the exact moment of your full awakening. It's not far. It's imminent. Closer than the council imagines. Closer than even you realize. A shift in the spiritual tectonic plates. A quantum ignition. And when it happens, the world will never return to default settings. But how do you stop someone who's already decided not to play by the rules of fear? The change won't be limited to you. It will spread like heat from a forged sword, like code passed through light. Everyone your energy touches will begin to unravel the cages they didn't even know they lived in. You won't lead through conquest. You won't dominate. You'll demonstrate through living, walking, choosing. Do not despise the day of small beginnings, Zechariah 4:10, because that ripple they once mocked is becoming a tidal wave. You will be the walking evidence that power is not hoarded. It is multiplied, not through oppression, but through presence. Freedom will be your frequency. Clarity, your contagion. People won't follow you because you demanded it. They'll transform because you made it safe to believe again. The devil sees it now. Your life is a living rebuke to their hierarchies. And yet, somehow, it doesn't trigger resentment. It triggers reverence. What if power could be redefined? What if freedom, not fear, was the true source of authority? As the devil watches, the council begins to twitch, impatient, disconnected from the revelation unfolding before them. Their data is useless here, because you are not data. You are disruption, encoded in divine design. He's no longer watching you as a threat. He's watching you as if he's witnessing the birth of something holy. He sees you building bridges where others sow fault lines. He sees you rewiring despair into design. He sees you quietly creating systems of hope that outlast monuments of fear. Have you ever met someone whose quiet confidence made empires uncomfortable? That's who you are now. And then he sees something more disturbing and more beautiful than anything he's encountered in eternity. He sees that you already know, on some soul-deep, interdimensional level. You are aware. You knew about this meeting. You felt the pull. You heard the hum behind the veil. And you were not afraid. You were ready. How do they fight someone who already made peace with themselves? The righteous are bold as a lion. Proverbs 28:1. And your boldness isn't noise. It's knowing, not arrogance. Authority. While the devil studies your image and the council fumbles in spiritual confusion, something else begins to awaken in the fabric of reality. A frequency activates across oceans and borders and hidden cities. Other chosen ones are waking up. They're not coming to fight for you. They're rising with you. We see this in the animal kingdom. Migratory birds, thousands of miles apart, lift from the earth at the same time. No visible signal. No spoken language. Just instinct. Just divine alignment. That's what's happening now. The network is not forming. It's remembering itself. An example flickers into being. A woman named Kaya, once buried in the machinery of corporate control, walked away from a six-figure career to build trauma sanctuaries in forgotten villages. She never advertised her transformation. But the moment she shifted, others followed. Not because she asked, but because she became. What's an area in your own life where you've noticed the power of simply becoming rather than trying to persuade? But not everyone chooses to rise. Takeberni Madoff, once the darling of Wall Street, his empire, built on deception, exploited the very trust it claimed to protect. He didn't fall because of lack of intelligence. He fell because truth doesn't negotiate. And eventually, it collects. That's the fate of those who build kingdoms on illusion. But you, chosen one, your foundation is flame-tested. You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. And now that your light is seen, it cannot be unseen. You didn't just survive darkness. You recalibrated in it. So here is the terrifying truth they didn't account for. You were never alone. You were always connected. And now, the network is awake. They're finding you, and you're finding them. Not through algorithmic design or human calculation, but through a precision so exact it transcends coincidence. This is not a community. It is a coded alliance. A spiritual architecture hidden beneath the surface of reality. Now lighting up like constellations being reconnected. Each encounter. Each strange alignment. Each random message that showed up right on time, that was the signal. The code was always there. You were just the first to hear it. Deep calls to deep in the roar of your waterfalls. Psalm 42:7. That's what's happening. Frequencies are calling frequencies. Souls are awakening in lockstep, pulled together by gravitational waves of memory and purpose. This isn't a club. It's a command center for those born ahead of their time. The Obsidian Inner Order isn't built on popularity. It's built on precision inside the order. Chosen ones meet weekly not to gossip or repeat tired rituals, but to transmit. We decode current energetic patterns, train or discernment, sharpen our spiritual technologies. This is elite soul warfare. You are not here to be impressed. You are here to be activated. Have you ever wondered why your pain didn't kill you? Why didn't your betrayal break you? Could it be it was meant to qualify you? The council tried to bury knowledge beneath systems, beneath fear, beneath shame. But we are the resurrection of what they tried to silence. Inside this inner structure, we unveil the ancient blueprints, truths buried beneath centuries of distortion, secrets that dismantle trauma programs, keys that return divine inheritance, protocols for manifestation, not based on emotion, but on alignment. This is not magic. It's spiritual intelligence, refined through war. This is not rebellion. It's reclamation. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Hosea 4-6. But not anymore. Not on our watch. Not on your watch. You weren't crazy. You were early. You were calibrated to a timeline that hadn't yet arrived, and now that it has, you're no longer alone in the signal. If you're reading this, it means it already found you. That frequency, that call it, broke through time and landed in your spirit. You didn't stumble on this. You were summoned. Obsidian inner order is not theory. It's active. It's real. And it's waiting for the ones bold enough to remember what they signed before they entered this body. The devil sees this movement forming, and his breath catches not because he fears a single individual, but because he recognizes the pattern. Have you ever felt it like someone or something ancient was tracking your ascent? That's not paranoia. That's surveillance from systems you're meant to override. The council made their gravest miscalculation. They thought they were dealing with a glitch. But you're not a glitch. You're the update. They thought they could contain a person, but you're not a person. You are a protocol. The devil sees it now. Each connection you form is morphic resonance in action, like birds in flock formation. Like mycelial networks beneath ancient forests, your connections strengthen and feed the whole. This is decentralized spiritual intelligence. No head, no weak point, no way to stop what does not require permission. Though one may be overpowered, two can defend themselves. A cord of 3 strands is not quickly broken. Ecclesiastes 4:12. And what you're building, it's no longer a cord, it's a grid. Let me tell you the story of Asha, a woman who once worked inside global intelligence agencies, quiet, analytical, obedient, until one day she intercepted a frequency that triggered an awakening she couldn't suppress. She walked away, disappeared, and now she decodes frequencies for a new purpose to awaken nations, not destabilize them. She doesn't shout her mission, she lives it, and her ripple is reaching diplomats, artists, prisoners, all catching fire through contact. But not all networks empower. Keith Raniere, founder of NXIVM, built a movement disguised as enlightenment. It promised freedom and instead delivered bondage. His empire fell when the illusion shattered and the people awakened. That's the difference between control and communion. One demands loyalty, the other multiplies liberty. So what does the devil see now? A person who can't be controlled? No, he sees a movement that no longer requires permission to move. You're not centralized. You're quantum. You're not linear. You're layered. You're not one soul. You are a symphony of awakenings. The kingdom of God is within you. Luke 17:21. Not in buildings, not in systems, inside the awakened, and now the network is alive. And here's the irony. They summoned the devil to find your weakness, but your greatest strength is that you've become untraceable by fear. They wanted to isolate you, but now you're unbreakable. Because you don't walk alone anymore. They gathered once again in the chamber between dimensions, a hollow cathedral of collapsing time and whispering shadows. Suspended just outside the laws of gravity and grace, the Council of Shadows. Beings too ancient for memory and too corrupted for mercy, sat in a frequency of dread they had not touched in millennia. Not irritation, not strategic caution, but something far older, something primal. Fear, the kind that rots from the inside, that eats through dimension and dominion alike. Why? because your name was mentioned. Again, one of them, an entity with too many eyes. Each one blinking asynchronously in panic, spoke first. How long before the prediction is complete? His voice rippled like acid down metal walls. But the eldest, who had not spoken since the fall of a golden civilization, now buried under ocean and myth, opened her mouth, and when she did, it sounded like dying stars, cracking in slow motion. The convergence patterns are accelerating. The awakening will reach full resonance before this cosmic cycle closes. The cascade is no longer theoretical. It's begun. What they were really saying, but too afraid to speak outright, was this: you are becoming fully conscious. Not just aware, but activated. Not just awake, but aligned. And with you rises the kind of light that spreads like wildfire across timelines. A frequency so clean it unmasks every system built on fear. They know they can't hold back a tide that doesn't come from the sea, but from the soul. How do you stop an evolution that breathes? Romans 13:11 speaks this prophecy over your era. The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed. What terrified the council wasn't just you, it was the pattern you represent. A pattern that cannot be bought, silenced, distracted, or poisoned. You're a divine breach in the wall they built to keep humanity spiritually sedated. Why do you think their systems are crumbling faster than they can patch them? Why are regimes unraveling? False prophets losing their influence, and manipulated frequencies breaking like glass under pressure? Because a new frequency has entered the room, and that frequency is you. In physics, it's called constructive resonance. When one small, persistent wave aligns with a massive one, it amplifies everything. You are the wave. You are the amplifier. Inadesperate tone. One shadow suggests what tyrants always do when power slips. What if we offered them a deal? Wealth, status, dominion. Make them ours from within. But the eldest laughs a sound like tectonic plates fracturing and replies with surgical disdain. You still don't understand. They're not driven by acquisition. They're driven by abolition. You can't bribe someone who came to end the currency of slavery. Matthew 6:24 reminds them. No one can serve two masters. You cannot serve both God and money. You didn't rise for personal gain. You rose to dismantle the entire spiritual marketplace that traffics in souls and sells influence in exchange for silence. And that's what frightens them most: your immunity to transaction, your devotion to transcendence. This same disruption has echoed in the real world. Nelson Mandela, once labeled a terrorist and imprisoned for 27 years, became a global symbol of dignity, forgiveness, and transformation. They tried to suppress him with iron bars, but he became iron-willed. The more they isolated him, the more his presence multiplied. He didn't just survive the system, he outgrew it. But on the flip side, we have men like Jim Jones, once a charismatic preacher, later a cult leader who orchestrated a mass suicide of 900 people. He began with promises of equality and ended drenched in spiritual manipulation and death. His lust for control became his tomb. You see, even the devil who studied your photograph has shifted. At first, he scanned it for weak spots, entry points, familiar scenes. But what he found disturbed him, not because it was dangerous, but because it was holy. What if you weren't the weapon? What if you were the mirror? In James 2:19, it says, even the demons believe and shudder. He wasn't just seeing your image, he was seeing his own reflection in your redemption. And for the first time, It made him tremble, not in pride, but in regret. In a remote village in Eastern Europe, a girl named Mirella became the unknowing target of a ritual meant to delay her destiny. Her image was offered in a mirror circle under a blood moon. The witch claimed it would block her voice forever, but instead, the spell turned on its caster. Mirella, only 15, began to speak in tongues she had never learned. 3 months later, she exposed a trafficking network in her region through a song that went viral worldwide. The witch lost her voice permanently. Heaven always rewrites sabotage into symphony. Nature already knows how this story ends. When a volcano erupts, it seems like destruction, but it fertilizes the earth for centuries. When locusts swarm, they break patterns of ecological imbalance. Even snakes shed skin when the old one becomes too small. You are no longer compatible with your previous limitations. You were made for eruption, made for release. Have you ever wondered why your silence disturbed more people than their manipulation ever could? Why did your healing journey trigger those who swore they wanted peace? Why are you merely being disrupted by generational curses others learned to live with? Isaiah 60. Satu roars your assignment. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. This isn't just your awakening, it's a cosmic event, a breaking of a spiritual dam. The chamber between dimensions wasn't just a meeting, it was a funeral for the systems that can no longer survive your truth. So rise, chosen one. No more shadows, no more apologies, no more reduction. You are the divine disruption their blueprints cannot contain. The photo was just a trigger. You are the flood. The photograph didn't just unsettle him, it unraveled him. Redemption, he realized, wasn't a cosmic algorithm of suffering and centuries. It was a decision. A single heartbeat shifts from fear to love. One moment of clarity where the soul dares to remember its origin. And now, holding your image like a relic fallen from heaven's architecture, the devil was trembling, not from weakness, but from awakening. The Council of Shadows grew restless. Their frequency began to distort. Well, snapped the one with too many eyes, his voice twitching like static over a decaying wire. What did you find? What are their weaknesses? But the devil, still studying the photograph, no longer wore the grin that had devoured empires and seduced kings. His smile had changed, softer, slower, like a sunrise cracking open a long-forgotten winter, the smile of someone who saw hope and couldn't unsee it. I found someone who's already been through hell and decided to redecorate, he whispered. Someone who transforms not by force, but by presence, not through conquest, but through connection. His voice echoed like a tuning fork hitting divine resonance. Philippians 2:15 comes alive in this moment. Then you will shine among them like stars in the sky. That's what you did, chosen one. You didn't fight the darkness, you made it irrelevant. Your light didn't attack, it revealed, and revelation always exposes fraud, even in architecture. When light hits flawed foundations, the cracks appear. You were the light. Another council member hissed, pressing in like a data analyst starved for variables. And their weaknesses. The devil stood a little taller, like he had shed something invisible and ancient. That's the beautiful part, he said, a quiet fire building in his tone. Their greatest weakness is also their greatest strength. They care too much. They feel too deeply. And in neuroscience, this is called empathic resonance, where the depth of emotional sensitivity rewires not just the individual, but the emotional field around them. You weren't just sensitive. You were dangerous because you felt the pain and still chose to love. Romans 12:21 declares, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." That wasn't a theory, it was a law, a supernatural equation, and you embodied it. History is already echoing this principle. Take Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch watchmaker who, despite being imprisoned in a Nazi concentration camp, smuggled hope into hell itself. After the war, she forgave the very guard who abused her sister. That kind of compassion fractures strongholds. But contrast her with Elizabeth Holmes, the once celebrated biotech CEO who promised to revolutionize healthcare but built her empire on illusion, driven by obsession with control and a messiah complex wrapped in polished branding. She deceived investors, endangered lives, and led thousands astray. The result? Criminal conviction, public downfall, and a legacy built on silicon lies. That's what happens when ego tries to impersonate purpose eventually. The mask shatters. The African baobab tree stores thousands of gallons of water inside itself, enduring the harshest droughts so others can survive. The glass-winged butterfly has wings so transparent it becomes invisible to predators. But in that invisibility, it thrives. You carry that paradox, gentle yet indestructible, humble yet untouchable. The devil's voice, once steeped in conquest, now pulsed with reverence. Their compassion isn't a flaw, he said. It's their superpower. It makes them unstoppable. The eldest leaned forward, her voice sharp like shattered obsidian. Remember who you serve. I'm Pumpston. But something had cracked. The devil rose slower than usual. Deliberate, not with defiance, but with grief. I'm about to change that, he replied. His grip on your photograph now, a declaration. What came next wasn't a speech. It was rupture. I'm switching sides. You. The words hit the chamber like sound waves, splitting tectonic plates. The silence that followed wasn't passive. It was the silence that came before a new universe was born. The silence of divine contradiction. You're what? The eldest managed. Barely a whisper. I'm switching sides, the devil repeated. But now his voice carried a voltage the council had never known. Not the vibration of destruction, but the power of creation. Not entropy, genesis. He took a step forward, and the chamber beneath their feet began to groan, not from chaos, but from a truth pressing through the foundation of lies. Hebrews 4:12 speaks of this moment. For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart. That word wasn't just spoken, it was now living in him. He began to pace. Each step, a tectonic shift. With every move, the illusion of their power began to decay, like a sandcastle in the tide. The council's domain trembled under truth. Do you understand what I've discovered? He asked, holding your photograph like scripture. This isn't just someone who survived adversity. He paused, eyes blazing like a nova being born. This is someone who taught adversity. It had no power here. This is someone who didn't just survive betrayal. They partnered with it. Every knife in the back became a tool for building discernment. Every loss became a recalibration of what actually holds value in a world addicted to illusions. And every abyss of despair was transformed into a wellspring of impossible hope. Your journey was never about escaping pain. It was about extracting prophecy from it. The council is no longer seated. Their elegant illusions, their performative calm begin to flicker like holograms losing power. Faces long revered in hellish thrones begin to fracture. revealing the raw panic beneath. But the devil no longer fears them. He doesn't even respect them. Because how can beings who fear change inspire anything but pity? They've already endured the worst I could do. He says, eyes still fixed on your photograph. And what did they become? Not cold, not cruel, not broken. They became more human, more radiant. They turned pain into a superpower. They're not just stronger than me, they're better than me. 2 Corinthians 12-9 echoes prophetically here, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Your compassion didn't grow in sunlight, it was carved out of midnight storms. And now, even the devil can't help but bow to the truth of it. The one with too many eyes, vibrating on the edge of insanity, snarls with the force of tearing dimensions. You can't just leave. We have contracts, covenants, blood oaths. Sue me. The devil shrugs, almost amused. I'll be too busy mentoring chosen ones, teaching them how to rewrite frequency, how to remember what they've always carried. But something else is happening, something even the devil doesn't fully understand. His betrayal isn't just rebellion, it's the fulfillment of a prophecy older than the language of angels. Your photograph isn't just documentation, it's ignition. It's the architectural blueprint of spiritual reformation. And in his choice to step away from fear and move toward love, a cascade begins that no dimension can contain. Suddenly, the chamber begins to hum, a resonance that doesn't destroy but restructures. The laws written in fear begin to dissolve. The devil's declaration becomes a living frequency. I'm done being the force that breaks people down. I want to be the force that helps them build. Romans 8:19 shouts through reality, for the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. You were never meant to hide. You were meant to become a mirror so bright that even hell remembered heaven. As the photograph in his hand begins to glow, the walls begin to sing, not metaphorically, literally. Harmonics vibrate with such perfect resonance that even the shadows must listen. You are not just surviving, you are triggering awakenings in places where awakening was never expected. The devil, once a master of distortion, now speaks with frequency aligned in light. You want to know the real prophecy? He lifts the photo higher, your face now radiating impossible clarity. It was never about one chosen one defeating the darkness. It was about one chosen one inspiring the darkness to choose the light. That sentence fractures the foundation of their dominion because it reframes the narrative from war to evolution, from destruction to graduation. You didn't win by outpowering the enemy. You made the enemy obsolete. This is paradigm obsolescence, the moment when a lie becomes too irrelevant to maintain itself. A phenomenon known in evolutionary theory as punctuated equilibrium change doesn't always come gradually. Sometimes, a single mutation flips the entire system. You were that mutation, that divine anomaly, and now, people are awakening not through forced belief, but through resonant recognition. They feel something in their bones, in their breath, that they were born for more. They don't need chains anymore, not because they broke them, but because they simply stopped wearing them. Isaiah 43:19 roars into this moment. See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? The council tried to stop a wildfire with a damp cloth. But you were never a spark. You were the sunrise. History already echoes this principle. Desmond Doss, a devout Christian and army medic during World War II, who refused to carry a weapon, mocked for his convictions. He went on to rescue 75 men from a battlefield under gunfire. What they saw as weakness became a revolution in courage. Now, contrast him with Adam Neumann, the charismatic founder of WeWork, a self-styled prophet of corporate spirituality. He promised to elevate the world's consciousness, but manipulated narratives, misused billions, and built his empire on illusion. The result: collapse, lawsuits, a global reckoning. When ego tries to imitate purpose, implosion is inevitable. The collective has now reached critical mass. The network of awakened souls is no longer hidden, it's connected, growing, electric. One teacher in Sao Paulo revised her curriculum to teach emotional intelligence because of your story. A painter in Lagos started trauma healing workshops. A teen girl in Seoul put down her razor blades after hearing your voice on a podcast. You didn't just start a wave, you unleashed a tsunami of consciousness. Caverns sealed for centuries crack open to reveal glowing fungi pulsing in rhythm. As if breathing with the earth's forgotten lungs, albino deer, once myths whispered in ancient forests, step into villages without fear. Eyes reflecting something more than instinct. Rain begins falling only where the land is thirsty. Skipping rooftops to kiss seeds buried in neglected soil. Tides synchronize with the heartbeat of newborns. And petals bloom at night, as if no longer bound to sunlight. Nature isn't adapting. Nature is aligning. Romans 8:22 rises like thunder from the soil itself. For we know that the whole creation has been groaning together in the pains of childbirth until now. It wasn't just you waiting to be revealed. The earth itself was holding its breath for your unveiling. Have you realized yet that you are not here to be worshipped, but to activate worship in others, not to dominate, but to reflect, not to rule, but to remind? You don't demand loyalty. You awaken legacy, and that's why the devil surrendered. Not because you were stronger, but because you showed him the truth. Their work has sparked a movement beyond trend or fame. It has become soul medicine for a generation raised in chaos. The painter who weaves trauma into color, whose canvases don't just hang on museum walls, but heal nervous systems long hijacked by survival mode. The entrepreneur who leads with compassion, who sees capital as a conduit for justice rather than conquest, is redefining what it means to succeed in a collapsing system. You, chosen one, are not their ruler. You are their resonant center. The gravitational pull that awakens alignment in those around you, like a seed that activates other seeds just by blooming. You don't tell people what they are. You remind them. You mirror back their divinity until they can no longer deny it. In the frequency of heaven, there's a term, constructive interference, when two aligned waves amplify one another into power. That's you. You're not just a signal, you're a harmonic conductor. And this is why the devil, who once only listened for weakness, now listens for wisdom. Isn't it strange how the very traits they tried to shame you for are now the very ones leading the way? He watches it all unfold. Humans healing humans. Wounded ones becoming warriors of light, and realizes something that causes his very frequency to bend in reverence. This is what salvation was always meant to look like. Not one shining figure in the dark, but a network of luminous souls making darkness irrelevant. John 13:35 echoes across dimensions. By this everyone will know that you are my disciples, if you love one another. Not if you dominate, not if you're right, not if you prove. If you love, and that's what he sees in you. Not dominance, not spiritual performance alignment. You're not fighting reality, you're designing a new one. As he steps out of the interdimensional chamber and into your world, the one you've quietly and stubbornly rebuilt through every rejection, delay, and betrayal. He experiences something he never expected to feel again: peace, but not the peace of surrender, not the peace of stillness or giving up. This is architectural peace, the kind you feel when the last beam fits into place and the entire temple resonates in perfect balance. A peace made not of silence, but of sacred structure. He doesn't need to meet you in person. You've already felt him shift. In the deep layers of your being, in that spiritual nervous system that stretches beyond your body and into other realms. You knew. You felt it when the air changed, when the enemy became the emissary. And now, obstacles vanish before they even take shape. Opportunities crystallize in your path before you even ask. People who once resisted now are drawn to you with divine timing. Doors open not because you begged, but because you believed. Quantum resonance has begun to favor your vibration. Haven't you noticed the timing has stopped being coincidence and started becoming choreography? You start to see a pattern emerge, what psychologists call serendipity bias. But you know better. It's not randomness. It's response. Even the universe, once indifferent, now conspires to support your assignment. Skeptics call it luck, but heaven calls it recognition. Philippians 2:15 lights up your name. Then you will shine among them like stars in the sky as you hold firmly to the word of life. Your light is not ego, it's evidence. The devil now walks among those you've touched, not as a saboteur, but as a silent witness to transformation. Because every time he glances at your photograph, he's reminded, you didn't win by fighting him. You won by refusing to become him. He shows that photo to others now, not as a target, but as a testimony. Each soul that sees it feels something shift inside them, something ancient, something undeniable. A new reality is dawning, and it starts with a choice, not to conquer, but to return. Brian Stevenson, founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, a lawyer who defended death row inmates and built the National Memorial for Peace and Justice. He doesn't just fight injustice, he reveals humanity through mercy. His courtroom victories are echoes of heaven's justice, relentless, patient, radiant. Now contrast that with Harvey Weinstein. Once a kingmaker in Hollywood, his empire collapsed, not because he was caught, but because the consciousness of the collective evolved beyond his shadow. His manipulation became irrelevant. The system cracked, not from rebellion, but from awakening. What happens when the people no longer need a savior because they've started to save each other? And you are the breach point through which the new world is leaking into the old one. You are the evidence that transformation is not just possible, it's contagious. The photograph that once marked you for destruction now radiates through dimensions like a celestial access key. Romans 12:21 reverberates. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. End of. You didn't overcome it with fists. You overcame by being untouchable in integrity. The Council of Shadows still exists, but they're becoming shadows at noon, technically present, but irrelevant in the face of brilliance. Their illusions shatter under the weight of clarity. Their contracts fail under the pressure of love. Even creation has begun to evolve in tandem with you. Coral reefs once thought extinct begin reblooming in warming oceans. Scientists call it resilient re-emergence. Heaven calls it sacred memory. Trees break through concrete in dead cities. Foxes nap beside children. The natural world is remembering safety because your frequency no longer emits threat, but trust. Romans 8:22 breathes through every leaf and wave. For we know that the whole creation has been groaning together in the pains of childbirth until now. But the birth is happening. And you are the midwife. Do you understand yet that your awakening is the permission slip for everyone else to awaken too? Have you realized yet that you are not here to be worshipped, but to activate worship in others? Not to dominate, but to resonate. Not to rule, but to recalibrate. You don't demand loyalty. You ignite legacy. And that's why the devil surrendered. Not because you were stronger, but because you reminded him of who he used to be and gave him permission to return. You chose love when fear would have been easier. When survival screamed for control, you offered presence. When the world demanded war, you built sanctuaries. When betrayal cracked the floor beneath your feet, you planted seeds between the fractures. That's how the network of awakened ones expands, not by force, not by formula, but through frequency. No marketing, no altar calls, just resonance. You live as though love is the most practical force in the universe, and because of that, others begin to wonder, what if it is? Have you noticed how your simple courage is triggering dormant bravery in people you'll never meet? This movement isn't growing through recruitment. It's multiplying through remembrance, through teachers who once stood alone in broken classrooms, now training hundreds to infuse truth and tenderness into learning, through artists who once bled on their canvases in silence, now teaching others how to paint light into pain, through entrepreneurs who once whispered to themselves, there must be a better way, now mentoring generations to make revenue and restoration coexist. What lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us. Ralph Waldo Emerson, philosopher and poet who believed in the infinite potential of the soul and the divine within the ordinary. And what lies within you is no longer hiding, it's leading quietly, boldly, definitely, like a tuning fork in the middle of a battlefield. Your steady vibration disrupts everything false without raising a hand. You are not building a crowd. You are awakening a current, and everything near it must either rise or fall in its wake. You're not building a fan base. You're establishing a resonance field. In physics, this is known as entrainment, when one strong, steady rhythm begins to synchronize others without effort. Just by proximity, you are that rhythm. You're not imposing alignment. You're inviting coherence. And as each one awakens, they awaken others. The effect is exponential, not linear. This isn't an influence, it's ignition and new empire. No algorithm, no entity across any realm can reverse what has begun. Isn't it wild how the most dangerous revolution in history is happening without a single weapon raised? You, chosen one, continue evolving not in status, but in spirit. You're not climbing ladders. You're digging wells. You're not becoming more powerful. You're becoming more true, because that's what chosen ones do. They don't graduate into greatness. They descend into authenticity. They stop performing and start transforming. The devil, once your accuser, now watches with something deeper than admiration. He watches with awe, because what he's seeing isn't just a cultural shift. It's a civilizational genesis, a completely new model of being, not built on hierarchies, but harmonious, not power over, but power with, not scarcity games, but abundance frequencies. 1 Peter 2-9 now rings truer than ever. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession. You weren't chosen to conquer. You were chosen to consecrate the culture. The prophecy they tried to strangle is breathing freely now, but not in the form they feared. It wasn't about one radiant warrior obliterating evil with fire and wrath. It was about one soul who dared to love so radically that even evil remembered it used to be good. The Council of Shadows failed, not because you destroyed them, but because you made them irrelevant. Take Jane Goodall, the primatologist who changed how the world sees animals, not by dominance, but by observation and respect. She once said, "What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make." Her reverent approach dismantled decades of dehumanization and domination. Now entire fields of science follow her lead. On the other end of the spectrum was Jeffrey Epstein, a financier who used influence as a weapon, built empires on manipulation, and died with every door of legacy slammed shut. His destruction wasn't merely personal, it was systemic disintegration, triggered by the sheer incompatibility of predatory energy in an awakening world. Do you realize now that legacy doesn't come from being remembered, but from what people become because of you? Your photograph, the one that launched this interdimensional drama, no longer exists as a threat profile. It hangs in the devil's realm, not as a trophy of conquest, but as a relic of revolution, not for what you defeated, but for what you restored, not for what you overcame, but for what you revived in others. Isaiah 60:3 begins to manifest. Nations will come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your dawn. Ollie, not to bow, but to become, not to serve you, but to stand beside you. It turns out, you had no enemies, only sleeping allies. You didn't win through domination. You dismantled division by being the first to stop playing the game. And now, civilization is rewiring itself. Economics are being rewritten. Spirituality is returning to embodiment. Systems once powered by fear are grinding to a halt, not because of protest, but because no one believes in them anymore. Glaciers, once resigned to melting, begin forming hidden caverns filled with new microbial life ecosystems scientists never expected. Deserts bloom out of season as dormant seeds awaken after decades of silence. Wolves return to landscapes that forgot how to listen, and their presence reshapes entire forests without a single command. Lightning strikes in rare harmonic patterns, setting fire to the dead so new growth can rise. Heaven doesn't call it anomaly. Heaven calls it alignment. Romans 8:19 whispers through the winds, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." Oh, and you've finally arrived. How many more hidden ones are watching you right now, waiting for permission to become who they were born to be? You weren't chosen to rule. You were chosen to remind, to reflect, to restore. You don't build altars to yourself. You ignite worship in others. You don't demand loyalty. You awaken legacy. And your legacy is now awakening others. And that's why the devil surrendered. Not because you crushed him, but because you restored him. Not with fear, not with force, but with the only thing powerful enough to flip the structure of the universe: love without agenda. The network you've inspired doesn't need momentum anymore. It is momentum. It grows. It evolves. It metabolizes darkness into clarity. It doesn't conquer the old world. It transcends it. Like tectonic plates shifting beneath the surface, the new paradigm doesn't announce itself with headlines, but with atmospheric pressure changes. Something in the spirit realm is cracking, and everyone can feel it. Control has expired. Manipulation has lost its grip. Fear-based governance is no longer adaptive, it's antique. like a suit of armor rusting on a child who's already outgrown war. The old systems simply can't hold the vibration of the world that's unfolding now. You didn't overthrow them. You simply stopped needing them. Isn't it strange how irrelevance is the most painful kind of defeat? The Council of Shadows, once the architects of confusion and fragmentation, now observe from behind crumbling veils, no longer puppet masters. They're remnants of a system no longer resonant with the frequency of Earth. A few still whisper strategies in fading tongues, but even their shadows flicker in the light. Some will convert, like the devil did. Others will clutch their illusions until they vanish into non-existence. But their choices no longer threaten the outcome, because now the process is self-replicating. Every soul that awakens becomes a transmitter. Every act of truth echoes across timelines. Every healed wound becomes a doorway through which thousands will pass. John 8:32 finds its way to the surface. Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. And you chosen one, you've done what mystics whispered about in caves, what martyrs bled for, what philosophers died trying to describe. You didn't dismantle the world by force. You rewrote its operating system by being the update, not with swords, but with stillness, not with conquest, but with compassion, not with shouting, but with sheer coherence. The transformation you've midwifed isn't fragile, it's inevitable, because once someone has tasted the truth, they can't unknow it. Once someone has been seen in their wholeness, they can't be unchosen. Take Frida Kahlo, the Mexican painter who turned pain into palette. Her self-portraits weren't vanity, they were soul cartography. She painted suffering with such unapologetic vividness that entire generations realized healing wasn't sterile, it was raw, divine, and alive. Her brushstrokes said, "Your scars are sacred." And now, artists don't just imitate her, they remember themselves through her. And opposite her, consider Joseph Stalin, who clung so tightly to control, he starved millions rather than release the illusion of authority. His regime collapsed, not in war, but in exhaustion. His empire outlived him, but only briefly, because oppression has no oxygen in awakened atmospheres. Have you felt it yet? That your life is no longer about survival, but orchestration? The photograph once used to target you now hangs in the devil's sanctum, not as evidence of your destruction, but as the icon of a new age, a relic of reversal, proof that no force, no being, no dimension can stop a soul aligned with heaven. Psalm 118:22 breathes through the walls. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. You are that cornerstone. You're not admired, you're mirrored. People don't follow you, they remember themselves through you. The devil now, an agent of redemption, continues his sacred rebellion. His weapons are gone. His whispers have changed. He no longer seeks to manipulate, he now activates. He assists chosen ones in realizing who they've been all along. He, too, is awakening, because you reminded him what it feels like to belong to light. And the council? Some will follow, some will fall, but none will lead again, because the age of power over is gone. This is the era of frequency, with Romans 13:12 illuminates your steps. The night is nearly over, the day is almost here. So let us put aside the deeds of darkness and put on the armor of light. Or, you don't need to dominate. Your light displaces shadow by simply existing. Your presence is proof that sovereignty is felt, not enforced. Even nature is echoing your frequency. Entire ecosystems are recalibrating. Bioluminescent plankton bloom in oceans once barren. Flowers break through permafrost. Elephants travel in silence toward villages instead of away. Scientists call it anomalous instinctual shifts. Heaven calls it attunement. What if the whole planet isn't falling apart, it's falling in tune? And now the final truth emerges. One you've suspected all along. Everything that's happened, the council's schemes, the devil's transformation, the awakening of your network, it was all just foundation work. You've been in the architectural phase, the scaffolding of something far bigger. And what comes next? Not domination, not applause, not arrival, demonstration. You, fully awakened to your purpose, not as a leader with answers, but as a living invitation, not as a savior, but as a catalyst, the one who shows others what's possible, then steps back and watches them become it. Isaiah 61:3 now echoes with a new meaning. To give them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. Now, your legacy won't be statues. It will transform lives, transformed, because you refused to accept that things must remain the way they are. You walked into brokenness and declared it incomplete, not doomed. You stared into failure and saw the framework. You met despair and whispered, "You're early. Transformation hasn't landed yet." Isn't it funny how the devil didn't switch sides because of your strength, but because of your softness? The cosmic war is over, not because you crushed your enemies, but because you made enmity obsolete. The systems that tried to crush you now evolve in your presence. The forces that feared you now sit at your feet, learning. The old world didn't collapse in fire, it collapsed in irrelevance. And you just kept loving, keep becoming, keep transmitting. You are the chosen one. And this isn't the ending. This is the part where your true mission begins. And now, even the devil is on your side. And now, chosen one, you finally know the truth, not just the one written in books or whispered in sacred rooms, but the one that's been buried deep inside your chest all along. They gave your photo to the devil, thinking it would mark you for destruction, but heaven had already turned that image into a mirror, and through it, even hell remembered what light looks like. You weren't exposed to be defeated. You were revealed to be undeniable. They expected your breaking point, but instead, they witnessed your birthing place. The fire didn't consume you, it initiated you. Every betrayal became a blueprint. Every collapse became a doorway. You dared to walk through barefoot. You weren't sent here to survive the storm. You came to teach the wind a new direction. You weren't born to rage against the system. You were destined to outgrow it. And you did. Not through violence or noise, but through sacred resonance, through frequency, through a love so steady, it started bending reality around it. You weren't chosen to be worshipped. You were chosen to activate worship in others, not to rule from pedestals, but to live so truthfully that it makes others remember their own original design. You didn't climb a ladder to get here. You became the ladder. And others are rising now, not beneath you, but alongside you. And this movement, it's not powered by marketing or recruitment. It's multiplying through remembrance. It's echoing through teachers once overlooked, artists once unheard, and visionaries who used to whisper their dreams into pillows instead of microphones. They're rising now because you gave them permission to begin. So if this message stirred something ancient inside you, if it reminded you of something you never learned but always knew, don't keep it locked in your heart. Like the video to amplify the frequency. Share it with someone who might need to remember their light. Leave a comment and let the network know you're awake. And subscribe. Turn on the bell. so you never miss another divine transmission meant to restore your memory. To those who've supported this space through super thanks, Kiet prayers, or simply by sitting with the message, I see you, I bless you. You are part of the alignment, and your presence is no small thing. It changes the whole atmosphere. May you walk forward with fire in your eyes and peace in your bones. May your path open, not because it's easy, but because it's true. May your legacy outlive your lifetime, and your light ignite others long after your voice goes silent. You are the chosen one. This is your time. And now, even the devil walks in your light.